And we're live. Barely. So, how is everybody? I hope everybody is cool and kicking. Andy's just gone off to go and fix his icon. He didn't strike me as a religious man, but there you go. So, yeah, it's been, yes, it has been a busy week. It's always a busy week, but not quite as busy as it has been because I have been a lazy bastard this week. And I categorized a lot of the synthesizers into one pile called the fuck it, I'm not looking at that until next week pile, which is large and distinguished. So I think we're being joined again by Andy, and I believe President Hilton will be with us a bit later on as well. So all is good. So I don't know whether you can see, but over here, follow me, camera. There has been things going on. We are resetting things a little. Yeah, let's let Andy back in. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I got my icon fixed. I'm a holy relic again. So.
Yeah, good man. Spirito Santi.
Exactly.
Yeah. Souls. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a. Well, I use the word tidy up in its loosest meaning. Yeah, there's a lot of game.
Don't tell me about it. I got a million in my place. It's a spaghetti factory.
Oh man, it's like, oh my god, there's just so many cables. But I'm pulling on these cables and I'm following through, and then there's nothing on the end of that one. So what was that cable in there for?
You know, it's even worse. The EMOM thing I went to last week, when I pulled the case covers off, I had some floating cables. I go, what were those plugged into?
oh dear.
They came out in transit, and which is one of the reasons why one of my voices was messed up.
Oh god.
So.
Yeah, I mean, at best you can take a photograph, but even then you can look at it going.
Where's
that cable actually going?
If you saw the rat's nest of cables, the only way to do that is I basically, once I got that depth for patch bay to go between units, I don't have to worry so much about stray cables. But occasionally I still have some floaters if it's an external thing like the KeyStep Pro or a little sequencer external or whatever.
Yeah,
so I have to use the blue masking tape and label those.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because without a label, I'm screwed. But sometimes the masking tape even falls off. I'm like, oh boy, where did this go?
Oops.
Yeah. Well,
no, I think I've got a bug or an itch that needs scratching, because where I've got that Soma pulsar, and then there's the Lyra. And I was having a root around under there, see what else was under there. And I found that, that miniature modular. It's got 2 sequences, for God's sake.
Didn't you donate that? You had a module. Didn't you donate it to school?
Yeah, but there's another one. Because I had 2.
Oh.
I don't know why I had 2. But yeah, and so I found this little modular. And then I'm going, yeah, I've got all these bloody drum machines as well that I should be using.
I bet you have like a synth Noah's Ark. You have at least 2 of everything.
Well, I do wonder sometimes. I must admit, I do wonder.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, when I had that little memory relapse about, what was it, about 18 months ago, something like that, and 6 months of my life is gone. And I found I was buying things and going, oh, no, I've already got one of them. Oh, but I didn't know that until I find it. It's sort of like, oh, I've already got one of them. I just bought another one. What an idiot.
As horrible as that was, I could probably stand to use 6 months of my life. That might be a good thing. So forget some bad stuff.
Yeah. Now, what I need to go back about 5 years. If I can forget the last 5 years, it'd be laughing, to be honest, because it's like, yeah, it's just one family member after another. Bing, 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 bing. Like,
yeah, that's. I'm at that age too, where everyone's dying around me.
Yeah, yeah. And you get this kind of death numbness, if you know what I mean, where you are upset and you're going through mourning, but it's like Yeah, I know the process. I'm kind of used to it, and you get on with things, and it doesn't appear to affect you as much because you're still in mourning from the last one. You know, because
Yeah.
we're talking maybe a couple of months apart here. It's not, or sometimes I think it was a week on two occasions. So you just go, oh, well, I'm still dealing with that one. I'll deal with this one later. Sort of things.
Yeah.
It's really ridiculous. And you go,
Well, I
oh,
mean, other than my, hey, uh oh,
keep your eyes on the road. What is the matter with
yeah.
you?
She was already lying there. Stop it. I just heard Pulsar 23, so I have to join for a second. I'm still driving, unfortunately, so I will listen to you, lady.
Okay. Right. Do you have any idea how that Pulsar 23 actually works?
Yes.
It's a good question.
You have to plug into the electricity and play with it.
Ah, that's where I'm going wrong.
Yeah.
Ah, that's fine. I'll work out the rest of it. That's no problem.
Yeah, I hope so. That's the thing of it, man, that it looks at first like it got 105 points, for modulation.
Yeah.
So we got plenty to do. Then you realize that everything is basically very simple.
Yeah.
But what you actually can do out of those simple things is absolutely mental. And to be honest, it took me about 1 year just to get through those basics and crack inside how to build a little bit more like make it the synth sounds that is more synth than one actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for example, I start to use for just maybe last 2 months those 2 points which is on the bass drum. One is what the fuck, and second one is oh my god. So and now I'm okay, I will. Okay, shut it. And basically,
So those are presets.
For,
what the fuck? And oh my god, is that the...
Yeah, that is on the bass drum module.
Oh my god.
Oh, shut it, you. Why? I'm trying to switch that off. Okay.
I like the camera angle. Do you have Large Marge in the truck with you?
Yeah, so that is. Sorry?
Large Marge from Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
What was the question?
Remember Large Marge, the trucker lady from Pee Wee's Big Adventure?
I don't know.
Oh.
Ah.
Oh, no. Whoa, I don't. What's from the adventure? I don't understand if I got what?
There's a movie with Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee's Big Adventure. There was Large Marge, the trucker lady.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Reminds me of that movie.
I saw it very long time ago. I have to rewatch it again, and I think I haven't been really communicative at that time.
Yeah, it was a long
I
time.
mean, I was probably quite stoned when I watched that.
It helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see movies many and plenty of times. Oh, I didn't see this one. Yeah, with the Pulsar, man, it's seriously like, even if you're going to watch Vlad, to explain to you, he got like 6 videos. Each is over 1 hour long.
Oh, God.
Even if you watch that and understand it, you just have to play with it.
Yeah.
It's so different, seriously. It's that different. Even like, I see that when I'm going to to these festivals and trying to present that, and some people are just a little bit, ruthless and think they know everything. After 5 minutes, you know what?
Yeah.
If I may ask, please do.
That's a good life motto. Just play with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Works for everything.
Pretty much.
Just imagine it's your penis.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so, oh God, I mean, tomorrow I have got 2 memory Moogs, a CS80, a CS60, an Oberheim 4 voice, a JD800, and a what was it? Oh, a CR78 coming tomorrow.
Wow.
Just tomorrow. I got nowhere to put them, and these were booked in like 4 months ago. So you can't really turn the people away. Bless them. They've waited 4 months, but oh man, where am I putting them?
I can take them.
Yeah, well, none of them work. They just take up lots of bloody space. I can't put them in here, or I can't leave them on the landing because I've got half the studio out on the landing as well.
Jesus.
In the middle of Fiona trying to decorate the hall, the stairs and the landing, and I've just lined everything up along the wall. And she's like, yeah, good timing, Kent, thank you. So, I'm in trouble again.
What are you hauling in your vehicle there?
What am I what?
Hauling. What are you driving around?
Man, you don't want to know. I got normal. But she was already there. I told you. I got normal.
Yeah.
There you go.
What are all these little bags?
Yeah.
I got normal silly day job, unfortunately, because when was the pandemic, I just invested just few months before all money I had to something which never could work after the pandemic. I would just start to just do business with like a audio engineer, or basically when you get a conference or educational conference, I would come there and do all the sound, vision, everything. And I just bought all that shit, man. 6 months later, COVID-19. Hello.
Oh,
So whatever. So since then, I tried to do anything I could. So now I'm driving like a twat just to survive. And if not so, my man, I wouldn't be good. Seriously. They basically, it's turning out, that it might be going to the stage that I will be working only for them, but it's not there yet. So it's it's developing. It's not easy, but so during the day I'm normal driver. During the night I'm the hero.
You should drive a mobile brothel. That's a good business.
Yeah, there must be money in that, surely. Oh.
Which one?
Oh.
Wait.
It's all choppy.
Yeah.
Bad connection. Wait.
Probably changing cell towers.
Sorry.
That's a bit technical for me, isn't it?
It's all those bodies are blocking the signal, so the
All those bodies. Yeah. Won't be long before you see the little blue lights and there's a leg hanging out the back of the van.
well,
I
there is a
she was
blood trail
already
coming out of the back of the
Yeah.
No, it's frozen.
Oh, that's all right. See, you've got a couple of hours yet.
It's like Dexter. He's got it all figured out.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a mobile killing room with all the plastic in it. So that
Yeah, here is my number at your service. Oh, Jesus.
Mate. Yeah, because you saw that picture. I don't know where I saw it. Now. It's probably on Facebook or something like that. But it had this van, and it had scratched into the dirt on the back of the van. No tomatoes kept in this van overnight. Which was very, very apt here because we had this tomato shortage for no apparent reason whatsoever.
wow.
Because and I think we had some MP on Newsnight go, we had a tomato shortage because of the cold snap that we had. What, you mean the plant that you grow fucking indoors?
Yeah.
How does the cold snap affect that, you dick? Any
So
excuse, isn't it?
was there a run on like the canned stewed tomatoes and stuff like that?
Yeah. It was just this thing where suddenly there wasn't certain produce in the supermarkets. All of a sudden, they said, "Oh no, we're waiting for deliveries and everything like that." And they go, "But it has nothing to do with Brexit. No, nothing
Oh,
to do with
sure.
Brexit at all."
Yeah.
So we had old
Like
Steve.
there was no eggs or no oil, and
Yeah,
every 2 months is something.
and this
Oh
old
man.
Steve Hills went over to France, which was barely 21 miles away from us, and there was tomatoes everywhere you wanted. So he took a photograph of himself in bed, covered in squashed tomatoes, sort of thing, which drinking champagne.
You
And
go
he goes,
get a load and
"There
make
is-
a killing.
yeah, there is no tomato shortage." And when they say it isn't Brexit, it's Brexit.
Wow.
Fucking hell.
These people were so stupid enough to believe all the shit, man. It was clear like a $10 on a pile of shit that it is not a chocolate, man. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
Although Eastern European taking our job.
because I had a
Yeah.
chappie phone me up asking about getting his I think it was one of the big Korg PSs done, and he goes, yeah, he says I'm just a few miles outside Frankfurt. He says, but I think I can ship it over to you. I went, yeah, okay, cool. And then he got back to me a couple of days later going, oh my God, the amount of money it's going to cost to get it to you. I went, yeah, because you have to pay the import duty to bring it into the country, regardless of the fact it's going back to you, but you still have to pay it.
Plus, they're heavy buggers, right? To
Yeah.
ship it. Yeah.
And then reclaim it later. And I have to get it all sorted out in 6 months, right? And he's going, why did you leave Europe? Why? Why did you leave Europe? I mean,
Yeah, Ken, why did you leave here?
Yeah, I didn't fucking leave fucking Europe. Yeah, if I see something written on the side of the bus, I don't automatically think, oh, that's true. Fuck's sake. Fucking hell.
Wow.
Yeah.
They said it in the telly. It must be right.
Yeah, you could see some kids sort of like they go, you haven't done your homework, where is it? And he just brings a bus into the classroom with the goldfish at my homework. Oh, okay. Oh, all right, well, don't worry about it then. Fuck me. I don't know.
I mean, people are getting fooled everywhere. Half this country fell for Trump for at least a session. So, there's insanity everywhere.
Yeah, but dude, what the fuck is going on in Florida? Is there something in the water or something?
It's
Because
part of it's DeSantis and part of it's
yeah,
crazy.
because
There's
they
a
had all
really
that.
funny sketch on some show many years ago. They would take news from Germany and from Florida, and you had to guess where the news came from because there's crazy news coming out of both places.
Wow.
It's called Germany or Florida, and it was sometimes hard to guess, where the crazy news was coming from.
I think I read, was it today or yesterday, something about Florida has now banned the Rosa Parks story.
Well, they're banning books. I mean, it's early fascism, right? They want to recreate. Speaking of Germany, want to recreate all kinds of stuff all over again, and so they're banning books. They're sometimes burning books. They are doing all kinds of crazy stuff. It's like, we've seen this behavior before somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
just
remember
can't
when
put
and
my
where.
finger on it. Where was it?
And they want to say the left are fascists, and the left have their own problems, but we're not banning and burning books. I'm not saying I'm left. I'm mixed bag, but
Yeah.
In general, the right versus left thing, it's just like the Hatfields and the McCoys. They're both stupid.
Yeah. I mean, has there ever been a mass shooting that was performed by a drag artist at all? I'm failing to see the connection between why are drag artists suddenly dangerous?
I mean, not to say there'd ever be a connection, but you certainly could, right? Because there are plenty of people who are into guns in this country on all sides.
Yeah, true enough.
And it could happen. But it is funny that somebody put a poll up, or actually a graph up, that basically showed all the mass shootings that happened the last few years were pretty much all right-wing nut jobs.
Yeah.
and they want to keep it going. They say, well, you guys relax the assault rifle ban. You guys relaxed all this stuff, and look at this spike right when you relax the ban. Interesting how there's a parallel there. It's not random.
Yeah, well.
And they want to. It's just there's a slippery slope concept of like, well, they take our guns, they're gonna take other stuff, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, you want to take guns from crazy people, don't you? That's kind of a good idea. No, that's a slippery slope. It's like, all right then, we're totally screwed then.
And 89 school shootings in it so far this year isn't.
Yeah, it's just
what the hell?
And then you get idiots like Marjorie Taylor Greene go, well, you know who took care of that person the other day? A man with a gun, because he took care of business. And it's like, so you're celebrating that he killed the shooter after the shooter already killed other people. There's no win there.
No.
But really that's a win for them.
Like that,
that's a win for them. Yeah.
Yeah, mate. I don't know.
They want to arm teachers. They want to arm. It helps for celebrities. You have bodyguards, and it helps for this and that. You have a president has bodyguards. Why can't teachers have bodyguards? It's like, oh my god.
Oh dear me.
Yeah, it's we're in trouble big time.
Yeah, it's. I doubt if there's even a solution now.
Like Forrest Gump said, "Stupid is as stupid does."
Yeah.
I'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, mate.
Bye.
See ya.
But yeah, and you're never gonna. It's like a religious argument. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
Because there's no solving this.
No.
At least not in a short-term thing.
No.
It's the same. It's like that stupid Kellyanne Conway. They're alternative facts. Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know what the definition of facts is?
Yeah, it gets a little bit cloudy, I must admit.
Now. Yeah, you can't reason with insanity. And because it's political season again, election's going to come up pretty soon, and just everything's just going to get worse. I like the fact that at least now, Trump and DeSantis are fighting each other a lot. Of like he's calling him Meatball Ron and all these like silly nicknames and stuff.
Yeah, but they do tend to in these situations tend to turn on each other eventually at some point. Because a lot of it seems to work on being reactionary to anybody and everything. So it's not long before the serpent starts to eat itself. Anyway.
Yeah, Ouroboros, right? That's what it is. It's or another term is the snake sucking its own dick. So
how would it know?
Well,
yeah. Go. How do you do it? How do you do that?
But unlike some other
talking of rants.
Oh, there we go.
Talking of cunts.
He heard snake in the dick and he
Hello.
showed up. So.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, great speech at that event, Ty. Really good job.
Hey, well, thank you very much, but yeah, I'd much rather have not done it and had him around. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
but, yes, but thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so I'm a cunt. What have I done now?
What?
I don't know.
You haven't done anything.
Oh.
I'm looking for my glasses and I have no idea where the fuck I've put them. Oh well.
Well, that's ironic.
Yeah.
Love the shirt. That's a great shirt.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you. Are we all well?
Yes, we are now.
As can be expected, yeah.
Oh, why now?
Oh, I had a bit of a health scare at the beginning of the week.
Oh, God, Kent. I can't fucking leave you alone for 10 minutes.
I've heard that about you. You're just a tart.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
One of the normal ones?
Yeah, it was just a bit of a panic, and it was for nothing, but I spent, 48 hours kind of shitting myself, basically. True.
But,
so,
I mean, okay.
Yeah. So
right.
you know that thing you told me to do, you'd already done, and I said I hadn't done it yet, and you told me I should do it.
Yes.
I have gone and done it because of the beginning of the week.
Good.
And it turned out it wasn't that, but it doesn't matter. It's sort of like
Okay.
24 hours of going, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Probably linked to recent events.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I did the stupid thing and went to the worst possible scenario and then shit myself about it.
Yeah, don't do that.
No.
Yeah, don't do that.
No. It turned out I could have had a much more pleasant night's sleep. So, but anyway.
Well, I've been in London again today.
And you didn't pop in, you dirty
No,
little cow.
Can I point out that I woke up this morning with no intentions whatsoever of going to London today, and then come 12 o'clock, thought, fuck it, I'm going to go. And I'm, in London, left for London at 12, back by 6.
Okay.
Did what I had to do. I went to the Yamaha store this time.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Is this more for Philp's benefit?
It's not for Phil's benefit, it's very much for my benefit.
Oh, okay.
But the difference was, compared to going to the Steinway shop one Saturday, where I came back feeling very, whatever.
Yeah. Well, apart from the big one.
Apart from the big one. So, but I came back from the Yamaha store today, going,
Okay.
So I'd narrowed it down to 5, all of which were, it was basically 3 Yamahas, 2 Bosendorfers, and I think I've chosen. I think I've finally.
Is it a Bosendorfer?
No.
Oh.
Did you already have a piano? I thought you had a nice piano.
Of course I got a piano. That's like turning and going, have you got a car?
What the hell has
Of course
that
I've
got
got
to
a
do
car.
What's that got to do with
How are you
anything?
going to fit 2 fucking grand pianos in your place?
Well, you get rid of one. Actually, I say I get rid of one of them. The problem is that one of them. Well, no, because
they are designed to actually snugly fit into each other.
Well, it's.
Oh, that's true. They do curve. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you can make one big one.
I'm not having you on. It's. I did actually think, do you know what? I might maybe get the one I've got now and put it in one of the studios, possibly. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway,
I still think you should do that.
I still think because that would be nice to have one down here.
Yeah, it's funny.
So
when I first suggested it to you, you went, "No,
I know, I know.
Don't be stupid."
The thing is, I think it kind of means I wouldn't have to sacrifice as many synths as I thought I might have to.
Well, it's flat, isn't it? You put loads on top.
But yeah, honestly, it was just so funny. Honestly, when I went to the Steinway shop, I'm just going to say underwhelmed.
Yeah,
just underwhelmed, completely underwhelmed. And I went today and just fell in love.
Well, tell all the nice boys and girls how much the really nice one that you really liked was.
300.
Holy smokes!
Yeah, just under 300.
Yeah, doesn't come with a stool.
Yeah, that doesn't include stool or delivery.
You're going to make a stool once you pay that much money.
Yeah. So
honestly, the Steinway salesmen are going, "Here comes another idiot."
Well, do you know, honestly though, that's kind of what it was. So what happened? The reason I wasn't playing this today. So basically, Kent knows this, but so essentially, what happened was when I went to Steinway at the weekend and spent some time there trying lots of things, and apart from the big Model D, just wasn't feeling it. You know, one of the Model Bs I played was fucking awful. Anyway, so did all that, and because there was doing a thing with prices because there was some kind of sale, so I put a deposit down, almost like, but it's a refundable deposit. But I put a deposit down, so if I did decide to get one, I got it at the price that was happening at that weekend, and that's fine. And I did that, and then all I've done is come back and just it just feels shit, and all I've got is my accountant basically saying, buy it, because obviously, you know, end of year and all that kind of thing. Yeah. But as an instrument, I just wasn't feeling it or them. I just wasn't feeling them at all. And I woke up this morning and And I just thought, why am I looking at a Steinway? And I realised it was for two reasons. First of all, it's a Steinway. Everyone that's a pianist, they always want to, you always want to end up with a Steinway. So I'm buying it because it's a Steinway.
Yeah.
And the fact that you you feel like you've achieved something as a pianist if you've ended up with a Steinway. That's fantastic. You've made it. You've done well, and blah blah.
And
blah,
Dudley
blah, blah.
loves her Bosendorfer. So
well, the thing is, so this is, and I'm just so all I thought was, or am I wanting to buy it because I just want to get a better piano? And I thought the moment you take the mindset out of I want to buy a Steinway because it's a Steinway, the world opens up into a whole load of alternatives, and so I just thought, okay, so the first one I looked at was, Bosendorfer. I've got a Yamaha. I've played so many Yamahas. I thought, well, I might as well look at Yamahas as well. So I looked at Bosendorfer, Yamahas, Bechsteins, and I just thought, so I called them up down in London. I just went, can I come down and try it? So I went down and tried it, and I tried loads of them, and as I said, I narrowed it down to 3 Yamahas, 2 Bosendorfers. But I think, so the one I think, but okay, the really silly one was, hey, hi Ian.
Hiya.
You know how I couldn't, the Model D, the big one,
Yeah.
was just too big. So Yamaha's concert grand is called the CFX, which is basically the equivalent of the Model D, and it's huge. It's 9 foot long. Hey Rob,
Are you talking about your dick again?
I am. And 9 foot long.
Centimetres.
When I fold it in half, it's 9 foot long, and anyway, but that's the one I kind of have really fallen for. So, what does it say? I haven't got my glasses on. Hang on a second. I'm going to zoom in on you.
A few words to
Describe you. Tremendous, wonderful, amazing, and thoughtful. Just go with twat in the first place. I can relate more to twat. So anyway, so I spent 3 hours in London, and I kind of come to the conclusion that the big one was too big, even though it was fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I came back and measured it, and I've decided that.
Oh, he's making them up as
You
you
told
go.
us how big it was.
I know he's talking about a Steinway.
I'm actually talking about a Yamaha CFX. Actually,
Yeah.
yeah,
Did you go into Soho?
yeah. And you know the one that you weren't allowed to play? That's all. That's all. With the red thing around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might get that. So how big is that?
About as big
Yeah.
as your cock. Yes.
Exactly the same length. But anyway, so will it fit in the lounge? I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it fit in the lounge, I think.
So Ty, once you pass the 200K mark, other than like fancy wood and treatments and stuff, what the hell is it sound that much better? Or 300,000, or what's the?
I'll be honest with you. The CFX that I played, it's a different sound to the Model D, but fuck me, it's no better, it's no worse. It's just all of these pianos, they all sound different.
Yeah, but is it the frame or what's the special?
It's the frame, it's the woodwork, it's the action, it's everything. It's how much the latest thing is they basically now age the wood, so that it's kind of a lot of you kind of buy a piano and then it basically has to settle in and age naturally. They do a lot of that beforehand, and that costs money. But it's all of those things. It's the frame, it's everything. It's literally the materials, and it's how it's made. The cheaper ones are more kind of like factory made, essentially. And then as you go up the ladder, it's literally handmade.
Sure.
And the further up the ladder, it's literally every component is,
Did the
And that's what you
Yamahas
pay
come
for.
with the computers at all?
You can have them, but I've knocked that one on the head straight away, because I realised after looking at the Steinway one, looking at the Aspirio, that it'd be such a ball ache for me to actually make use of it. Plus the fact, as I said to Kent, with the Steinways, basically you can have it so it's the equivalent of the Yamaha Disclavier. So in other words, it's a kind of player piano. So it's a natural piano, but you can have the automation on top. Yamaha charge on average, about £20,000 more per piano to have the Disclavier version. Steinway charge about £60,000 per more to have the automated piano. And once I'd got over the initial, I can have Lang Lang playing in my lounge if I want. Wow. The guy selling it to me at the Steinway shop actually turned around and went, I know, we have customers who, they quite happily sit and listen for a couple of hours every evening, listening to a different performance. I'm thinking, yeah, I've got what's technically known as a life. And so, fuck that for a game of soldiers. So the way I'd use it would be different. It would all to do with the MIDI side of things. But it's just not worth it. It's not worth 20 grand, never mind 60 grand. So this is just a good old fashioned 9-foot concert grand piano that sounds flipping amazing. And all I've really got to decide is which model to go through. But the really big one, I'm sure I could I'm sure I could squeeze it in.
Do you have a nice mic setup for your current piano, or are you going to?
No, do you know what? No, I don't. So that's something that I'd absolutely put right.
You were talking about a mini grand, not a full size grand.
Well, yeah, things develop quickly.
Escalated, I think, is the word you're looking for.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I went down today looking at initially looking at a 6-foot, which then turned into a 7-foot, and now it's looking at a 9-foot. So it's We'll see what happens. We'll see what transpires. But I had a fun afternoon playing more pianos.
Then you rubbed the 7-foot; it became a 9-foot. There you go.
Yeah.
Don't
Welcome
encourage
to my
me.
world.
I tell you what, if you want to hear a pointless, stupid purchase,
Go on.
yesterday, you know that coffee table we got.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that keyboard stand gave up. And down it went, right? And what it's done is, where that thing locks, it's torn. And the whole thing's gone down to the floor, right?
Well, okay.
So, fortunately, there was no dogs asleep under it.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. So we go, right, we count our blessings. So what we did is we got, the crates, the wooden crate that was out the back here, that string thing, put a blanket over it and put the coffee table on that as a temporary measure. So I'm going, right, I can get the legs that did come with the table, but are far too high. They're bloody up here somewhere. It's stupid. It's not a coffee table, it's a dining table with those legs on. And I've gone, right, okay, what we need is to find something that we can put this table on so it's exactly the right height, etc., etc. Well, Fiona said, she goes, oh, I've had a brilliant idea. I went, oh, okay. She goes, I'll be back in about an hour. I went, oh, okay. So she disappeared and come back, and she goes, there you go, you can put the coffee table on that. I go, Fiona, that's a coffee table. She goes, yeah, we can put the coffee table on it. How much did you pay for the coffee table? Oh, don't worry about that. I go, oh, fucking hell, I know what that means. So she bought a coffee table for us to put the coffee table on. Is it?
Oh my God! Don't we all have the same vibe?
Fuck.
Yeah. So your piano isn't frivolous, trust me.
Brilliant.
Wow.
Fuck me.
Wow.
This is almost as bad as when she bought a pair of scissors and it comes in one of those shrink-wrapped packages. She went out and bought a pair of scissors so she could open it.
Oh dear. Awesome.
She is what makes me get up in the morning.
Oh, can I?
And we're back to penises.
Yeah,
exactly.
always.
Hey.
Always, yay! Can I just say, as you read, honestly, I played all of them. Oh, sorry, just going back to the whole shit. I played all of them, and the Bosendorf. Hey, the Bosendorfs are nice, but honestly, the two Yamahas that I played that are no cheaper than the Bosendorfers, but they sound. There's a range on the Bosendorfer from about about C3 to about C5, which is amazing, but the bass on the Bosendorfers was it wasn't as good as on the Yamahas. But yeah, so I tried them all, and these two Yamahas and one really stuck out.
Did they not have a D6 there?
No, they didn't have Steinway. It's a Yamaha store.
No, there was a Bussendorfer D6.
Oh no, they didn't. No, they didn't have that there. I can't remember which ones I tried.
Is
yeah.
No, that's no good to you. I think that's 12 foot or something like that, isn't it?
No, it's like the Fazioli. They do an 11. I think they do an 11 foot.
Yeah.
It's just honestly, Yamaha have upped their game. Yamaha in the last 10 years, 6-7 years, have upped their game. They used to be well known for producing really bright pianos, but now that they're gorgeous. They are. There's some. As you heard, there you go. It was the bottom end of most Bosendorfers that I always loved. They're really warm and they've really got full of harmonics. But honestly, the ones I played, I'm not saying they were beautiful, but honestly, the Yamahas, I'm not saying shat all over them, but they were. I'm going to say at very least on a par, if not for my playing. Slightly, I preferred it, but the fact that I got down to but I'd have any of them. Honestly, that's the difference. I'd have any of those 5 rather than the Steinway. Yeah. The Steinway have literally just. It's all about you paying for the name. You pay for the name, and no, these were gorgeous, and I don't have to show how big my bollocks are, so I'd quite happily have a Yamaha. So,
And it doesn't go to the taxman.
It does not. That's the whole point. I either pay that or I give that money to the taxman. Simple as that.
I do the same come
year,
October.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when people turn around and go, "Oh, it's frivolous" or whatever, it's not, because you're right, Ian. It is literally just that. I either give that money to the taxman or I buy something that I would use with it. Yeah. So it's but yeah. Anyway, so. It may be really stupid because it is fucking 9 feet long in the lounge, which is it's fucking horrendous.
That's got.
And the other thing, what you need to understand is the CFX it's a concert grand, so it's fucking loud. It's fucking loud, and it's gonna be in a lounge. You don't have a concert grand in the lounge.
How reflective is your lounge?
Quite reflective, to be fair. Yeah.
Just keep the lid down. That'll help a little bit.
Oh, fuck off. Never going to happen.
You could put a mattress on it, that's right. Yeah.
But I tell you, when I played the first, kind of 5 seconds on it, honestly, I had the biggest smile on my face. And the problem was, that was the first one I played. So I played the biggest and most expensive one first. And it was just like, fuck, that was a mistake. Because then everything else you're playing, you're there going, oh, okay.
And you know who had a bigger smile? The salesman.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. But they're really nice. I tell you the difference as well. Nothing against the guys at Steinway. It was a nice experience, and he was a lovely guy. But it was very stuffy, and it was very kind of, yeah. It was a different kind of experience. The Yamaha guys were just fantastic. They're hilarious.
Did you sit on the big sofas upstairs?
Yes.
It's a nice. I have to say, it's a lovely environment.
It is.
The guys are, apart from the one that told my son to fuck off.
I know, but to be fair, can I also point out that particular piano, the one with the red thing around it, they won't even let their technician touch it. And the reason is that they did an event, and that piano was basically the star of the event. Right. And and Yamaha flew over their technician from Japan, their main technician, to voice that piano, and they spent 2 days voicing it. So it is for this event. So this is why it's such a special one. Yeah. And right at this moment, it's the last of the CFX, and it's the only CFX in Britain that's for sale, new. And so
you don't want to screw with the aircon then.
The aircon fortunately is over the other side of the room. So it's anyway, we'll see what happens. But that's my exciting news for today. That, and I spent $3,000 on some Sonos equipment and bought some speakers, and I've got to buy some modular before the next couple of days, and
You
then I'm
bought some
done.
speakers.
Yeah, don't ask. I took in my valve amp. I took in my valve amp to get repaired, and then walked out with some speakers.
What make?
Speaking of,
Which ones?
Kef.
Well, they're called R5s because they're basically. The reason I bought them was, oh no, if I say this, I come across as such a twat.
No, you're all right. You're among friends.
So I'm used to it.
Go on, Ian.
Okay, so
They look like-
my main speakers that I have are Sonos Faber. They're Italian and they're gorgeous and they sound amazing. But for in the lounge, because I've now switched over to, have you seen? The thing is, the thing I hate in the lounge is the entire house is white, and the center speaker is huge, and it's under a whatever it is, 85-inch TV, and there's this big black box for the center speaker, and I've always fucking hated it. And either side there's two big black speakers, and I've always hated them. So I've replaced it with a Sonos Arc for the TV, and then I've got they've now called Era 300s, the Atmos speakers for rears. There's two new Atmos speakers and a sub. And then, but I still want something for the CDs because I got a Cyrus system in that bit. And the speakers I've got are still black, and which doesn't go with everything else in the house is white. So the reason I got these Kefs was they were in a really nice high gloss white. Yeah. So one of those things where you turn around and I can't even turn around and go, when women turn around and go, what car have you got? Oh, I've got a pink one. I've got a blue one. And I always the first turn around and go, I know it's sexist and it's awful, but I've heard that so many times. I genuinely have bought these speakers because they're white, and they're only there just for it's a secondary system in the house. It's not for main thing. It's just something to have, and they're white, and they're gorgeous. Oh, they sound great. Don't get me wrong. I should point out. They sound brilliant. I should put that bit out. They sound fantastic. They're a couple of grand, so they're not like cheap crap, but it's
that's
they're
not
nice.
mega expensive either.
No, completely.
No, not
Absolutely not. My Sonos Fabers basically are almost 9, and they're that's not silly money. It used to be, but it's anyway. So that's my Anyway.
I picked up some secondhand, obviously secondhand because the company went bust in the late 90s. TDL.
I used to have TDL RTL2s.
These are RTL G20s.
Okay.
G30s. Yeah, and basically it's like an RTL3.
Okay.
Except it goes down deeper.
Oh, lovely.
The bass end is incredible. It's so smooth and so deep.
In the 90s, I used to have some RTL2s, and they were beautiful speakers. Yeah. So underrated.
Yeah, totally.
Really brilliant.
Like
yeah.
Honestly,
gorgeous.
The bass, I've just got utter confidence that I can actually just mix bass end on stuff.
Oh, fantastic!
Go through there, and I'll be like, oh my god, because if anything leaps out, then I know that.
Yeah.
There's a lump in the bass region because they're so flat in the bass.
That's brilliant.
Amazing. And they weren't expensive either. I managed to pick them up for 160.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Absolutely incredible bass end on them. So
Hey, there's the
I'm
dog
just
hair.
overjoyed with those.
It's always a dog hair.
Yeah.
Well, in the room.
The colour. I hate the colour.
Oh, what are they? That deep brown? Are they that kind
that
of
horrible rosewood colour?
Yeah, I know it. Oh, I know that rosewood because that's what my RTL2s were. They were in that rosewood.
I would have preferred them in black, but I don't know. Maybe I'll paint them white. No.
Yeah. Don't fucking diss my white speakers. No.
Anyway, I'm actually stopping. I've got a dinner invite that I'm currently late for now. But
I'm going to go as well because I've just got a message from your new best friend apparently.
All right, who's that?
You fucker. Pip's so much funnier than you, Ty. Pip's lovely. Pip's hilarious.
Well, she is.
Yeah.
She is.
Yeah, fuck off, you lot. Hello. Anyway, she, who shall remain nameless, has just sent me a text going that dinner's ready. And there was nothing smiley about it. There was no laughing. She wasn't being funny then. So, fuck you.
Oh, so we got the best of it, did we?
So,
Say hi for us.
of course I will.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But
So
so
to get
I'm-
back up north. She needs to be back up north.
Oh, okay. What? What's that? What? Just leave me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I can see where you're going with that one. Yeah. So
So Tony,
Anyway, so-
new stuff. When are you going to get a Buchla system?
not going to happen.
I've heard that before.
Life's too, no. Honestly, just
Thank
life's
fuck
too
for that.
life's too short. Honestly, I have the same philosophy as was it Vince Clarke I read an interview with once, who just turned around and went, "Life's just too short." I already know the types of synthesis that I know and can relate to, and then over here, there's something which really doesn't kind of make sense, and I can't be bothered to get into it. And
It's good for
Yeah.
the brain. It's called neuroplasticity.
yeah, fuck off. Yeah, can't do it. It's so that's not happening. The fact that I've got into any kind of modular is enough for me. I'm not going down the Buchla front. It's not happening. Just not happening. So
It's not happening for me, any of it.
Said the man with a System 55 in your studio.
yeah, but it's a System 55 for fuck's sake. Anyone that knows anything about subtract synthesis
That
within
makes
5
sense.
minutes
Yeah.
would just get anything out of it. But that's not a Buchla system. You know, I mean, honestly, I'd look at the terminology in a Buchla system, just going, yeah, okay, and yeah, no. So, and I know my limitations. So
Yeah.
that's the other thing.
I think you'd need that one covered with LSD to actually start making sense of it.
Well, yeah, but more interestingly, what would you do to actually get any interesting sounds of it? And by interesting, I mean musical sounds out of it.
Start
Good.
small. Get some low
Yeah.
pass gates and build up from there. So-
Yeah, but would you get a booklet if it was in a white case?
Yeah,
Fuck off.
Yeah, you would. Shiny.
Do you know
that
what?
case.
Do you know what? I actually.
Shiny, my
Do you know?
precious.
I do have a Buchla system. It's known as a Volca modular.
Yeah.
Okay, and I've got two. I've
the
got
brown
two of
one.
those. I've got two of those. So that's it. That's my Buchla system.
Yeah, but
So-
what colour are they?
It doesn't matter what. It was only the fucking speakers. It wasn't anything else. It was just the fucking speakers.
What do you mean it doesn't matter what colour they are?
Fuck.
Actually,
I'm going.
Know what they are
Very
built
powerful.
for.
You do grill patches with it and stuff. So
Look, I'm going. So that I'm going to go have some dinner. I may pop back later.
I'm going.
If,
No.
No, I'm going. No, I'm staying. I'm staying. No, I'm going.
No.
He's doing an Ian.
All right. See you later.
He's
everyone.
doing, hey,
Take care.
do an Ian.
Mate, see you later, guys.
right.
Look after
See you later,
yourself.
mate.
Cheers, Si.
Be good. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, husky features. Right, Charlie.
Oh, and Jim's gone as well. Bye, Jim.
Yeah. Hello, it's the new
Oh.
Sinners Music signing.
Am I?
Yeah.
Where did I scribble my signature?
Yeah,
How
we
much
don't
is
do
he rich?
we don't do written contracts, mate. You're all right.
He does a
Bloody well will.
he does a Tony Wilson, doesn't he?
Yeah,
No
Yeah,
contracts.
it's all right.
no contracts.
Have
Although
a fag packet.
I think don't I need to sign it in blood? Isn't that what Tony
Allegedly,
Wilson
yeah.
allegedly did?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
What? Don't you stamp your feet at me?
How you doing, Andy?
I'm all right. I turned that down because Ty was very loud.
He was loud. Yes. I've just turned
He
mine
is always loud.
The sky is blue. Sun
didn't
comes
even
up,
have his-
sun goes down.
He didn't even have his mic on.
Yeah.
What?
Did you hear the news about Marshall?
Marshall,
What's up to
what the
Marshall?
speaker people?
Marshall amps.
Marshall
They've been sold today. Yesterday. And the funny thing is that the company who started to brand it their headphones, you know, the Marshall headphones, all the shit, the Z-Sound.
Yeah.
So they got like a 30 times bigger revenue than Marshall, so they bought them.
Oh well.
That is big. The Z-Sound, the guys who started making the headphones, branded as Marshall. Do you know Marshall headphones?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they're not made by Marshall. They're made by a brand called Z-Sound.
Oh yeah.
Z-Sound, sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
So they got more money than Marshall had. So they bought Marshall.
Well,
The irony
won't
of
bu-
life.
at
Because
least they weren't bought by Tesla and then they're battery operated.
so does that mean that they now own? Because There's is it Natal Drums? They're all part of it now, aren't they? There's.
The Z-Sounds, I don't know what they own.
I'm just trying to see what's on. Oh, fuck off cookies!
Oh yes.
No. Always want cookies.
Not those cookies.
Yeah. Sweden's Sound Industry.
Yeah, Z-Sounds.
The
Yeah.
thing is that Marshall was always family owned.
Yeah. Well, it's Milton. It's Milton Keynes, isn't it? They're like one of the massive, big employers there. Well, that's well. I mean, in a way, it's a shame, but if it means that the brand and the company go on,
well, there's some news for the show
Well,
tomorrow.
we'll see. I hope they will. No, they would be stupid to do that.
So you
We
joke
vote
about.
you, we shut you down.
I know. There's too much demand for Marshall, isn't there?
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
I mean, I don't know many guitar players. I try not to fraternise with them, but I've got a Marshall amp.
Selling England by the pound.
What about it?
Well, you know,
Great album.
It's a good album.
Yeah, but nothing belongs to Britain
Oh,
anymore.
I
It's
see,
all,
right.
it's all
Oh,
owned by
yeah,
foreign
oh, yeah.
companies. You know, so what is it? Marshall's now? Did he say it was a Swedish company?
Yeah, Swedish. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, well,
Did
look.
you see that the head of Yamaha
Yes, Robbie, you're right.
has moved?
Oh, right.
I got an email today from him. What is it? Change at the top of management. Can't remember his name now.
After 325
Yeah,
years.
he's the guy who basically runs Yamaha Europe. He's now going to go and run Yamaha Japan.
Ooh.
He's been there, God knows how many years. 26
Who is he?
years. Yun, I can't pronounce his name. Yun Nishimura?
All right, so Japanese person was running.
Yeah.
Well,
And he's
yeah,
been
that kind of makes
replaced
sense.
by Marco Papini.
Peroni. No, what?
Peroni.
Papini.
Papini.
Peroni.
Papini just sounds like a good Italian name.
Who
What's
has?
his name?
I have. I
I've
was
got
just
a
talking.
Papini.
I've got a pee. I was just talking to
Got a
my
huge Papini.
my cousin, who I'm going to go over and see in a couple of weeks' time. And they literally just told me today that the place where they think is going to be best to put my dad's final little bit of ashes, the place where he used to go and play as a child, when they used to go hiking, it's an hour and a half hike to this flipping place.
Get your boots on, Robbie. Get your
Yeah,
boots
I'm
on.
going to put my
Boots on.
boots in the car. And,
Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats.
so I think there'll be two groups. There'll be the younger siblings. They'll be off in the distance, and me and my stepmom will just be sort of like trudging up behind. Oh, it's chafing, isn't it? Yeah.
You suddenly become that old Italian guy
Oh, mum.
wheeling his bicycle up the side of a mountain.
Yeah. I love going up the mountains and coming down again, but as long as I'm in a car, this walking lark. Yeah, that. I've done something that I never thought I'd do. I gave my entire collection of electronic sound magazines and classic pop magazines. I gave them away. The guy offered me money. I said, no, you enjoy them. And I did it willingly.
How much money did he offer you?
We didn't get that far. He said, can I give you something? I said, no.
And then you woke up.
Your leisure is my pleasure.
Fair dues.
So,
You magazine whore.
I'll hold you to that.
I couldn't give my Sound on Sound magazines away.
they're the ones I kept.
Yeah.
They're the ones, and he only didn't. He didn't take them. Not that I was going to offer them, but he didn't. He said, "I said, I've got all these sound on sounds." He said, "Oh, so I've already got those." But he hadn't got. He'd meant to actually start collecting electronic sound from when it first went back into print with the 2.0. And I've got every copy from
I've
that,
got every copy,
bar
sure.
one. I was looking for it. I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
So he's now got every single copy from 2.0 onwards, minus the free CDs or the vinyl that came with them. And I'll still get them. I'll carry on. Start from scratch again.
I didn't bother because when at first they gave away free CDs, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, and then they stopped that, and then it's part of the subscription. I just have the basic subscription. I don't get the vinyl and the CD.
I quite like the fact that you get it's a decent 7-inch, and it's always interesting. There's it's worth having for the price. I read the magazine, I put it on the pile.
Yeah.
I listen to the record, it goes in the collection, and I just thought these magazines have been piling up over months and months, years. 2014 Classic Pop started, and I can't remember when Electronic Sound. They're up to 90 something, aren't they?
Yeah,
so that's 90 divided by 12. I don't know.
Is it me, or is this the most boring driving fails video I've ever watched?
Well, we do not want Robert to actually fail, right?
No.
We don't want him to drive into a tree or a bollard or a police car or anything like that.
Well, this guy that came to get my magazines, he texted me at like 5:45 because he was supposed to be here at 6:30. He texted me about 6:45. He said, I'm held up in traffic. There's been a massive accident on the A14. 3 vehicles, one of which is an Arctic lorry on its side. 4 ambulances, 4 fire engines, police cars everywhere, and an air ambulance.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, so you don't want to get mixed up in that shit. And he said there was a blue tarpaulin over the cab of the lorry. Which doesn't sound good. Yeah.
No, that's
not conducive with
survival.
Survival, yeah.
Oh dear, poor chap.
Does anybody else watch Doctors?
No.
Doing what?
We have to work, Robbie.
When's Doctors on, Robbie?
It's on at 2:45 in the afternoon, which is like when I'm sort of halfway through my lunch.
There's a 1:45 in the afternoon?
1:45 in the afternoon, yeah.
No, Robbie. No, we don't watch
One of the
TV
main
through the
characters
day.
died today.
Oh dear.
I need to get out more.
You do.
Well, there's nothing else to do. I'm up here all day. I go downstairs from lunch and I, put a bit of the news on and Doctors.
What do you mean on stage?
You watching your stories, Robbie?
Yeah.
I'm going to watch my program.
I am,
Be back
aren't
in
I?
an hour.
No, I don't watch it religiously, but if it's on, it's on. I get most upset on a Friday because they don't show Doctors on a Friday. They show something else like what's the
Death in Paradise?
No, not that good.
Yeah.
There's only 14 people live on that bleeding island.
Father
They've
Brown
all been murdered
Mysteries.
twice. Oh, we like Father Brown Mysteries then.
Yeah,
Father
they put-
Brown's good.
Father Brown Mysteries.
No.
I put on a Friday.
No.
And they had for a
I've never
while. They
watched
had this thing
Father
from
Brown.
Australia called the Heights. When they couldn't make things in the UK because of COVID, they bought in stuff, and there's this thing called the Heights, and it's an Australian thing, and it's actually rather good. And then they stopped when they could bring all their regular stuff back, and I'm like, no, what happened to good old boy over there? No.
Well, I don't know. How many episodes of Midsummer Murders are there? And what's
Far
the
too many.
population?
Oh,
What's the population of Midsummer?
Well, I'm really pleased to say that
One.
I have never watched one episode of Midsummer Murders or Doctors.
Well, you don't know what you're
I
missing.
can say that about Doctors. I can't
I
say about
do know what I'm
Midsummer
missing.
Murders.
That's the whole point.
But if you've never watched it, you don't know. You can't. And what's the other one?
The fact it's on in the middle of the fact it's on in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, but
Says
that's
it-
when I have
oh.
my lunch.
They changed the music in Death in Paradise. I stopped watching it.
I was
Did they?
Yeah.
I was at Aquafit this afternoon. That's why I never watched Doctors.
And you say I'm the old one. He's with his ladies down the gym.
I am. Yeah. Thank God there's no cameras. I tell you.
Yeah.
That's what you think, Ian.
Yeah. Exactly.
Tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's more
What-
fun to
what-
watch
what
the
tiny
juiciest
bit of-
criminal psychology stuff on YouTube. All the interviews with all the captured murderers and stuff. That's fascinating stuff.
Now, generally, what I tend to watch, I catch up with things like all the late night stuff from America, so Seth Meyers and Stephen Colbert, and I'll have those on in the afternoon when I'm working. If I'm not doing voiceover, which I was doing today.
Just started watching Watchmen TV series.
No, not seen that.
On the recommendation of my eldest, he said, because I remember the film and thought it was crap.
Right.
This was a few years ago. But no, it's all right, actually. I'm only in episode 2, but It's well done. You know, can't quite tell you what's happening at the moment.
No, we're doing at the moment it's Mandalorian and Ted Lasso on a Wednesday,
Ted Lasso's brilliant.
and then
Is Mandalorian on Disney?
yeah,
Yeah, I haven't got Disney yet.
yeah, and
Is
then
that-
Fridays it's Picard and what's the other one that's Hello Tomorrow, which is on Apple TV Plus and
I've got that.
is stunning. It's
What is it? What's it called?
it's called Hello Tomorrow.
Hello Tomorrow. What's it about?
And it's about a guy. It's set in the 1950s, but it's an alternate 1950s.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
1950s where all of the technological dreams that they had in the 1950s that were maybe played out on in TV and film have actually sort of come to be. So all the cars are floating cars.
Oh, brilliant.
And they don't have telephones, they have video phones, but it's all retro styled. It's all styled as it would have been had they had that technology in the 1950s. They've got floating robots that, waiters and stuff.
Wait
But
a
they're
minute. Wasn't there a computer game like this?
I don't know.
May well have been.
Where
More
a
than
trapped in a
likely.
vault and you had the 1950s where it was more futuristic.
Could have been
But done in
yeah.
the 1950s styling.
Yeah,
Fallout.
but it's
Fallout, thank you.
stunning. It's absolutely stunning. The visuals, are great, but the story is it's got Billy Crudup,
Oh, yeah.
who I think is amazing. Anyway, it's got Hank Azaria, and a whole bunch of other sort of familiar faces. It's got Did you ever watch Picard?
No, not seen it. Is that on
Picard's on Amazon
Amazon? I've got that. We
Yeah.
just haven't got around to it. I know it's on series 2, isn't it?
3.
Is it?
It's the last season. Yeah,
Yeah. We will get on to watching it.
do this season 3 is brilliant. If you're into your Star Trek, it's absolutely brilliant
I'm
because
not a massive Star Trek fan, but I mean,
all the
I did like
gang's coming back together.
I did like Next Gen.
Well, you'll absolutely love this because season 3, episode by episode, the gang is back together.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's
And-
super
Is
fan
it-
season.
Oh yeah, it's a complete
Service.
wank fest. Yeah, it's a complete wank fest. But
Yeah, it also turns out that plastic surgery isn't quite as good in the 26th century.
No.
well, actually, they Data came back last week, but it's not Data. It's another iteration of Data, but
It's
it's
an
still
organic
Brent
tissue
Spiner.
Make me fat.
But yeah, so yeah, they actually they concocted a part of the story that explains why Data is now, middle-aged, spread, and looking a bit old, because they actually came up with the technology to age androids or synths, which I always found quite amusing. They call them synths. Yeah, so it's really good. But no, Hello Tomorrow is brilliant because it's about a guy selling real estate on the moon because you can go and live on the moon. Brilliant. Or can you? And it's about a bunch of dodgy salesmen selling real estate on the moon, and people, is there actually something on the moon? Isn't there? Is it all a hoax? Is it fake? Is it real? But it's utterly joyful.
It's not fake. I saw it earlier.
Well, they
I
started
don't
calling
know.
it Synths in that Almost Human show, that British show about the androids.
The what? Sorry.
You ever see Almost Human, the British show
Oh,
about the androids? They started calling
It
them
was just
synths in that
Human,
show.
wasn't it?
Mm,
It was called
yes.
Human. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was good actually.
Oh, Humans, that's it. Yeah,
That
Humans.
was Humans. Yeah, no, it's good.
Are you going to give me a hard time over this? What? Stop stamping your feet.
Misdemeanor. Oh, I just read it.
Oh, you got it. Good boy. Here you go, pickle. No, because he's getting bits. It's when he doesn't get bits he starts start complaining, don't you? Eh? Don't you stamp your feet.
Oh dear me.
Come then, little boy down there. Oh, there you go. One for you, Nelly Belly. Where's Sissy? There you go, darling.
Well, I don't know what we're going to do on the show tomorrow.
Do you still have those suspenders?
Come on, it's fun.
There's no
No news.
There's a couple of things, but there's not 2 hours worth of things.
Oh, let's do a Fox version. Just make shit up.
I could do.
Yeah.
Just have a disclaimer
You
at
could
the
talk
beginning.
about. Could talk about music.
No,
No,
don't
really?
do that. No, not music.
You know, I mean,
But it's so subjective, Andy.
Well, I just
Let's talk about music. I finished first track after 13 years.
yay!
Woohoo!
Keep your hands on the wheel, Robert.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll get Andy to do it.
To be honest, that was thing which Tom was always kicking my balls about. That I have to go back to it. So I did.
Oh, excuse me, eyes are going again. Oh. Is the Poly D any good? Yes, Prometheus, it is, but it's a Behringer, and you got to understand you're buying a Behringer, but it sounds great, and it does all sorts of stuff.
But
It's
don't
really
use
cool.
the knobs.
It's got patch memories. No, no.
Are we talking about the one that I've got?
Behringer Poly D. No, not the Model D, the Poly D.
Oh, the poly. Oh, sorry, the poly D. I missed the word poly.
You can't have peas, they're too small. Really? Alright then. Alright, okay. There you go. A pea.
Hey.
Alright, and a pea for you.
Kent's just peed on the dog.
Yeah. Pea for
Ew.
you. Ooh. And a pea for you. There you
Hey, no kink shaming here.
go. No. Right.
No?
I imagine they're going to follow the plate
It's
now.
a clear
Hang on a sec.
comment.
Follow the play.
Right, come on.
Oh, dear me.
I'm coming with you. Yeah.
Well, this is fun.
Yeah. So, what's happening, chaps?
Same old, same old.
Bloom, bloom, bloom.
I'd like to know, Robert, where are you going? Or where are you coming back from?
Home. I was in the butcher's.
Okay.
She was frozen, but now she's okay.
He's making Soylent Green.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
I look forward to an ear there.
Jesus.
No.
I've just been telling before, guys, that a job as well, not only the summer thingy. Unfortunately, I have to feed few torpedoes at home.
Prometheus, each of the 4
Okay,
oscillators
I'm home.
is addressable separately on the Poly D. So you can set it so that you can play it monophonically, where you press one key and all 4 oscillators sound, or you can do different things, or you can do it so that it's polyphonic and you can have different sort of polyphonic modes. You can have it so that it cycles through. There are all sorts of voicing modes. It's not really polyphonic. It's you can address each oscillator, but then they're going through a single filter, single amps, and so on.
So it's paraphonic.
It's paraphonic, really, yes. Or whatever Mark Doty might call it.
But paraphonic is polyphonic.
Polyphonic without individual articulation. Get into a shop and try one out.
Yeah.
They do sound
If you can
nice.
find a shop, that is.
If you can find a shop. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, it's a stupid.
Andy Brooks,
Look.
Behringer's newest superseller.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not really. I did comment on a video from Ian War earlier. It popped up in my thing about Behringer mixers. Yeah, bye, Robert. And he basically made a quote. He said, basically, I think that Behringer mixers are a safe bet, and I felt obliged to comment. I bought 2, and both failed. That's a 100% fail rate.
Yeah.
That's not a good statistic, but they were both pre-17, which is when they went over to the new plants in China. which may well make a difference to what the mixers are like these days. I've got loads of synths and things like that have never been.
Are we talking about the small mixers, the little Xeon?
Oh no, I had a Xenix 2442. The Xenix 2442, all the mono channels just sounded like they were all feeding back across each other. It was terrible. The stereo channels were fine, but I suspect that's a separate strip, a separate board.
I had one of, I think I had one of them, but when I got it, it had a very hard life, and a couple of the channels were completely useless. You just couldn't.
Well, I also had, I bought a 1202 just as a stopgap measure, which was again a mistake, because actually what happened on that one was the left-hand output channel just died completely. So all it was doing was coming out the right-hand side. It was pathetic. Yeah. So that ended up in a skip, because there was no point even trying to repair that. And the 2442 is in a box down the corridor, awaiting for a time when I might get it repaired if it's worthwhile to get it repaired.
I've got a couple of the smaller ones. They seem all right. They don't get a lot of hammer though. I mean, I use them infrequently.
The little mixer I have on the desk here, or had on the desk until it got boxed up.
You had one, Robbie, didn't you?
Is a Xenix. What is it?
1204.
I think it's a 1204. Yeah, it's got it's rotary volume pots.
Yeah, that's I don't
with,
like that about them.
With a master slider, but it had enough inputs and outputs. So and then all my other mixers around are Behringer RX1602 line mixers. Excuse me, and they've been all right.
Talking about those, yeah.
I had an 802.
That's the 19-inch rack unit, isn't it?
Yeah. I had a little desktop 802, and the power supply went, and it's like a custom power supply.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they are.
The
expensive connectors on the back.
Yeah, so I'm just like,
yeah, I've got two mixers, only one power supply, because the power supply went. I've just looked at it now. It's quite old. It's the Euro Rack. Euro Rack mixer.
Yeah, that's what they still call them, the Euro Rack RX1602s.
Yeah,
and they're fine as little summing mixers,
Yeah, they're nothing. They're cheap for a start.
Yeah, 79 quid from Thomann.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I had to buy something else so I could get free shipping.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Right.
Yeah.
So Andy, you still up for this 88?
Oh yes.
All right, cool.
If you want me to give it a home, I will happily do that.
Okay, cool.
So I'm on holiday. For the next 2 weeks. I might be able to come and pay you a visit. That'd be lovely.
Ah, yeah, that'd be beautiful.
Can we get it in a Kia Picanto?
I don't know. Can we take the front windscreen out?
You probably get the Kia Picanto in the 88.
Yeah. Put some wheels on the piano. And you'll be all right.
Where there's a will, there's a way, or something. I'm not sure that.
Have a sledgehammer, will travel, kind of thing.
Okay, now there's got to be a way to do it.
I know what we can talk about tomorrow.
No, talk about tonight, and you don't have to talk about tomorrow.
We talk about waves tomorrow, can't we?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh God,
that's a good one.
Well, they made a big. Well, Sonic State yesterday. They made the U-turn. Didn't they?
Yeah. It was rather funny seeing that one.
It was interesting that Yoad wasn't on yesterday. I thought that was.
Well, I was expecting to be on to talk about it, and obviously not.
No.
The waves backpedal.
Yeah.
I think he realised that was going to be a flack thing, but
contentious to say the least.
He probably had nothing to do with it.
I mean, I've got a couple of Wave plugins now, but I think the ones I've got now are free. I had the whole suite back a long time ago, and then they did something where I think they were 32-bit, and when I moved over to a 64-bit computer, I would have had to buy them all again.
Yeah.
And I thought I'm not doing that. And I mean, I really quite like.
This is always my problem with computer-based stuff and computer software. It's not, none of it is permanent. Like you buy a Pro 1 in 1987, and you've still got it, even if it decays over time and Kent has to put it back to working order for you. But it's a different sort of thing. I mean, I've never even external units. I had a Tascam interface. I've had a Steinberg interface, and they've just stopped working.
I've still got an M box next door.
Yeah,
it came with my original version of Pro Tools, because you had to use that with you had to use an M-Box with Pro Tools. You know, when I first started using it. But you're right. I mean, it's just. I mean, I like the you know when I don't know if they still do them. They had the big knob, did the loudness one, and did a whole series of just. It was just very simple plugins from Waves that were just basically was it one knob or something like that, and they were great. But they did one thing really really well.
One knob to rule them all.
Yeah, but you just So if you needed loudness, then. It had a couple of little extra things on it, but fundamentally it's just one knob.
No, I ditched Waves, God knows, ages. It was before I went to Logic. I was living in the Reason world, and when they brought in VST support, I thought, oh, at last I can use these Waves plugins that I've accumulated either through donations or freebies or whatever, and they wouldn't work because they had. I can't remember what version this was. It was some years ago. They had some weird kind of wrapper that when you hosted a Waves plugin, it hosts it in like a unique wrapper or something. I can't remember exactly what.
Is this for Reason though?
Yeah, it wasn't a Reason thing. This was a Waves thing.
Oh, right.
But Reason didn't like it. So it was, like everyone else was fine with it. If you're using it in Cubase or whatever, it was okay. But in Reason, it didn't like it. So I thought, oh well, I'll just switch them off, and I just removed them and didn't bother. And then when I got into Logic,
was this the 32 64-bit thing?
No, it was
that they had issue with.
It could have issue with that, and that's when I stopped.
But this was a thing that when you scan through the plugins, it kept spitting it back again.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I mean, Kosh Takai will probably know better than I do because he's a big Reason guy. But yeah, it just didn't like it, and so I thought, oh well, I won't use them. I'll switch them off, and that's fine. And then when I got into Logic, I thought, I'll I'll resurrect them. That's the word I'm looking for. I'll resurrect them, and they said, oh, we've gone up a version. You've got to pay. I've got to pay again to use the plugins I already. Fuck you, and that was it. Gone.
That was
And never went
similar
back.
sort of thing that I had with them, really. Because I did like them until that. They were the main things that I used back in the day.
And
so I have a lot of old projects that if I ever go back to them, I'll just have to start again.
Swap
with
them out, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Richard Hilton would always. Tongue in cheek, speak about Waves in a rather disparaging way, because every plugin's $29.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly,
it's a super sale, and all our plugins are $29. When are they not?
Yeah. Exactly.
You'd never get away with that under trading standards.
No. I mean, I actually think the company I've got it's a mothballed really, but I've got an old PC next door, which is the thing running the M-Box, and I think the Waves plugins might still be on there. But I haven't looked at it for at least a couple of years, so I might be able to look at an old project. And
I'll tell you what. In other news, Ollie put that video up of that Minecraft track.
Oh yeah, I've not looked. I saw he put it up.
Talk of the devil! I woke him up.
Oh, hey!
I got rid of him again.
My ears were burning.
Yeah. So he put this track up. He said, "Oh, you got to thank me for this because I was the one that was talking about it." That's not the track I was talking about.
Does he know yet? Or did he know now?
No, I haven't told him yet.
Evening, Richard.
Hi, Rich.
Hey, hi, Pat. Hi, guys.
You've counter-inspired him.
I'm only here briefly because I have a meeting in 20 minutes in a location that's not here, so I can't stay very long.
But, you look like you're in a hotel.
No, I'm at my house.
Okay. Look,
just a different view.
Yeah.
Well, because the computer that you usually get the view from has now officially been declared a brick.
No.
Oh no.
And I've just purchased the next one, which is what I've been doing for the last hour.
Oh, you have got it then? You have
What'd you
bought it
get?
now?
Well, I don't have it, but I've ordered it.
I mean, you've got that is the one you've gone for, yeah.
Mac Studio.
I'll have the monitor tomorrow.
So it's definitely a Mac Mini or a Mac Studio.
Yeah.
Correct, and in fact, it was until this afternoon. It was going to be a Mac Mini, but it's a Mac Studio.
Nice.
and it should arrive in a couple of weeks, actually. So,
All right.
You steered me wrong.
Sadly, every computer becomes a boat anchor after a while. So
what'd you say, Andy?
I said, sadly, every computer becomes a boat anchor after a while. So.
Yeah, well, this one just went completely dark, and then they wanted a logic board replacement.
Oh,
But I
hello.
Oh, look at that! What's that?
Oh no, just that's for Prometheus. We were talking about mixers and bearing of mixers and the things that I've got instead. And this little Alto, it's really chunky, weighs up. It's metal, weighs. It's a hefty piece, and it's great. It works really well. So I was just saying to Prometheus, it's worth checking out the Alto range if you're looking at
Cool.
looking at mixers. So
It's the most common mixer at Guitar Center now. So.
oh, is it? Well,
Yeah.
yeah, well, it's the same company as Akai. So
Is it?
it's all under that. It's all under
In
that-
music.
yeah, it's one of theirs.
Cheap,
Legendary recording console company.
Yeah, the
but cheap.
yeah,
and-
they are cheap, but in terms of like the build quality, they are better
was
than
it.
the Behringers. So
it looks quite well built. Actually.
Yeah.
yeah, it's good. It's a good
Yeah.
good thing.
And Robbie, to address your inference about Waves, much as I like to take the piss, I'm actually much more pissed off at them still about the $29 impact that has had on our business than
Oh yeah.
than what happened this week, which
Yeah.
is really no big deal. Actually, what they said was, "We'll give you everything for $10 more." Was really, if they offered it that way, everybody would have said, "Oh, this is a great idea." But instead, they offered it like, "We're going to take away your goodies and we're going to replace it with all this," and that
Yeah, it was
But
a
ultimately,
PR
it
cock up,
ended up-
wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
ultimately, it
big
was
time.
$10 more than the current WUP to own everything they make. So that's not really such a bad deal, and they're not necessarily evil.
No, they pitched it. They just pitched it wrong, didn't they?
Yes.
It really was a. So somebody in their PR department needs a.
Is looking for
probably
a
get
job.
good
No,
bottom
they're
spanking.
they're all begging our forgiveness now on a daily basis. I get an email, with one more, plea for forgiveness. So
We're really sorry. Yeah, well, at least they're big enough to be able to do that.
well, they kind of
Well,
like being in
yeah.
business, I guess.
Yes,
To be
I
fair,
suppose they
they've
do, Richard. Yes.
They've got no choice.
But anyway, forgive me, guys. I really have to run. I just
All right,
wanted to-
darling.
Always a delight to see you.
Cheers.
Yeah,
Wish
take
you
care.
Good to see you, friend.
Bye, Rich.
See you soon.
See you later, Fruitbat.
Bye.
Cheers, mate.
See you later, fruit bat. Oh, thanks for that.
I always call him Fruitbat or darling or honey.
Yeah, we all get called fruit bat from time to time, Andy.
Yeah, mate, I love it because when he messaged me, he goes, "Hey Kent," and I go, "Hello, young man." He really likes that. He really likes that. Mate. Yes.
Yeah, you can get a whole hour out of Waves tomorrow then.
Well, I've
people
invited
be
a couple
bored
of
of it.
people along who are known for their what's the term? Abundance of
Contentiousness.
verbiage.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
you've invited Ty on. Okay, that'd be fun.
Actually, no, I haven't because I
Oh.
always assume Ty's busy, although he's not. Actually, is he? At the
He's
moment?
not. He hasn't been busy since '78.
Why don't you just say Candyman in the mirror 3 times?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Or was it 5? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
I imagine he's already assembling the Wicker Man for me.
Yeah, no, he's making the voodoo doll. Ken, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's
Sticking it in the lid of the grand piano.
it's not a wicker man. It's a wattle and daub man.
Oh God, that's
Oh,
worse.
there you go.
Oh dear. Oh no.
No. What? No, here we go. No, I was not. I'm just. All right. Yes, I was.
You live too
I'll
far
shut up.
north. I need a translator. What did he say?
And jabs. And a passport.
You're not welcome up here.
Chaps on a passport.
Ian, we definitely do not speak with that accent.
No, we don't. No.
Or Robbie's part of the world, I think.
Sun doesn't
Exactly.
go down till 1
Yeah,
o'clock in the
I'm-
morning.
I'm not good at accents, so you cannot tell.
Oh dear. Oh, thanks for that. I needed that laugh. Oh, that's better.
Happy to serve.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm still smarting from Robbie's insinuation that we don't have washing machines in the north of England. I'm still
When did I say that?
I think he meant soap.
He's always wearing a soap. He's always wearing our Pro Synth Network work gear, and he's always it just pongs a bit. And I go, fuck off.
Yeah, but they do though, don't they?
I don't have to use a washboard and a mangle, Those days are past.
I used to do
two
this
rocks, mate. 2 rocks.
Well, I used to do
those
this
dolly
thing.
things. Remember those?
Oh yeah, dolly.
Yeah.
When I was doing actual like classroom training jobs, and I used to go to interviews, and invariably, if you're going for a job as a trainer, they want you to give a session on something, just like a little bite-sized nugget of something.
How to use a mangle.
No, well, you're not far from the thing. So, have you ever seen that video? It came out on the internet years ago of a quick way to fold T-shirts. Basically, you pinch it, you go like this, and So I saw that and I thought, that's cool. And I had this job interview and I thought, what do I do? What do I do? Oh, I'll teach people how to fold shirts. That's amusing and it's interactive and they have to do something. I have to show them a process and they have to repeat the process and there'll be a knowledge check thing at the end. But I thought, how do I make this fun and interesting? So I concocted this story, which is mostly based in truth. That, I told them this story about, my grandparents in Italy living in the mountains. They didn't have washing machines, so they had to wash in the river. And what they found was that, washing in the river, there's certain minerals in the thing that is really good for your clothes, and you get work up a good lather. That always gets a laugh. Work up a good lather and all this kind of stuff. And then I proceed to show them, this is how they fold the shirts and do this thing, and everybody laughs and has a bit of fun, and it never has failed for me. I've always got the job where I've done that as my part of my interview. But one of my managers, every few weeks or so, he kept saying, so tell me again how your nonna used to hand wash things with rocks in the river and stuff. And it would always go on. And but they used to do that. They still have, in fact, the basins, these stone basins by the side of the river every few miles that the women used to go down and do all their washing, with the river coming down. And they do have minerals because the water is green. It's like a jade green.
Copper.
Stunning. Yeah, absolutely stunning.
And you can play Zydeco music too.
Sellafields just up the road, but that's a coincidence.
Oh dear.
Yeah, well now rivers are brown coloured, really, aren't they?
Well, around here they are.
Around here as well. Yeah.
That's because in this country we've got soil, and it runs down into the rivers when it rains.
No, it's because we've got private. No, it's because we've got
shit.
privatised water companies.
Yeah,
Literally
exactly.
pumping raw shit into
More than anything else, mate.
This is also true.
Is it
unfortunately.
300,000 times or something? There was something massive amount of note. It was on, on Twitter.
Really shocking.
I think it was 300,000 times in the last year that they've had, they've dumped effluent in the bloody sea and the rivers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we should withhold our water payments and things like that and say no. But how long will that will last? I've no idea.
They just cut the water off, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Can they though? Are they allowed to do that?
Oh, I don't
I
know.
don't think they are. No, they're not.
We should start it then.
Not allowed and doing are two separate things.
Well,
That's true.
This is true.
As any court of law will tell you.
I was reading an article the other day about these companies, electricity companies, that were breaking in and fitting prepay meters, which was utterly shocking. I'm very happy to see that the bottom of the table. I mean, I was disappointed that they'd done it 32 times across the country over a period of time. Was my electricity company, but it was the very best of the bad. The worst ones were like Centrica and British Gas and. I can't remember what the other one was.
Well, we got the email today saying about they said with our gas tariffs, they said it's dropped, it's gone down. Big bold letters, 0.2 pence.
Hey,
cool.
Something.
And then in smaller writing, your standing charge is now 58 pence more expensive than it was last year.
Yeah, they'll get it off you somehow.
Oh, they take with one hand, give with the other. Normally the taking hand is bigger than the giving hand, but there you go.
Yeah.
I did notice that my electricity bill for this month has gone down by about £40 over the previous month. And I think that's a little bit of price drop, and also mostly the fact that it's getting warmer. But I eventually had to cave in and fill up my oil tank. So,
Well,
I now owe them £1,000 that I still have to pay off whilst I'm paying my
for
gas and
a
electric
new
in the new
place.
place. Yeah. It's not like I've gone into another place with oil. So, lesson learned.
That'll be cheaper in the long run as well, though, Robert.
Oh, it will. It absolutely will. And the fact we're coming into the warmer months means that,
yeah.
because normally I pay the same amount for my oil every month throughout the whole year, because I use more in the winter and then pay it off during the summer. Or I might just pay the whole lot off. I don't know. I got my bonus the other day, which was handy, but it really sickens me that you get this
I'd love a bonus.
Yeah,
I'd love to get a bonus.
I haven't had one for a while, and I was just like,
Never get bonuses.
Going to spend that on something nice, or but you don't have to worry about spending money when you're on holiday. You got a nice little it's already started spending it. Washing machine, dishwasher.
Here's a puzzler for
vacuum
you.
cleaner.
Right, Manny's in the chat. Why isn't he playing his Osmos?
Because he's on his lunch break.
He
And
still
his
should be
Osmos is
playing.
at home.
He should have brought it to work with him.
Should have done.
Yep. Sorry. Should have.
Can you
And
imagine
be
that?
playing it while
Can
he's
you just
doing
hold your
people's
mouth
gobs.
open there whilst that
Yeah.
sets, and I'll just
Yeah.
knock out
Just
a
say
tune on the Osmos.
and I'll sample it. See, brilliant, eh? Yes. He's hopefully Manny's going to be able to answer the important questions, like how good is it as a controller? Playing other instruments give you access to other sounds and stuff.
Well, if he's not working tomorrow, he can come on the show. But I fear he probably will be.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be cool.
Oh, fucking hell.
So,
Rock and roll.
yeah, absolutely. Go on, give us a joke, Robbie.
What's 99 plonk? What goes 99 plonk?
Go on.
Centipede with a broken leg.
Wooden leg.
Well,
Have I
close.
not cracked that joke before? I thought it was the only joke I know.
When you have a big gathering, who is it spends all their time in the toilet?
Andy from Sonic State.
No, the party pooper.
Oh!
Boom.
That was actually quite good, actually. Well,
Yeah, it wasn't bad, was it?
Yeah, I saw Andy from Sonic State at the memorial. He was still talking about you bursting in on him.
Was he really?
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
No. Can't believe that. He looked quite shocked and didn't seem to realise what I was talking about when I mentioned it to him at Synthfest. He was like, gave me a look as if to say, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, oh, right, okay, that's.
He's tried to forget. You see.
Yeah.
So he's obviously scarred, emotionally scarred, and he's burying it deep down.
Oh,
Don't touch me, Anna. So-
Where's there a bugger?
oh God! Just looking at my meetings for tomorrow. I forgot one. Tomorrow's my last day at work. For 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
And you know what happens? It's like everything will happen tomorrow. Oh, Rob, can you do that? Rob, I need this by no matter how much I've preempted it by saying for the last few weeks, I'm not going to be here for the first 2 weeks in April. It'll still. My boss said to me, emailed me yesterday, I need a video making. Oh yeah, I'll just knock that out. Well, actually, I did. I knocked it out in about a day and a half. So I don't do myself any favours by doing it in such a short space of time, because now they
Stop
expect
it, Andrew.
all
Don't go
planned.
there. Just don't go there. Just don't go there.
No, don't. I was trying to ignore you.
But it wasn't working.
Dear.
There is a little word that is also quite good. You just say no.
No. I said that a lot today.
No, not here. No.
My son asked if on the Wednesday of next week when we are moving house, can I go out for lunch with my mates? No.
Nope.
Last night, can my mates come in? No. My daughter this evening, can you go to Bury St Edmunds and pick me up a bookcase? No. I'm saying it a lot in the last few days.
Good.
Oh, look at that. Manny isn't working tomorrow, but he's lecturing. Never mind.
Oh, is he
He isn't working, but he's lecturing.
He's
You're
lecturing at the Music
for free.
Technology Department at Carnegie Mellon University.
Right, I'm sure he's getting. You get paid for that, surely, Dr. Synth. You must do.
Should
I
do.
hope so.
Voluntarily.
I have a fee for university lectures.
I have a fee when I get. Yeah.
Must
Huddersfield
actually-
paid me 120 quid for turning up.
I,
Just for turning up, which was great.
I do it in school. I do seminars in school, and I don't get a penny because I'm
You get a
contracted
salary.
to work there.
But you're on staff, aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
you're tenured.
I have to give up my own non-contact time to do that. But I do it because I care. Anyway, by the by.
It's how you say it.
It's the sort of thing I actually enjoy. It's the sort of thing that makes my job worthwhile. Those little bits that you do. I'll say for free or through generosity or because I've got the experience in that field and I can bring something, and I enjoy that. I always have done. So I'm not really bleating on because I will continue to do it regardless. So
I enjoy the fee.
well, good. I'd love it if they gave me an extra fee for the hassle and expenses of lugging gear from Sheffield to wherever it is near Nottingham and saying, right, come on then. But no, I would. I'd still do it. So. Because the students appreciate it. They love it. They absolutely love it. Getting their hands on these bits and bobs and messing about. And the last one where I actually took the modular case and let them have a mess about with that and various little other things like the Volkers and it was cacophony, but we had such a good time.
Do you think someone with absolutely no interest in modular or the hardware jammy type scene thing, do you think somebody like that could put on an EMOM?
Of course, yeah.
And get away with it?
Well, Robbie, you're not that person. Right, you might have no interest in modular, but you're not anti-hardware. You're struggling under the weight of it.
Rob,
you've got loads and loads of hardware. You've got loads of bits and bobs that you could use.
I don't necessarily want to do it myself. I don't want to perform.
Are you talking about trying to put one on in someone like Bury St Edmunds or not Folkestone? Where is it? Phoenix.
Stowmarket.
Stowmarket. Those places down there.
Simon, who does the York one, doesn't do modular.
No.
No. Plays with synths, but he doesn't do modular. You don't have to do modular to. No.
In fact, most people don't.
No, exactly.
You very rarely see modular systems at EMOMs. Because people...
That's a plus. Sorry, no.
York gets one, maybe two on a.
I don't know how big. There must be a whole bunch of people because if there's a bunch of people around Norwich that do it,
there will be.
Squeeze them out of the woodwork. No, I was just thinking because now
if you're doing it in that part of the world, you'd have people coming down from Norwich, you'd have people coming from Ipswich, you'd have people coming from, you've got Bury St Edmunds, Stowmarket, there's places in Essex, Colchester, and so on, which are in relatively easy access.
Yeah.
So
York gets people from Hull, Leeds, even Sheffield, Wigan.
Because it's well connected. Well, Wigan, yeah. Dave.
That was Dave, yeah.
Dave and Dots coming over from
Dave
Wigan.
and Dots came over from
the Wigan Massive.
Yeah, exactly. This is brilliant.
Only some of us are crazy enough to bring modular to an EMOM, so.
Yeah, well,
But yeah,
No, it was just a thought I had because I thought, well, now I'm actually going to be a townie, and I'm literally like a 10-minute walk from the venue. So, and I've always
If you've
wanted
got a
to try.
suitable venue.
Well, we've got the John Peel Centre.
Oh yes.
has he got a PA?
Oh, it must have.
Oh, I know
must
the people. I know the people that work there. So, you know, as long as they would be conducive to hosting the night, they've got a bar, so there's something for them to sort of get something back on, because obviously they are pretty much voluntary, apart from Sheila, who obviously, you know, John's widow.
Find out when the
she calls
deadest night is in the week, and they'll almost certainly let you do something, because you'll be saying, well, there'll be people coming. You know, if
They
you've
do
got
all sorts of things. I mean, they host gigs, obviously.
Yeah.
Whether it's music or stand up or other, you know, arts and cultural things, but they also do nights. Like my wife occasionally goes to one. What do they call it? It's like it's for women, and it's just like, you know, somebody plays a bunch of music, and they just go and have a dance, and he's gone, and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
What do they call it? What they call it now. But yeah, they do all sorts of different. So I was just thinking, you know, now I'm in town, it would be easier for me to
get in touch with Martin Christie, who's the EMOM founder and umbrella man, and talk to him. He'll give you the ins and outs of that. You know, what works, what doesn't. How to organise, you know, because everywhere does it slightly differently.
Yeah.
You know, and how many people are you expecting to get? How many people do you want to actually try and put on? Are you wanting to go act one after the other? In which case you'll need two tables while one person is playing, the other person is setting up, and give them, you know, the 15 minutes. 20 minutes, which means that the other person's got 15 to 20 minutes setting up time. And most people know this, and they will adjust what they're doing so that, you know, if somebody's just using a groove box and another thing, you do see some people coming down with you know, great big, you know, 3-tier keyboard stands and this, and trying to plug in. You know what time, you know, and you learn quickly that actually that doesn't work. So, but oddly enough, turning up with a module and a couple of bits, it works really quickly because it's ready to go, even if it isn't.
I guess what I'm more worried
sounding.
about. I guess what I'm more worried about is, you know, actually having people sort of turn up to not necessarily just to to be an audience, but actual performers. Because I don't really know, I'm not really connected to any sort of scenes around here. So I guess maybe the first time I do it, I would have to maybe make it an invitational and see if some of you guys, you know, the regulars could make it across to Suffolk, and
I don't
at
think
least
you need
bolster
to do it.
the roster.
If you get in touch with Martin Christie and the EMOM group on Facebook, and you know, you fix a date 3 months down the line or 4 months down the line and say, this is going to be the date of the Stowmarket EMOM at, you know, the John Peel. Just saying it's if you can get it at the John Peel Centre, that will be cachet enough for a lot of people.
True.
And just say you're putting the feelers out for people in the area or further afield who will be interested in playing at this, and get a list of people. You know, you might say, well, I'm keeping 3 slots open for people who just turn up. You might want to do it genuinely open.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just put the feelers out and see how it goes. You know, I mean, that's basically what Jamie did when he set up the Blackpool one.
I mean, the one that they had in the in London at the Tile Yard. Now, I was quite interested in going down and doing that one, but I didn't want to make the trip all the way down to London and not perform, because they'd gone with the approach that it was literally open to, you know, there was no
whoever turned up,
you might get your 15 minutes, and so
which is no good if you turn up with a Jaspers and 3 keyboards.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, certainly I like the ones where you know there is a list, you're on the list, you know,
Yeah, I mean, it's open insofar as if you say you're interested, you'll get a slot.
Yeah. I mean,
until they're full.
The last York one was, I think Simon had 26 on the list.
Wow.
And I dropped out because I said, look, I do it most of the time, so I'm happy to drop out. I'm coming anyway. And then he sort of messaged me at 4:30 and said, "Oh, you're on," because literally loads of people had dropped out.
Well, yeah.
And so that does happen. Things happen. So you who is it that is it Brawny who does the one where if you sign up and you don't get to perform, you're definitely on the next one. There's somebody who does that.
Yeah, Brawny does do that.
That's quite a nice idea as well.
Yeah.
No, do it, Rob.
Again,
it won't be for a little while because obviously I've got plenty on my plate as it is. But
Keith in Watford saying also have a chat with
Robin,
the Norwich.
Yeah,
I speak to Robin most days.
Club.
Yeah,
so
yeah, obviously I'd probably hit up the Norwich crew first because they're the ones that I know that there's clearly a bunch of people.
Yeah.
There.
How long does it take to drive? It's about 40 minutes, isn't it? I mean, that's.
Yeah.
I mean, I've driven from Sheffield to Derby. That's 40 minutes, an hour.
Yeah.
Likewise, people are willing to do it generally.
There's one in Wakefield. Is it Wakefield? Oh no, Doncaster's coming up actually.
Doncaster's going to be on in Doncaster.
Yeah, and that's because Doncaster is it's like
out of bed into Doncaster.
It's an hour for me, but. And like Leeds, to be fair, Leeds is technically an hour as well. So but no, and I thought now the nights are getting later.
How did you hear about the Doncaster thing? Because I've been looking at it.
It came up on. It was on Facebook. Somebody.
I've not seen it.
Somebody had posted on one of the Sheffield one, I think. It might have been. It must have been the Sheffield one. Because they didn't post it on the York Facebook group, saying that they were going to do it, and I think it's in May. And I replied and said, "Well, I'm interested. I mean, I don't quite know if I could do it in May now, but at the moment, but if not that one, I'd be up for doing another one. But Doncaster sounds interesting.
Well, I better have a look for that because
I do. Yeah, there's Wakefield as well. Wakefield,
Well served up here, aren't we? We really are
actually. Yeah, the next York one is going to be June, I think, or July. So.
Oh, excuse me.
But we're it's good up here for them, really.
I think there'd be more sort of like a bit more southern Middle England. I mean, the places down there, but there doesn't seem to be anything at all. I mean,
well, there are some that aren't called EMOMs. There's the one in Frome, which is called something else. And I watched Gaz Williams' session, and then I went on. There's a YouTube sort of page by the guy who runs it. And he's only got some like 30 subscribers, but some of they're not complete shows, but you get a flavour for it. It's just in a basement somewhere, but it seemed like a really, really good thing, And plus, I was thinking of moving to Frome. It's one of the places we are looking at.
You can't go down there.
It's. I know. Sad. I know, but when the rest
limbs
of the
will fall off.
The what? Sorry.
your limbs will fall off, and other appendages.
You're probably right. I mean, the problem is that when the rest of the family, apart from my mother, is living in the south, then
It is pronounced like that.
It is, yeah. I mean, it'll be harder once we have grandchildren. Not that we're going to get any grandchildren anytime soon, but. I think Jane wants to be within an hour so that she can do the babysitting thing. Which is fair enough, really. But I don't know what it'd be like to live out of Yorkshire. I've only ever lived in Yorkshire.
Well, people look at you funny when you speak like that, Ian.
Good. I'm quite happy for that. I don't mind that. They'll think I'm from Newcastle. That's what usually happens if I go down south.
Exactly. I knew. My brother tells me off because whenever I go down to see him, he lives in Harpenden, sort of near St Albans, and he notices that the further south I go, the more northern my accent becomes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now then, they all have a pad. You what?
The boys are starting to lose their northern accent a bit because they've lived down in London for a few years now. Well, they were Bristol first, and then they moved to London. So, but they're getting more of a cosmopolitan accent and definitely less Yorkshire.
My sister was, well, I think she was born in Norwich, but she moved here to Suffolk when she was about 2. So, and she grew up in Suffolk. So she's definitely got a proper Suffolk accent, which I've kind of picked up a little over the many years that I've been here. But she pretty not strong, but strong enough. And then she went to uni in Preston, and then ended up lived in Manchester. Now she's in Stockport, and she has this rare blend of that sort of
Preston.
Mancunian and.
So she were all the R's like that.
No, she was only there at
from
uni.
Burnley.
No, she only lived there while she was at uni, and then she moved into Manchester. And
She thought down through her nose like she's got a cold, innit,
But her fellows,
Manchester, the great metropolis, when everything happens, it's great in Manchester, innit,
her husband is from Salford, I think.
Sorry.
So she does. Yeah, it's just this weird combination.
What did he say? What did he say?
No, don't worry about it, Kent. It's not really very important.
It's kind of like Ben Simpson's accent, isn't it? Isn't that where he's from, or what's...
No, he's a Scouse, isn't he?
No, he's not.
He's not. He's from Warrington.
He's
They're sort
Warrington.
of pseudo-Scousers.
It's like
It's sort of Scouse with the edges taken off a little bit.
It's a combination of Liverpudlian and Mancunian, isn't it? Really.
Wow.
It's sort of long drawn out vowels, like
Yeah,
that, but
sort of a twixt in between. They can't make their own bloody minds.
he supports Liverpool, but yeah, it's like Gary Barlow.
Oh yeah,
Gary Barlow.
Sorry, Andy. You must think, what are these?
No, not at all. I
guys
mean,
on?
hey, I grew up with Monty Python, so I heard all the crazy accents.
Yeah,
I just didn't know where they're all from, so I didn't.
You just all you have to do is go 20 miles in this country and the accent changes considerably. It is quite mental, but it's all historical. It's all.
I had a guy come and
linguistically
repair my
documented.
windscreen today from a town called Diss, and Diss is
I
about
know
10
Diss.
miles.
Yeah, I know this.
So
About 10 miles south.
Not the
And
solstice, which just
literally
it's
on the
equinox.
Norfolk-Suffolk border. And when he came over, it was like I kind of regressed because it's only like 10 miles away, but he had a proper Norfolk accent. And I was, this is love. I love that accent.
I mean, I would expect it with more isolation, but since everyone kind of mingles, why would the accents be so different, so close together?
Historical.
Yeah.
It goes way back, Andy. It goes back, to the times before people actually moved great distances from one place to another, like we can do now. The different, the different tribes that actually settled in the British Isles and populated it, and the interminglings thereof. It's really very fascinating. Well, I find it fascinating to go into it, but it has a great bearing, and they last. They endure. Those the accents endure. The dialects are slowly dying out. So the actual sort of word stock of these funny variations, they are largely dying out. I mean, some words will linger. Some words will continue in their local areas, but by and large,
I mean,
and that's
India's
all to do
wild
with
because there's
the
so many
language.
actual languages in a small area, but
Yeah.
that's even crazier. And like places like New Guinea, it makes sense because they had actual physical isolation.
Yes.
With 600 something languages in New Guinea, it makes sense. But when people are fairly close together, like a cart ride away, like an afternoon or a day or something like that, it's weird that they would have so many different.
Like 400 years ago, the speech of the northeast of England would have been unintelligible to the people of the southeast of England. It would have been very difficult. You'd have found some common ground
Still
eventually. It isn't, Robbie. It isn't. I know people say these things, but it isn't really. There's been a great. The media has caused a great levelling in many ways.
We have that in the U.S. with the Southern folks, so.
Yeah, quite. The other interesting thing in terms of language that I find fascinating is that the US, the United States accents and pronunciations, they actually preserve the sounds of British English as it was spoken in the sort of like the 16th and 17th centuries. Those were the so if we'd heard Shakespeare speaking, he would have sounded to our modern English ears American. Which is quite, or there'd have been sounds which would have gone, oh, he sounds like an American, rather than oh, isn't he a rather plummy British speaker? Because that accent that we all think of plummy British.
You mean he doesn't sound like Joseph Fiennes?
That's
fuck's sake.
Absolute affectation. It's a product of the public school system of the 1800s. Yeah, received pronunciation.
That's it. Received pronunciation.
Yeah, it's a product of the English. Yes, but BBC English now isn't received pronunciation.
No. The original, the old BBC accent.
Of course, that was the accent that most people would be able to understand.
Yeah,
but no, it's the public school way of speaking, and it's an affectation. And
we've had a similar tone.
Rooted out of English. Get rid of
the old movie newsreels they had here with the guy. They would talk this like, and so we have this guy talking like this, and I don't know. It's kind of almost like a similar affect,
Yeah. Hey, look, Houston, my father's car is a Jaguar. No, it's not. It's an Ilman
I got told once by a DJ when I was an aspiring DJ myself, trying to break into radio, and I didn't think I had a regional accent. And he told me, he said, if you want to get anywhere, you've got to lose your regional accent. This was in the 80s. So you've got to lose your regional accent. You've just got to. You see, listen to the radio. The only people that can get away with having a regional accent are people like Terry Wogan, and even his accent was very mild. It was, it was more of an acceptable Irish than, hard Irish.
There you go. No.
Yeah, but it was a very soft, lilting thing, and I was like, no, I don't want to do that. And then, of course, 10, 15 years later, all the big DJs on radio were talking with regional accents, from all over the place. So, it was weird, but I refused to do it.
But if you go from,
I'm putting together a live setup.
Hey,
I know.
If you travel throughout East Anglia, and that's obviously where my knowledge is best, you can go from Norfolk into Suffolk, and there's a distinct difference. Although I guess an outsider might not hear it, but I can tell somebody who's from Norfolk, and I can tell somebody who's from Suffolk simply by their accent. And then you get further towards Essex. North Essex still has a lot of the Suffolk accent, but as you get closer to London, you get estuary Essex, which is not, but it's not like London. A London accent is a very distinct form of that, whereas the estuary Essex is softer. Hasn't
that whole area been taken over by people from London who've been successful?
Well, London
and they've moved out.
We've all the way throughout East Anglia, we've all, for decades we've suffered, since the war especially, when, for example, they were trying to encourage businesses to go to Norfolk, and so they basically, companies like Thermos, who make the flasks and stuff, and others, uprooted their entire factory and workforce and threw them into a town called Thetford in Norfolk. And built a housing estate for their workforce. So they had this massive influx of Londoners who just literally got dumped in the middle of the countryside because that's where their jobs were, and they were sold this kind of dream of living in the countryside. And all it ever did was just create an estate that then kind of became, rough and ready, and and then of course the factories then closed, and then you got loads of people out of work, and it wasn't very pleasant. But you can sort of you can hear the accents change as you pass through, and East Anglia is, I mean, it's quite a sizable chunk of the country, but even in that small, you can go from the Fens, in Cambridgeshire, across to Norfolk, down to Suffolk, down to Essex, and have completely sort of different accents, southern accents anyway, in just that sort of area. It's but I love it. I love, it's an identity. I love the fact that when I'm with other Norfolk people, I start talking in the Norfolk accent, because that's what I was brought up and raised with.
Yep. Steve Elbow, Stan Laurel was from
Carlisle,
Whitehaven.
wasn't he?
Whitehaven in Cumbria.
Yeah, Cumbria.
Whitehaven, yeah. Mate from Whitehaven.
Yeah. God, why have I got a head full stuffed full of crap knowledge like that?
We learn something new every day.
All
and you've taught
knowledge
me
is
something
good.
today.
All knowledge is good.
I do have a fascination for accents and dialects and things. It's one of the things I specialised in when I was at university. I really, really enjoyed it, because they're even today, nothing is fixed and it's still fluid. Everything's always been in a state of flux. And the idea that something is right and correct is fairly nebulous. That's grammarians trying to fix things, and it's only ever fixed in a moment in time, and then 20 years later it's moved on and things have changed. And that's still happening today. I mean, like collective nouns is a good example of that. Manchester United are top of the league table. No, Manchester United is a team, it's singular. Manchester United is at the top of the league table, but nobody says it. Our collective nouns are becoming pluralized. In modern German, for example, collective nouns are still resolutely singular. And it's just it just fascinates me, because it's everything just is it moves. Nothing is fixed, no matter what any kind of highbrow grammarian may say. The language is what people actually use, regardless of what people in ivory towers might say. So that's always fascinating. It's fascinated me for years, that was.
Yeah, Stephen Fry made some sort of comment. He was asked about the language that the younger people are using, all of these text abbreviations, and he just said, look, it's language. It evolves. It's never meant to stay in one place. It always changes. It always reflects the society of the day.
He studied English language and history, I think, didn't he, or classics or something.
Yeah.
He does have a background in that anyway as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah.
Although ... Thanks, David. I'm just wondering what kind of a live setup Kent is actually doing, because he's put 15 boxes on there.
Well, a big one.
A big live setup.
Yeah.
Is this for your hardware jams?
No, this is something I want to start doing anyway. I've set up some
Great.
cameras over here. I'm just going to have a feck about. It's good
Fantastic.
practice for
Cool.
when the
Yeah,
big
get it
one
done.
comes round. When the big one comes round.
Get it done for hardware jams, and let us know
good
when the
for-
date
yeah.
the big one is.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
need to let us know.
Big back garden EMOM.
The big,
Like I said,
the big
a
one.
date that suits as many people as possible.
I've already said I'll be there, come hell or high water. If
I
have
intend to
drive-
be there, but not in August.
But not August.
Not
yeah.
in August.
August.
No, August is out. So, end of July. End of
Right.
July would be good.
There's something else on it. Oh, because actually there's what do you call them in July, isn't there? Gearfest.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
a
that's at the
week to
beginning.
have
Of,
all
no,
this.
that's
Yeah, it's in the
beginning.
middle. It's the middle.
It's the middle.
Is it?
Synthesizers
15th
at the
to
beginning.
16th.
What's at the beginning, Robbie?
Synthesized
in Cambridge.
Cambridge.
Oh, that thing. Right. Right. Yeah.
That
I'd
thing.
like to go to that one.
Yeah. No, sorry, but do keep reminding us about that, because I
Yeah.
forget about it.
Yeah.
So
Well, all being well, I shall be there with a bunch of Yamaha stuff. Listen to that.
a Soma, a big Soma box. What's he got in? That's a bloody big Soma box.
It's a big Soma.
God, look at that.
Lovely.
Is that a
Lyra?
Pulsar 23 in there? No, it's too big for a Lyra.
Is it?
There she is.
Not that big lump of wood, is it?
It's a Pulsar 23
Oh my God.
Also in orange.
in wiggly orange.
In wiggly orange.
Tell you what, I mean, I just love Soma stuff. If money was no object, I'd probably buy everything.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
Just-
it's.
I mean,
so,
that
out
is
there.
just such a wonky,
yeah,
weird
we'll
drum machine.
It's got two of them. Oh no, that's a Lyra. It's a Lyra orange.
There's another Lyra, but that's a repair.
Ken, what on earth are you playing at?
I don't know. I'm just getting. Oh, look.
I've got
I'm
two
gonna-
Lyras and a box of matches.
Well, I'm definitely buying the Terror. That's hopefully before the end of my
Yeah, I'm
financial
very
year would be
tempted by
good.
that as well because
Yeah.
it's crazy bonkers.
But I actually should buy a Lyra as well. I know Grace has got one, hasn't she?
Yeah, I think the Lyra is one of those things that you'll when you first play with it, you'll go, oh fuck, what? Can't get anything.
Yeah,
Well,
mate,
I've
mate,
got-
when I was working on that other one, it was like, is this working? Or
Yeah.
not working?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Well, I've got the
Yeah, it's supposed to
patch.
sound broken.
I've got the patch on the organelle, and it's quite a good implementation. I'm sure it doesn't sound anything like it really, but I like the way it works, you know. So I understand a bit about them, and you know.
It's the trick of having a pile of 5 pences by your side.
Oh
so
yeah,
you-
yeah, exactly.
take a 5
I
pence
just
and
love
drop
that. That is just wonderful. You know, anything like that. You know, I like the pulsar with the back to crocodile clips.
Yeah, crocodile clips.
Fantastic, absolutely
You
fantastic.
could have implemented that with Eurorack connectors, but no.
No.
I'm going to use fucking crocodile clips.
It's fantastic. I love it.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah,
Absolutely brilliant.
definitely. Yeah. In fact, I want to go work for him.
Because you can stick as many crocodile clips on that peg as it can actually.
As you want. Yeah.
5.
you
I think five was the video I watched. They had 5.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, but you can put 2 clips onto the peg.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the point.
No, it's Kent's cleaning the machine. He's never switched on.
Yeah.
I have switched it on. I found the on button. Oh, I didn't know it was black though. I thought it was grey.
Well, Andy, I've done my distribution deal, so I am now a shareholder in a
Oh,
distribution company in Denmark.
Oh, cool.
that's nice. Are we right for exploitation now? Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Good.
What are the immediate benefits of having this thing?
The immediate benefits, there's no immediate benefits, but
Ah,
I suppose the idea being that the artists that are not signed is a good word, isn't it? Are working with Sinners Music will get cheap distribution, much cheaper than most of the other companies. That was the plan.
okay.
We're looking at £8 for eight quid distribution for an album or a single or an EP. And that's not yearly, that's just a one-off fee.
Cool.
That's the plan. I mean, I'm hoping it's going to be £8. It'll be plus VAT, I'm afraid, because we've not registered, but
That's 10 quid then.
it's £10. Yeah, I know. But you know, when you have all these other systems where, and I looked at quite a few of the other systems where you have to, you have to keep paying every year, or else your music disappears.
Is that the DistroKid model?
Yeah, it's the DistroKid one. And I did look at DistroKid, and actually,
It's got a lot going for it.
they kept sending me. You know, I sort of half applied only to get some more information out of them, and then they started sending me emails saying, "You haven't finished your application. You haven't finished your registration. Here's 40% off." And so I left it, and then a few days later, "You haven't finished your registration. You've got 50. Now here's 50% off." I thought, yeah, all right, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I didn't like the model where you're gonna have to be paying every year. So
So I need the loop. Draw.
bye.
If we listen really carefully,
Yeah.
we might be able to hear him in a piss.
Hey.
There we go. Lovely. Good as new. Okay. That will help. No end.
Oh, I had a lovely lunch with Simon Alexander the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Discussion much?
Yeah, we just talked the
Or was
usual.
it just breeze shooting, really?
Yeah, it was just talking about life and synths, people in the synths community. Yeah, it was good. It was nice, and he paid, so yeah, even better.
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better. No, he brought me goodies. He brought me
Manuals.
boy cans.
They're
Right.
not manuals, though.
Hello.
That's just the warranty.
No, I've decided I don't need 7 monitors.
Is that how many you've got?
That's how many I had, yeah.
Bloody hell, man.
Yeah. But that's across 2 computers.
Yeah.
And then found that there was 3 monitors I was using and not the others. So I thought,
Yeah.
knock it down. There's no reason that the mixer has to be permanently on display on one monitor. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but it was because I had 7 monitors. I must use them all.
Right. You mean screens?
Yeah.
I mean screens.
Yeah, I thought I got an image of you with 7 pairs of speakers in that room somehow.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No, that's the workshop.
Like,
Yeah,
I had 3 pairs of speakers in here.
5 1/4.
Look at
Oh,
that.
yeah. I haven't seen one of them for a few years.
that's pristine.
But you tell kids about it and they don't believe
I
you.
don't believe you.
No.
It's a floaty disc, mate.
And it comes with all the setup instructions, all the settings, connections. Now I've just got to find all the stuff when I get to the new place and connect it all.
Put
and
the
try it out.
cable in. The cable in.
I need how many
The
MIDI
cable
cables?
in and wiggle
Shake
it all
it all
about.
about. Do the okey cokey and you.
I need
Turn
10,
it on.
10 MIDI
Set your
cables.
bass channel to 1. And
Oh.
so, there's a hit in there somewhere,
There is,
Ian. There's
there
a hit.
There is. Next single. Actually,
Right. That's
Yeah.
it. He's going to cut his notepad
no.
out now. Write it
No.
down quick.
this is going to be our first release.
Eat the peach.
Yeah.
Eat the peach. Because there's 16 in and 16 out. It's like a postman with his letter bag on his back. You got to get your dress right or it won't arrive. That's what it's all about. Oh,
Oi.
do the mediocre cokey.
Think it's out of copyright. We'll be all right with that.
Oh, I think you're right.
I think so, because it goes back to the English Reformation of about
Exactly, yeah.
1530 something or other.
What was it? Was it? Did you? You don't know. You did hear the story. Was it Universal tried to copyright "Happy Birthday"?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
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 And got a
Failed
massive
miserably.
2 fingers for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
Shame
yeah.
on them.
Exactly. Shame
Been
on them.
public domain for over 100 years, and why did they sort of claim that they've got copyright on it?
I don't know.
Well, it's worth a go. If you say you got copyright on something, 9 times out people go, "Oh, okay then."
Yeah, they'll just
You just hope for the
and
best.
That's basically about making money, isn't it? So every time it's played on YouTube or anywhere, they'll be just coining it in. I think
Yeah.
that's obviously what they're after. You know,
They've got to base it on something.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, what are you basing this on?
Yeah. No.
It was, when was it, about 1880 or something like that? 2 old dears in America.
Something like that.
I thought it was 1982, Stevie Wonder, wasn't it?
Happy birthday to ya.
Well, that's his.
Yeah,
I'd much rather have that.
that was not a great
Is that the drum
Stevie
log?
Wonder song.
That's
Yeah.
working?
Yeah.
No, it's not. I mean, that period of Stevie Wonder stuff is just
I mean,
Awful.
you know, the not the early stuff because that was obviously the 60s, but the sort of Sir Duke and
That 5-album run.
they
he
were
had.
absolutely superb. And you know,
What was it? Talking
Brilliant.
Book, fulfilling his first finale. Inner Visions.
Inner Visions, the one.
Inner
Songs
Visions,
in the Key of Life,
Yeah,
which is the epic.
yeah.
And what was
Just
the other?
brilliant.
There was 5, wasn't there? That
Yeah.
golden period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't put a finger, foot, or anything wrong.
And then he discovered the Lindrum and he went boom, dish, boom, dish.
When
Boots and
bizarrely, it kind of fell apart when he discovered the Fairlight
Yeah.
from about 80 onwards.
Paul McCartney.
Well, he did. Was it Hotter in July? Was 80? I think that was okay, but it wasn't great. And then he did music for was it Plants or something? I can't remember what it was called now. But yeah, then it all. Then of course he did that horrible. I just called to say I love you.
there's yes, Ebony and Ivory.
Well, that was
the Paul
awful,
McCartney bit.
but it
That
wasn't
was
great.
really-
But it wasn't
oh, it's
awful.
terrible. Well, it was.
Yeah, but
No, I'm sorry.
you can forgive him that compared to I just called to say I love you. I know which one I'd rather listen to on repeat.
Nah, neither.
To me, Songs in the Key of Life is just the greatest.
Yeah.
That is just such an epic album. Did you ever see the classic albums they did of Songs in the Key of Life?
No,
They got pretty much Stevie was there all the time, but they got most of the band back together, the actual band, and
That
they
might
just
be
started
on-
playing it, started
that might be on
recreating it.
Sky Arts actually.
Could
Should
be,
have a
yeah.
look. Yeah, should have a look for that.
But there was this bit where Stevie is talking about Village Ghetto Land and how he played. He talked about the music, and of course it was the GX1, the whole string thing on the GX1, and then they talked to Gary Bird, who did the lyrics, and how shocking it was at the time that he was talking. The lyrics of the song was talking about people eating dog food, because they couldn't afford anything else, and how shocking that was. And you think, well, really? And then he moves on to the ARP 2600, and there's Stevie like banging this ARP 2600.
So make the spring go boing.
And he had to do that, and then just to get it to work, he said, he just said, you get it to work, it's making all this sound. Then the arsehole gets behind the drum kit and plays drums better than I've seen anybody play drums, and he's blind.
Yeah.
But he's just such. I mean, what a talent! I
Oh
just
God, yeah.
adore
If the
him.
bits are where they're supposed to be, you lit them.
But it's you
Mind you.
imagine trying to do anything with your eyes closed. I mean, you just couldn't do it. I know he's been doing it for pretty much all of his life, but still.
Sorry.
fucking hell.
Rowan Atkinson, the invisible drum kit.
Oh God, yeah. That is good.
Tell you what I went to see on Tuesday, the new Chumbawamba documentary.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Leeds.
Yeah, Leeds.
Sorry.
It's
Off we
all
go
right.
again.
It's
It got knocked down, but
it got back
They
up
got back up again.
Yeah, yeah. And I've got the original documentary, which is called "Thanks Now, Sod Off." I think it's called, which is brilliant. That was from quite a few years ago, and I need to watch it again now I've seen that. But no, it was Jane's birthday, and I said, "Oh, there's this documentary on at Pocklington Arts Centre. Do you want to go? But it's your birthday." Thinking she'd say no, and but no, she was up for it. So we went to that. Really, it was all right. It was, it's worth a watch.
The Laddonne Mobile. Sorry.
There's lots of there's right at the end when the credits are running. There's got all these different people doing tub thumping, which is just really funny. It's yeah, I was a bit of a fan of Chumbawamba back in the day. One of the best stories, because I saw them when they did the folk thing. They came and played the Black Swan Folk Club upstairs in a small room to about 30 of us. This must have been about 2006, 2008, something like that. And they said the best story was when Tub Thumping hit and they were signed to EMI and they were touring America, they supported Aerosmith.
Oh no!
And they just thought it was absolutely hilarious. And nobody else got it. The record company didn't get it. They just, because they didn't, It's brilliant.
Oh,
Absolutely
dear.
brilliant. You know.
What we need is a whole bunch of sickle-waving communists supporting Aerosmith.
Exactly, yeah. And actually, one of the questions he was asked, because it's not Bothwell, it's the other guy, and he said, you know, he went to see the head of the record company that was signed to them in America, and they sat there, and he said, you know, do you think there's any band? Because he was completely honest. He said, we were really worried with you, because we just couldn't. We didn't know what you were going to get up to next, and it was just a nightmare for us, you know. And he said, "Do you think there's any bands like us now?" And he said, "Well, actually, no, there isn't." So that sort of anarchic, sort of, you know, and they were really what they were one-hit wonders. Although a lot of the stuff's really good, you know.
Well, they've been around for quite a long while.
Oh God, they used to come over to York and play the York. They were, as a punk band, they came over. They were terrible. They were absolutely terrible.
I hate that song. Do you really? Yeah, I think it's fantastic. You know, I think it's catchy, it's poppy.
I like it.
Just
it's a really good pop song.
We just like going out and getting pissed and then getting back up again. And, you know, there was something about it.
Yeah, because I hadn't realised it, and I knew that because a lot of their stuff is quite diverse. Because there's an album called Ready Made, which is folk songs, and some of them are quite old, sort of 18th century folk songs, and they do them really, really well. But they said that every 2 albums they wanted to do something different, so they did do an electronic album, you know, and they flirted with techno and stuff like that, you know, and they did the pop stuff, you know, and good on them. They did what they wanted to do, you know, and they were anarchic. Living in a squat in
they
Leeds.
tipped something over John Prescott's head.
Yeah, that was because that was the Brits, and I loved that because I was a supporter of New Labour to some extent right at the beginning because I drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
and it was and they changed the lyrics of Tub Thumping because it was at that one where they tipped water over Prescott because New Labour had shafted the Dockers strike at the time, you know, so they changed the lyrics and then they saw the opportunity to literally run up and pour 2 buckets full of ice over John Prescott. Good on him, you know.
Is he dead now?
Prescott?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he is. He wasn't very well though.
I thought. Why did I think he carked it?
I think he lives in Hull.
Yeah, he's from there, isn't he?
He is from Hull, yeah, but I think he still lives there.
Oh, that's where he's going.
Oh yeah, he's still alive.
Two Jags Prescott.
2 Jags Prescott.
Yeah.
From Hull, Helen, Halifax, may the good Lord preserve us.
Always
84 years old.
Oh,
but actually born in Prestatyn.
Yeah.
Oh.
But went to.
So he's not from Yorkshire at all. He's
No,
been lying to us all this time.
He went to the University of Hull.
Adopted the accent and stayed there ever since.
Do you know what? I figured out I can incorporate the CS80 into the live setup. It has MIDI. And I could get a couple of the sequences to run it.
Yes, as you were ahead. Mick Ronson was from Hull.
Yeah.
As
was the rest of the band.
I played with a guy who played in one of his Hull bands, which I was quite pleased with at the time. You know.
Woody and Trevor they were from Hull.
The whole band, the whole Spiders from Mars was from Hull, yeah.
There's that clip, isn't it, that goes around every now and again of Bowie talking to Michael Parkinson.
The Spiders from Hull.
Yeah. And he's talking to Parkinson because he says, "Oh, I love your accent because it reminds me of my dad because my dad was from Yorkshire."
His dad was from Tadcaster. Tadcaster.
Right, yeah.
Blue Bottles
and then he told this story about the band, and he said, "You got to imagine these 3 burly guys from Hull and I'm showing them what they're going to be wearing on tour.
Yes.
And they're like, "There's no way you're getting me in that." And then after the first night, and all the girls were flocking over them, it was like, who could get the eyeliner first?
Yeah. If you ever listen to Bowie at the Beeb, there's a bit of an interview, and he says, "Oh, this is Mick. He's just come down from Hull to join my band. It's obviously, he's just come down, and the first gig is to go and play at the BBC."
He was a legend, Ronson.
He was. I mean, actually, his solo albums, which I think there was only 2, I think, and they're just like you can just get them as one CD now, but they're absolutely brilliant, and they were. I think Bowie produced them,
Yeah.
but they're absolutely superb, Main Street on Elm. I'm going to have to look it up now. There's one particular song.
You're looking at that thing, Kent, rather perplexed.
I've just bought a
The
CD.
AE modular.
Wendy Carlos, Secrets of Synthesis CD. Have you heard it?
Nope.
It's not apparently it's not I've never heard it either. It's not a conventional CD. It's an instruction manual on the CD, I believe. And I just thought it sounded fascinating. So I've been bidding on it on eBay, £5.50. Can't go wrong. Free shipping.
Yeah.
Well, Dots have just put out one of those little YouTube shorts. She's bought a
Oh,
book.
yes, the book. I saw
yeah,
that.
the book. Yeah, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
I think this is what Moog would feel like if it was done by Teenage Engineering.
Hey, Ian, if you want something fun, get Peter and the Wolf. It's Wendy Carlos and Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, right.
It's really good.
Because I bought Sonic Seasons not that long ago. And that's
Those are all really good.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Digital Moonscapes.
Yeah.
Bowie did a version of Peter and the Wolf, didn't he?
But the Weird Al one is really obscure, but it's fun.
Kent's still looking at it, trying to find the answer. You have to plug it in. Put a power
It's
supply in
on.
the back.
It's on. I've got lights. But
Lights are on, but no design.
no, I need.
Is that that's an AE modular? You need lots of those little cables which have got
little
no
pins.
connectors, just,
is that
raw
thing?
ends, and you stuff it in.
Yeah.
Those pin things.
Yeah. I've got a bag of, loads, fucking thousands of them because they're using one of the development boards. I don't understand. What?
Try plugging an oscillator into a filter into an amplifier and then get the envelope generator to.
Well, that would be via the gate pin. So, yes, I mean, it's not going to be difficult to use. It's just some of the initial front end stuff. I'm going, do I have a 3.5mm to 5-pin DIN MIDI connector?
There's another book I've just ordered as well, but I've had to order it from America. There's a guy called Richard Orton who apparently he was a composer and a lecturer at York University back in the 60s. And York University developed their first music studio by him. He organised it. He wrote a book in '81 called Electronic Music for Schools.
Oh.
Now on Amazon, somebody's trying to sell it for £700, which is complete crap. I've managed to buy it I bought it from America, but I bought it for £18 plus £6 shipping.
All right.
Ex-library book, and I'm just thinking it's the sort of thing that, it'd be brilliant, probably.
I found my Teaching Music with Reason. It's not a book so much as a.
Sorry, Kent, have you ever actually patched that thing?
No, never turned it on before. Here we go, square wave. Cool.
What is it, Ken?
It's an AE modular.
Yeah.
It's even smaller than Eurorack. It how
Oh
the
because
Korg modular.
the
with those
wonky stuff modules are done in AE.
Yeah,
I have seen
right,
them at Synthfest last year. I was talking to John.
Low pass out.
In fact, I'm supposed to do. I must send him a message. I'm supposed to review his modules, and now, not being the modular guy, am I the right person to be reviewing his modules?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say
I
so.
would say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Because you're coming at it from a
complete. That was mine and John's approach.
Is he going to send you them all in a sort of a case so that you can actually?
Yeah, no,
use it?
he's gonna basically build it into a case, and I'm gonna borrow it for a
When I saw the
for a
wonky
month or
stuff,
so.
the wonky stuff,
Yeah.
it wasn't Peter on that stand. I'm sure she was.
Was she?
Peter, who's the E-bomber from Nottingham. Yeah.
She's great, actually. We've become Facebook friends. I don't remember seeing her there. Actually,
I'm sure she was. I'm sure she was on that stand. I may be wrong. I may be getting all in the muddle. But anyway, that's by the by.
I have another synth of those tiny leads. There's a tiny modular made by Sound Machines, the Italian company, called NS1, I think it is. And it's a full modular synth in a little bit bigger than like a Volca and a half, and uses those tiny leads.
Yeah.
Basically, you need a good light and some glasses
like
maybe to use it.
Was that me blowing my nose? I do apologise.
It's a good sample.
Oh, here we go.
Not really. Well, you might make something out of it, Andy. Yeah, feel free.
It's a form of white noise, right? You can.
My blessing. Well,
green.
I've no idea what colour it was. I didn't look.
A little bit of pink in there. A little.
I hope not. That would be bad.
Start worrying then.
Yeah.
Right, so that would be.
Oh, you snotty Vonal. Thanks. That sounds like a corrupted Smiths lyric.
Yeah. But I only give you the one. The one's no good. There must be a bus here somewhere, surely.
What are you going to send that to?
You mean a malt?
Hmm?
You
This
mean a
is
malt?
the other one.
That was the other one.
Yeah.
Who did you send it to? Though? I can't remember. You said.
No, I can't remember.
I thought you were going to send it to me, Kent, so I could take it to school.
Well, if I have any more problems with this, we will. It's already beginning to piss me off. It doesn't have a bus, like a multiple. Seriously, dudes.
Put a link in the chat of the thing I was talking about, the NS1 Nano Synth. It's kind of a fun little thing.
Right.
One problem is, though, they didn't put, because it's so small, they didn't put protection on it. And it's possible to put a 10 volt where a 5 volt should be. So you really have to know what you're doing with it. But it has like a breakout box, and people are using Arduino with it and stuff. It's pretty cool.
It's reasonable price as well, isn't it? €244.
Do you know what? I'm already getting a pain in my eyes from looking at this.
They used to sell it a perfect circuit, and they kind of had a blowout sale. They weren't selling too well, so they stopped selling it.
Kent, why don't you just patch in an oscillator and get a sound, and then patch in something else to? All right. No,
okay.
don't, Andy, don't.
Here we go. Right, so we put that into the filter. Yeah. We take it from the filter.
Because
And we put it in.
you don't need to gate the LFOs or anything. It'll just be free running.
Okay. Now we need to have the audio come out, and they don't have a cable for this. Fuck you. Oh, hang on. No, wait a minute.
You have a room full of cables, but not the right one, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
I know that story.
No, I don't. Oh, fuck me. I don't know if I have any then. No, I haven't got any of them. Oh, we'll try that another time. Fuck it.
The worst is when you have all these different types of USB, and you just don't have the right one you need. You know, whether it's micro or a mini or USB-C. Or
Yeah, well, I can guarantee you every USB socket in this fucking studio is the three-way sockets. That way up, and that way up, and then it goes in. Fucking things every time.
you do have to, multiple plugs. Yeah.
It's one thing.
Only
I do like
USB-B
about-
is the clean one where it just goes right in.
Yeah, that's why I like the USB-C so much. Just go blump in, done. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think you might be able to take this to school, Andy. Because honestly, it's actually hurting my eyes.
Yeah,
They're
it
pretty-
is tiny.
They're pretty small, aren't they?
Yeah.
They also have the tiny sizer too. Those are pretty cool.
Yeah. I seem to remember there being one, Randy. I don't know. I have to check. Right, we've got all the accoutrements, but I need to source you out the 3.5 to MIDI thing.
Right.
I'm sure it'll be around. It will be around.
Andy's nose is free running.
Right.
Thanks, Andy, for that comment.
Oops. I must admit, I'm.
Dissolves your teeth, Dave. I wouldn't drink that stuff.
Oh, please.
Oh,
I'm not soaking it in them. It's not like I'm holding it in my mouth for like an hour or something. And I lick my teeth afterwards.
Yeah,
Where's Kitty? Oh, Kitty.
I don't know. It's nice and peaceful though.
Yeah, don't disturb it. You see, now Dave's arrived, I'm going to disappear. Sorry, Dave, nothing you said or did or anything to do with Coca-Cola. But
No, I'm going too. You can't go.
How do
I'm
you
going
even
to.
know
No, I'm
this is
going to
on?
go. No, I'm not going yet. So I'm going to go and do an Ian in 10 minutes.
Anyway, so I am going to disappear because Dave's arrived. No, sorry, not because Dave's arrived.
That's your miserable bugger.
Because I've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, because I do,
Yeah.
So I am going to, go to
So what is it you're doing wrong
I'm
then?
not perfect, all right? Jeez.
No, nobody is. No, and that's what makes
Oh,
us
that.
interesting. That's what makes us as interesting as
Right.
As-
Very true. Ken, I'm so excited about your studio. I'm having fun.
He's ripped
All right,
away.
bye, Andy. We got to talk. Okay. Ken,
yeah. No, we've got to talk.
Yeah.
You're in the way now because he wants to talk
Yeah,
to Ken.
now
tonight.
yeah.
So anyway, take care, folks.
All right.
We'll see you all. Well,
All right, darling.
see
Look after yourself, all right?
PSN tomorrow,
See
I
you.
dare say. Take care,
See you later.
folksies.
See you, babe.
Bye-bye. No, I won't be at PSN tomorrow. Rob,
Again?
don't say it.
well,
I
trust
will.
me.
I will
nobody
watch it on
else is.
catch up. I will watch it on catch up.
How
I've
is your
got-
camera moving, Ken? Has that already been discussed?
Yeah, he's got one of these wonky
I got
cameras that'll just.
Got an auto camera. You're supposed to be able to do gestures at it, and it will do zoom. But I think I turned that off because
Is that the
for some
Osmo
reason
one,
It just
Ken?
went right up my nose one night, and I just thought, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
Is that the one
You
called
got
Osmo? Is that the
Osbot.
Osbot? That's it.
Yeah, but it's the one you're thinking of. Is there lights on this thing? How do you know it's on?
There'll be one light, surely.
I'm not.
I want you. Got to record it the first time you try to play that thing.
Oh God, yeah, you have to. You have
Just put
to.
it. Put on a live stream. It'll be so
Do
much
not
It'll be-
do not watch any instructional videos on it. Just go and use it. 'Cause
Yeah, just
it's
plug it in.
bonkers. It's bonkers.
I mean, it does feel like trying to manipulate a bag of nails.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, God, you wouldn't want to smack somebody in the face with this, would you?
It's super hefty, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
the
Oh,
wire
yeah.
is- yeah,
Yeah.
it's really nice.
But there's absolutely no indication of whether that's on or not.
And that doesn't help when you bang on it, I'm sure.
Oh no, these are quite
it's
well built, mate. Trust me.
No, it's,
These are tough old girls. But in terms of how do you know if it's on, I suppose we have to plug some audio in and see what we got.
I've never played the Pulsar. I have no idea.
Yeah. I've only just watched videos on it. I thought it was great.
There you go, Robbie.
They're really pricey.
The best
What's
shot
They are.
I'll ever own.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Was that a perk pad
Yeah.
or a sample pad?
Little poke pad.
Perk pad, yeah.
Yeah.
I have one of those.
You do?
I do.
Good sir, good sir.
I was-
Borrow one of these.
I wonder if I'll be able to set my drum cap at the new place. Probably
oh,
not.
that would be cool.
It would. Oh,
The electronic one? You have electronic.
yeah. Yeah, I've got an Alesis.
One. Yeah. I
Hello?
thought that.
Hello? You don't hit it too hard, it goes straight for your finger, wouldn't it? Well, it's plugged in.
We should be able to, Robbie. I squeezed my TD-17 into a pretty small area. So
Yeah,
Can't.
The Crims is a pretty big kit.
Yeah.
Is that the full size shell design?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's the one before the strike, so it's kind of like 2-inch deep shells,
Oh,
but
right.
they're full size mesh heads.
Yeah, it's hard to. I always try to condense it, and then when I start playing it, I start stretching. I walk back around. I'm like, I've used about a half more of the room just to be comfortable.
You think there'd be a light or something?
Maybe it's broken.
Yeah. Is that the one that came in through repair?
It's not broken. It's not.
Oh, hello.
There's something there.
We can hear that.
Apparently, you have to take it out and plug it in again.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, there you
Whoa.
go.
there you go.
Okay.
All right, let's drive that a little harder.
Brilliant.
Amazing.
Fuck me.
There's no Lin drum though, is it?
It's all. Is it all analog?
Hmm?
Is it all analog, or is there a sample? Oh, it's
Yeah,
already-
yeah, it's analog.
I figured it probably was.
World's longest bass drum. Okay.
Yeah, the alligator clip design's clever. Everything's a mult basically. You just stack everything.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually have that guy Daedalus who came up with the mono design. Made a thing called Delay-Delist. Have you seen that one? It's a little Arduino thing with some arcade buttons and screw mounts for alligator clips. It's a lot of fun.
Sounds fun.
It's like a sampler effects combo thingy.
Well, I pushed the learn buttons, but I've learnt nothing.
Right, I'm going to go and do me Ian, and I'll see. I'll see you later. See you guys. I'll see you guys later.
All right, Ian. Take care.
See you later.
Bye, Ian.
Cheers. Bye.
That's nuts. I wonder what's- oh,
Hit record. You're ready.
individual outs.
Yeah, that is nice. I have one of those little tiny little Mackie mixer, so I put all the drums through.
Yeah.
It's really cool to like just work them that way.
Thing is, I'll get this all set up, get it all working, and then sit and stare at it.
Ah,
and
look
go,
at that.
what
He's
shall I
got
do with
both
it?
the orange ones.
Let's try this one. Oh, here we go.
I'm always tempted to read. There you go. Got it.
Get this water.
Yeah. Interesting. Coming spaceship number 3.
This reminds me of that scene with Ozzy's playing with his ARP 2600, swearing at it.
Yeah. What was he bloody doing that for?
That Soma stuff's like the ultimate defense against AI. It's like, that's the way I look at it. I'm like, well, there we go. We're just gonna sit here and.
Did you get your dog to lick some of the contacts to get some fun sounds that way?
I see where Grace is coming from about putting the verniers in for the tuning. Tuning.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you
tried
just
it.
touch it and it goes up 3 octaves, you know.
It's really tough. You get some nickels or something, you lay it on there, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Or
I think
pennies.
that'll be a bit of a laugh. And then I need
That's what I've done. I put coins on it to trigger it. So
and then get that big girl to behave itself and all figure that one out. Just for the hell of it. Because I'm getting kind of fed up with doing my pretty string chords all the time.
Well, you could do that along with it. You just let the
Yeah, well, I could do it as a real juxtaposition,
Yeah.
sort of like, what the, you know, kind of, why is that in there?
Yeah.
But make it work somehow, you know.
put a
you
lot
can
of
touch the metal contacts with your feet while you're playing with the strings.
I'll get Siri to lick it. I'll put
That's it, yeah,
Marmite,
licking it.
put Marmite on them, and she'll go, well, blah, 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 and make it do mental stuff. She'd be part of the performance then. But yeah, it'd be nice to get a bit of Roley in there as well. I tried writing. You can write words on it, and you get interesting sounds as well. Bollocks doesn't sound too good, I must admit. It doesn't sound as good as you'd think it would. Oh, bloody cable! He goes, oh, if you get the cloth cables, they don't knot up. Yes, they fucking do. Hang over there. Yeah, well, that's something to do at the weekend, wire this all up. See what we get. It's been ages since I've heard the Univox SR95, I think it is. Favourite drum machine of all time. But the good thing is it's got internal MIDI sync fitted. I think did I fit it? Yeah, I fitted it.
Do you have one of those bolt-on ones from the organs, the mechanical ones?
No. I mean, there is one of those mechanical Wurlitzer ones down in the
Wurlitzer, that's it.
in the workshop. Yeah, there is one of them. But it is mostly peak bock, and you know. But it actually makes an awful lot of noise running. But is it working? I don't think it's working. It's in a state of fucked, I think. It's pretty screwed up. But yeah, the old SR95, I do like that. Well, it's the poor man's mini pops, called mini pops really, because they're very expensive because they're called mini pops.
Oncomatic.
Yeah. Go, oh, that's the jar drum machine. Therefore, the price will through the ceiling.
I love that sample on the vocal sample. Oncomatic.
Yeah. So I mean, I've got my old TR8 over there as well. I mean, Christ's sake, the last time that was turned on.
TR8's great because you got the scatter.
Yeah. They brought out the bloody S though, didn't they? And he went, oh,
S
why'd
is
you
good
do
too.
that? Yeah, why'd you do that?
Well, I had to
just
get
bought the TR8.
both. So
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's pretty sweet drum machine as well. That was, funnily enough, it's a damn sight easier to use than the fucking TR909. That still confuses the shit.
Yeah. You know what sucks though? Because the IRO is supposed to be a whole system, they didn't have tap tempo in the system 1, so you have to hook it to an 8 to get your damn tap tempo.
Oh, okay.
Bastards. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's probably a design feature.
Well, because it's a system, right?
Yeah,
you have to have all the parts.
Got to have all the parts.
Yeah.
Because somewhere I've got the vocoder as well.
Oh, the VT3.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a vocoder, and then there was something like a pad thing as well knocking around. Can't remember what the hell that was.
It was originally just like 4 things, and one was the sync box, which is really nice actually. Because the original sync box from the 80s is kind of expensive and hard to find.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know. I think it's me, but as I've got older, the more complicated something is to use, I'm going maybe tomorrow.
Then
And I
definitely
shouldn't.
stay away from modular.
Yeah. Well, that's the weird thing because I repair them all the time. I know they're fucking
Sure,
brilliant.
yeah, if you-
I can patch them up, but
Right.
it's just the whole because I've looked at some Eurorack before now and gone, yeah, that's really nice in a very personable way where you're just with that modulo and you're just messing around and you're doing things. But when you got this kind of open plan shit going on, you think, I'm not going to sit over there for 2 hours and I'm going to do this, that, and the other. And so it wouldn't get the time that it really deserves. But these little boxes, like these Somas, I don't know, they're intriguing me. The longer
good
they're
fun,
here, yeah. The longer they're here, the more I'm intrigued.
Well, they immediately give you the spacier kind of nightmare stuff, but then you can get really beautiful stuff out of it too. So
Yeah, well, I mean, I probably wouldn't want to learn precisely how it works. I would rather just be finding like weird shit and getting surprised by it all the time.
yeah, I just noodle and find some cool stuff, and then just whatever.
Yeah, but I would like to have some sort of basic knowledge about how they kind of work.
I do need to read the manual. I never did. So
What the hell is that? I think the only manual I'll ever read is the mask manual, mainly because I don't want him to hurt me. See, he hasn't got his.
is it that
hang on.
complicated? Is it the?
No, that's the whole point. That's the whole point about
Oh,
it.
okay.
It's from what I'm.
I've read
seeing,
about it, so I don't even know what it's really doing. It's a form of FM, right?
I think it's sort of like partial sampling. Well, not partial sampling. It's random sampling of sine waves or something.
Is it? Robbie, is that
Something like
mask one? Is there FM at all in that, or is it totally a different animal?
Hold on.
Take a drink.
Yeah, you're muted. Still muted.
The other mute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was about to share something, and then it wouldn't let me unmute it. So no, mask is 2 sine wave oscillators,
Yeah.
just regular sine waves,
Yeah.
and then it applies the mask, which slices it up into tiny little pieces,
Yeah.
and you can then have 256 combinations of those pieces.
So it's kind of additive synth. Kind of, sort of.
No,
It's like a frequency sampler.
No. It's like you take a sine wave and you chop it up into tiny pieces, and you rearrange those tiny pieces into a different waveform.
Oh, okay. I see.
Oh, okay. So it's
And you can rearrange
right.
because there's I forget how many slices. I don't think it's 256. But anyway,
You're right. I think it is 256.
yeah. But
Yeah.
because you've got these small slices, then you can take them and build. You can build traditional waveforms, albeit they will not be exactly like a sawtooth. It's a sawtooth with some extra harmonics going on in there, because you're building from segments. But also, it's all the stuff that's in between that you can do. I mean, like some of the masks, you can actually fake delay in the mask. Without having to touch the effects processor, so you can do stuff like that.
So it's well beyond Fourier transforms and stuff. It's a whole different deal.
It's not. No, it's not even doing FFT. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's nothing like that at all. It's literally just slicing a waveform and then just taking those pieces and putting them into a different order.
which is clever.
It
That
is
is clever,
yeah,
yeah.
it's very clever.
Whichever way
And,
you look at it, yeah.
and some of the sounds that are coming out of it. And I know that I was speaking to Stefan last night, and this thing goes on sale tomorrow morning.
Oh God.
Sorry.
Did I just do that?
And he's
Yeah,
and
you
he's
said
still
that out loud,
he's
yeah.
still tweaking the presets. I've just so I don't think it will ship with the firmware that I'm running, because I've just put that on, and that's given it. He's tweaked the output somehow, and there's even more bottom end to it, so it sounds. It does sound very good, and
The choir thing was really wild.
well, yeah, because that's masked. These masked oscillators, but it's also there's a ring mod going on in there as well, and because it's a state variable filter, you've got bandpass and notch, and you
Yeah.
can do some really cool things with it. And there's like multiple envelopes. So you've got a delta envelope, which is a very simple, sort of like almost open and closed sort of envelope on each of the masks. But then the output of that then goes through an ADSR. Each oscillator then goes through its own ADSR as well.
Okay.
And the filter has its own independent envelope. It's not like some of these, like the Microfreak, where you've got a combined envelope. So you have separate.
Sounds
stuff
like
there.
modular to me. Just kind of.
Well, all synthesizers are kind of modular, aren't they?
No,
It's just
no.
This one's very different.
Well,
though.
actually,
That's cool.
it does things differently, and that's really I guess
That's
it's
what's
a key
cool
selling
about it.
point.
Yeah, playing with the envelopes like that is super cool.
Yeah.
And
then
then you
you've
can
got-
kind of hear it when it's nothing static feeling about that thing.
I think it just became a must-have. That's very interesting.
What it does, it does very, very well. And
Newsflash: Andy's going to buy a synth.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
I was trying to trying to explain it to a number of people who've been sort of like saying, what's it like, and
Yeah.
it does something that I wouldn't say I couldn't say nothing else does, but I'm not aware of anything that does the oscillator generate, the tone generation the way that this does it, because by doing that way you're getting a whole bunch of harmonics that you wouldn't get in a regular standard waveform oscillator.
I mean, Chameleon 5000 was pretty clever. I don't know if you ever played with that. You could actually edit the partials and the amplitudes, and
Well, what
it
about?
was pretty trippy.
Isn't there a couple layers of velocity or something on this, on the playing side of it? Keys.
So the one thing that I would say is very familiar if you play an FM synthesizer is that FM lends itself very well to timbral dynamism via velocity. So when you play it softly, it can be very kind of soft and fuzzy, and the harder you play it, it gets brighter. The timbre changes quite drastically, within the velocity range. So it has that in bucket loads.
Yeah.
Obviously
Sounds
it's got,
like.
and it's got regular aftertouch, which you can assign to a whole bunch of things. You've got two free running LFOs. Again, you can modulate all of that stuff with, and it's not like some people say, does it scan the things like wavetables? No, it's not. It's not a wavetable synth. You can do some very cool things with it that you couldn't do with any other synthesizer, and it's kind. I think it's going to be one of those things, and I'm kind of stealing my own thunder here because my review goes out in about 8 hours. But what I say in there, that I think it's going to be one of those synthesizers that might not sell bucket loads, but in a few years' time, people are going to go, do you know that
They're going to be so sought after, it's ridiculous.
and it's going to become a bit of an understated classic.
Yeah.
Or
Maybe not. Yeah.
I was going to say it's going to be one of those two that people get it, and then everyone else is going to be like, "You're full of crap. You're just all hyped up because you have it. You're going through this honeymoon," and you're like, "No, it's actually kind of." It was, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think that when in the next week or two, you're going to see a lot of people going, "How much for that?" There's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah, I've already
because
got-
it's not cheap but because you put it up against how much is an Osmos? 1800,
17.
1700.
17.
How
It's
much
like
is a Hydrosynth
17.
Deluxe?
17.
Yeah,
Well, was.
This is more
Yeah.
than either of those, and those are incredibly competent, capable, deep instruments.
Yeah.
This isn't that.
No, this
But-
is more niche.
It is quite niche, but
Yeah, but then how much is a Moog 1?
exactly.
Yeah,
How much
Well,
is
Harman Neuron
is
wasn't
it-
cheap either, and that was an amazing.
And also,
synth,
you got to
but-
remember
Yeah.
that Kodamo are a very small
Yeah.
operation down near Toulouse. Component prices, Fatah keyboard prices, all of this
Yeah.
stuff, and that they don't, they're not going to be knocking these out, by the box.
yeah, they're not going
So-
to get the volume to be able to drive.
No,
it. And
not
that
yet, anyway.
that's very important. And yeah, that it's that's why I hate all those price kind of debates. I mean, every once in a while you can see something that seems extraordinary.
You're going to get a lot of
it's
people who.
disappointing. Sure,
Yeah.
everyone. If it's $1,000, we'd all just go and get it, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Always work.
Well, I mean, if it's outside somebody's budget, they're going to bitch about that.
Yeah,
This
But
is
because
definitely,
it's outside their budget, not that there's anything wrong with the price.
this is
And I-
definitely a synthesizer that people will probably need to play to understand where its value is. Because not only is the synthesis method, quite unique and different, and offers something a little left field, but it's also the play modes, which you've got these different. So you've got polyphonic and monophonic. But you've also got the Molly mode, which is a combination of monophonic and poly. So different elements of each play style. So if you play legato, you get this kind of lovely monophonic lead type, thing going on. But if you play pizzicato, the notes will ring out polyphonically. So then you've got the portamento is actually quite intelligent, but you've also got this slur mode, which the more you get into it, especially when you're playing chords, and you start just moving one of the notes, and you just start going, what it's doing, it just makes that chord all of a sudden just take on a new. It's not just like shifting from one note to another. You're slurring notes within a chord, and I've actually found myself kind of experimenting with slurring notes more than just one note in the chord, and then things start to get quite interesting. And then you've got this kind of intelligent portamento, and there's the paraphonic modes, and there's it can behave just like a regular synth, but you've got all these other different methods, and you can apply any one of those methods to your patch.
Well, as far as I know, I think it's the first keyboard that I have seen come out that has the sort of the equivalent of scripted articulation that you get in the sample libraries.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's going for. Is
but also a nod back to things like the 4 and 8 voice, which had their different keyboard modes and things like that. The Pro 1, where you had auto poly, where you auto portamento. So you play it and there's no portamento, but as soon as you hold one key and hit the other one, you get the portamento.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. And it's incorporated all of these things as a nod to, several machines up and down the last 50 years as well.
But being a small company, they probably won't make a rack or module version, right?
That I don't know.
Well, it depends on how many people queue up to buy it.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that if you were to make a rack version of it, I guess because this is a standard FATAR keybed, that it's the engine will just respond to any controller. So it should, in effect, you should get the same play modes, because all it's doing is just interpreting the.
It's not poly aftertouch.
The MIDI, the MIDI. I've actually requested. There's a couple of feature requests I've put in. One of which I know should be coming, but won't be there at launch unless he's been up all night doing it. But one of the things I've asked about is last note aftertouch, because that's a nice little halfway house. Obviously, it's more suitable if you're playing sort of like chords with your left hand and a lead in the right hand, or it's not like with a CS80 or a DX1 where you're going to affect every note that you play within the chord can have a different amount of aftertouch to it. But it works really well on the Polybrute, and I said to him, look, have a listen to somebody playing last note aftertouch on that. It really does add a new dimension, and if you're all about the articulation and that with this thing, you ought to do that.
Yeah, because NO Omega's doing a keyboard and a module, but a lot of companies don't really. So
no,
And I
don't know,
suppose a lot of this can be implemented just by code,
it's a completely digital synth.
which is fine.
Yeah,
Brilliant, isn't it?
and I believe, although I don't know this, so don't quote me on it, but I do believe that Stefan, his origins lie in coding,
Yeah.
and so he's always looking to come up with something new that's digital. But with, I mean, the filter on this it's very nice. I mean, I'm no expert on filters. I just know, the filter sounds good. It sounds good. And it sounds really good on this.
Well, the one place where this keyboard will really excel is where you want to sound, kind of different. Because let's face it, when it comes to Hydra, the world and his wife has a Hydra now. Bar a few poor, poor little.
I think it's gonna. I think it might steer you in a slightly different direction.
Yeah, sure,
And
but it'll also sound
really
different
nice.
from
Yes.
other things that are going on. So the people who are always looking to be pushing the envelope all the time and wanting to be be new, be hip, and be now.
I don't think it's an ambient, beast.
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna
you
lose
know,
all that cool
what it's like. You
articulations.
never know what these people end up doing with these things. From
That's true.
concept of what you think it's going to be
'Cause
for,
I just
and what it
imagine-
ends up.
Yeah.
TB303. Joy.
I always
Yeah.
imagine when you've got all that envelope and all that little movement going on, like
Yeah.
types of delays on it, and just kind of pushing those different frequencies and
Yeah.
super cool, versus just mushing it with reverb. But hey, everybody's different. Wow, look at it. It's white too,
Okay.
and it's got buttons.
Yeah, but it's not many.
Right, can you still hear me?
Very.
Yes, lots of you.
Can you still hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good. We're good. Because I'll just turn this down because this will probably. Oh, turn that off.
It says here it's going to be under 2,000 euros. That's not a bad price.
Yeah, but it's it's a chunk of change.
If it does all this new stuff, though, I mean, it is a new thing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I definitely agree with you that I think.
Because people always complain, hey, it's always the same old
Yeah.
shit, right? But this is actually new tech.
Yeah, but normally with Polysense lately, it's been the price pool has been sort of like 11 to
Yeah.
18.
I mean, I have that.
So anything that falls outside that is.
But the
sort of
website
like,
said
oh,
it's
that's
made with
expensive.
love. It says made with love right on the website.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
You can't put a price on that.
Absolutely.
Well, 2,000, you get love. Otherwise, no love.
You can get a
I'm
lot of love for
usually-
2 grand.
I'm usually around 700 under is impulse buy,
Mm-hmm.
and then I get into I talk myself into it. And
Yeah.
I'm the 2K. I'm like, okay, honestly, it's gonna be hard to hide this one on the leisure, or whatever,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just psychology of it. But do I think it's, for me,
Meow.
I think it's worth it.
Just quickly, Grace, I offered up the verniers to the Lyra. There isn't enough room to have all the verniers on, unfortunately. They are too big. So, yeah, I think we'd maybe that or cocktail sticks on top, and I think we'll probably be there. I like that looping sequencer feature, but can we quantize it, please, fellas? Yet. Software.
Yeah, it's
So, Robbie, will these guys reach out to people like Drew for sound design? Sorry, I didn't know it was a chore to switch it.
yeah.
You can just nod. It's okay.
I'm back. No,
Hey!
that's because I packed on my mixers, so I have to do it all manually. No, most of the sound design was either done by, I believe, Stefan and Manny.
Oh yeah, that's right. Manny was involved.
Yeah, Manny's had a big
Yeah.
big input into this. But also, don't forget this is also 4-part multi-timbral, so you
Yeah.
can have layers and splits, and
I do like that.
each of those. So it can actually be 5-part multi-timbral on independent MIDI channels. So if you select MIDI channel 1, it will use 2 through 5 for other things. So it kind of gets a bit. I haven't really sort of played with that too much. I just haven't had the chance.
One thing it definitely needs to be able to do is to get it out there in bulk before Osmos catches up.
Yeah, true.
Although it doesn't compete directly, but because it offers various articulations in its playing,
No, I tend
and
to kind
sound
of
quite
agree.
useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, to put it in context, that bugger. Where is she? Oh, for fuck's sake. Too much cable, not enough room.
Oh, with regards to the sequencer stroke looper, no, there is no quantization. So it is.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yet, because I don't honestly know. I think it might have been you, Andy, if you asked whether it was a MIDI looper or a audio
he did.
looper,
Yeah.
and I forgot to ask, and I don't know. I have.
Oh, okay.
I don't, because I haven't pushed.
MIDI looper seems to be the trend, so I figured it would be.
Yeah, but what I have asked him is to make it overdubbable, if that's a word, because you can't currently overdub. So you record, that one pattern, and then you hit record, and it just waits for you. Then you start playing, and then as soon as you get to the end of your loop point, you have to have you have to hit the button at the right moment to get it to loop in time, so to speak. And I did then say that it would be great if I could just do a little bass line like that, like it sort of did earlier. and then if I wanted a little like a little arpeggio or melody going on, I could then just record that in, and then I can then play some chords and stuff on
Does
top.
it have a metronome? I mean, is it clicking? Yeah. So you just really have to.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
it's fun.
I'd probably be cool with it, but I understand.
There'll be refinements for this come out later.
I think so
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I
And
think
he
so.
absolutely plans to. Absolutely plans to.
Because if you say it's 4-part multi,
Mm-hmm.
there would be the at least an opportunity to have 3-layer sequencing, and maybe a lead up at the top end.
I think polyphony is about 10.
Yeah, that's enough to play with, isn't it?
Sure, that's right.
Well,
Where are we?
at one time a day, if you wanted, articulations like that,
Yeah, 10 voice poly 4-part
Okay.
multi.
Yeah,
right? You'd have to get something like this puppy. Right?
that seems a little bit stingy.
And this has a limited amount of sounds that you can have in it.
What is it? Oh, it's Rise.
Right, so the Rise Grand, right? Now that's 5K. This mother.
It's metal too, right?
It's Ali.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough as arseholes. But it is a little bit of a nightmare. And it's also I don't think anybody can actually really, really play one. Not really, really, really play one. You can play quite well, but as opposed to keys, which is, I mean, it was the advantage with the Osmos. It's going to be the advantage with this as well, and the same with the Hydras. So when you look at it like that, the 2K's not sounding so overly priced, is it?
Not when you think of like that group synthesis or some of the others, which I know do a lot more. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they do and they don't in their own ways. They'll all have things that don't work for them. I mean, with this, if you're wanting control, you go, well. The thing is, it's only 3-dimension as opposed to the Rise, which is 5.
It's actually a good time to look for those because there's people ditching them for sure.
Oh yeah, hence
I saw one recently.
Hence this,
and I was like, wow. And I was like,
because the guy that was getting rid of this, I don't think he was entirely sure what it was anyway, but he said he wanted a K for it, and I went, yep, okay.
Yeah, the one I saw was getting in that range, even a little cheaper, but I don't remember.
So,
but I remember thinking, that is.
It is a nightmare to play, an absolute fucking nightmare.
Yeah, but it's a challenge. It's kind of cool. If I had a big space, it would be cool to have it. But I don't.
It's fun, yeah, but it can get a bit frustrating when you're trying to play something and every third or fourth note is like, and you're constantly adjusting. It's sort of like throwing darts at a board with a blindfold on.
I didn't like the spongy.
Yeah, I mean
I felt it.
This is a lot more spongy than say the Rise is. The Rise has a more stiffer feel to it.
I love that they made this thing white. That was a great choice.
So
really was.
this gives you a bit of an idea that you start off with a sine wave.
Yeah.
And then your bit masking does these weird and wonderful things. So you're here you got sort of like a shark's tooth kind of thing. But if you look at the peaks, there are these kind of glitches, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they give you those little harmonic details.
So they're all literally disguised and manipulated sine waves.
Yes. That's
in their own right.
And this is a dumb question. How do you make these? Like, how do you? So they are there's a whole collection of them. Okay, that made more sense.
Yeah. So basically, you start off. Obviously, bitmask number 1 is a sine wave. No, sorry, it's not a sine. It's not a sine wave. 31 is the sine wave. But you've got all these kind of things, and I'm trying to remember. I've got the manual over here, but I can't be bothered to dig it out. Like if you go one step beyond, say, if you create a sawtooth, which I think is mask 7, if you go just one mask to the right, it really changes it very kind of drastic. It's almost FM in how drastic one little step can change something.
Right.
But if you take that and combine it with something else, the other oscillator, which is a more, sort of harmonic, I guess, or tuneful, musical bit mask, then you can get some amazing stuff. And then you've got a pair of stereo effects chips in here, with bit crushing, delays, reverbs, choruses, ring mods, all sorts of things going on.
I couldn't help noticing, even going through the mic, how big the bottom end on this is.
Yeah,
it's like got a lot of big cojones,
and that's I mean, it was okay before, but then when he sent me the latest firmware the other day, he said, "Oh, one of the things I've adjusted is the bottom end. I've given it more." I was like,
I love the black. I like how it's got the accents of the black end cheeks and everything. It's cool.
Yeah, and I think I've mentioned this before. Those the end cheeks are ABS, so they're going to be strong and pretty tough. But he's already he knows that people will probably want to customize it, so he's actually provided the template for building your own end cheeks.
Yeah,
in the manual.
Yeah, you could put obviously some red ones, but
actually, what I want is the G code.
Oh yes, you said.
So I want a 3D print
to ask him,
my own,
but I mean, even because it's a FATAR key bed. I don't know where's the picture.
Yeah.
There you go. So it's got that lovely little red strip, which is obviously functionally good and visually very nice as well. And it really is a small thing.
I'm really drawn. See, the more I see this and the more I hear what it's doing, it's just the more I'm going, yeah. Can I justify getting it? No. But
it is. I love the simplicity of it. Is really,
and that's what he really has gone for. Because it's just like you can dive in.
Yeah, for P-brain people like me, that's good. I can just I can't screw it up too much.
No.
Press a couple buttons and
yeah.
I mean, it's got that little four-digit LED screen. You think, oh god, that's going to be limiting, but it kind of isn't, because so what happens is, say for example, you want to mess with the oscillator, so you hit the oscillator button, and the first setting is mask, so you choose the mask, you press it again, and that is. You've got tune. Tune is the next one, and then the start and the speed of the mask. It's just like there's probably no more than 5 or 6 options underneath key each button.
Yeah,
and it's just the value knob. That's it. You just turn the value knob, and you're hearing the changes live. And then once you've got where you want to go, then you go to oscillator 2. Then you bring that into the mix. So there's no mixer. You just turn up the level on each oscillator.
Yeah.
It's when you get into that press oscillator 1 button and then this button, and then that puts you in this. Like Moog would try to do that kind of stuff where they would keep adding features, and I'm like, I can't remember this.
Yeah. Also, we just have to wait for Mr. Dyson to get hold of one and then knock out a nice additional preset pack for it.
It's like the envelopes. You think, where's the ADSR? Well, it's just press the oscillator button. So you have this button to the left here that's got sequence and envelope above it. That's kind of like a shift button. So the standard settings on the oscillator are level, pitch, tuning, mask, whatever. Then the second set of settings is ADSR and a couple of other things.
Yeah.
And it's you think, oh god, that sounds a bit menu divey, but you're not actually diving through menus. You're just flicking through a very small number of different settings, and they're very intuitively organized. So it's very quick. Once you've played with it for a little while, it's very quick. same functions on both oscillators, same functions on the noise, and then the filter. You've just got you choose between whether it's low, high, band, or notch, cutoff and resonance, and then you do the shift thing, and then you get the ADSR for that, and then it's very similar for both the LFO. So everything kind of operates in much the same way. And then with the effects, press the effects button once, you get to choose. You can run through the different, so effects processor 1 has chorus delay and distortion, then FX2 has chorus delay, reverb, ring mod, bit crush. I think that's what it is, something like that. Again, ARP, you just press the ARP button and you just flick through, turn it on or off, and then just flick through the settings, and it's really very, very simple.
Yeah,
very simple.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, okay, right. There's the masks, obviously.
Yeah. So these are the ones that he's picked out as being sort of like the.
Oh, that's interesting.
The common, So if you just want to get straight into doing something with a sawtooth.
Oh, right.
Or a square.
Yeah.
Or a triangle. Or pulse width. Yeah. This is the basic stuff. When you start going in between these numbers, that's when it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
That's when you can get some really sort of cool sounds. So
how hard is it to get all the layers set up?
Not very hard at all. It's again the layer switch is just kind of like you just cycle through the layers and that's it. It's it is
cool.
It is
It's actually quite tempting.
And then patch management is all done in on an HTML page, so you can either go to the Kodamo website. Sorry, I keep saying it's Kodamo. Sorry, I've got to get into the habit of doing it. So you can go to the Kodamo website, and it's just like kodamo.org/mask organizer.
Yeah.
And then as long as you're connected via the either regular MIDI or USB, you just choose the MIDI inputs.
Yeah.
Actually, I can probably show you. But you don't have to be online to do it. So obviously that's been thought of. Here we go. So let's share the screen. No, wrong button. Present.
Where's Cleo today?
She's here. She's
She was
quiet.
around,
She's very quiet, isn't she?
Yeah, she's been crawling around.
So yeah, you can see that.
Talking.
So so you choose your MIDI settings. Obviously you've got to allow your browser to use MIDI. And then you can load the bank from the Mask One, and then you can move things around. You can copy factory sounds to the user bank. There's like 400 user patch spaces, and there's 120 factory. And you can never overwrite the factory sound, so you don't have to worry about it. But you can copy a factory sound to use it and then mess around with it. Now, this wasn't working. This he was still tweaking this. So if I do load bank from Mask One, it gets stuck at 121 for a little while, and then sometimes it works. But you can see it's just filled up the bank there, and then you can mess around. So this is just patch management. It's not an editor of any sort.
Right.
But but what you can do is you can then right click on that page and save as, and it saves just a single HTML file, and you can then just run that locally. You don't have to have it connected to the you don't have to be connected to the internet to use it. So it's just it's a light, very very light sort of thing.
So there's more to this machine than what we're actually seeing at the moment.
I believe so. Because initially he was going to do the Infini, which was a small 37 key instrument that combined bit masking with FM, and I can't remember whether it was wavetable or just plain old subtractive.
There he is.
Cleo likes this. Keep going.
Yeah, there you go.
On something.
I'm talking her stuff. But yeah, he demoed a prototype of that at Synthfest France a couple of years ago, I think. And then it's just kind of went away. But bit masking has always been top of his list for a while now. He's been wanting to do this for a while, and I think now he's just decided, let's just do just bit masking on its own. Let's get people. Oh, there you go. Manny says, yeah, it was FM Formants and masks, which would have been really kind of interesting with the Formants.
Yeah, any kind of mini keyboard is kind of cool. Probably cheaper.
I mean, that screen's not going to be cheap, is it? That touch screen that was in the Essence, if he's going to put that into a keyboard, that's just going to make it even more. But yeah, Manny will probably be able to, he'll be able to tell you a lot more about.
Yeah, he's got to do his Osmos.
But I mean, if he's put this thing together from the sort of like the whole, you know, kitchen shape table all right and the shed kind of process, then it's incredibly cheap.
There we go.
There he is.
And to counter our positivity,
Fuck you.
Hello, how are you doing? I
just want to point out that Pip turned around and just turned and went, "You're going to go down and have a collective wank with your synth nerds then, while I go and have a bath."
Oh,
so apparently,
you sure her middle name isn't Fiona?
We're having a collective wank apparently. So I've been told.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Fiona says to me most of the time. Oh, you're going upstairs? I'm getting fucking
Yeah.
Yes, dear. While you watch your fucking shows.
Yeah. Anyway,
Go
so
on, then.
what have I bought in the last hour since the last time?
And is it white?
No, it isn't white. But I have bought I bought a maths module because I don't have a modular, which apparently is meant to be very good, and I've bought a SSL Mix Bus Plus.
Okay.
The hardware bus compressor from the SSL desk.
Oh,
in a nice thing. Because I've got the Fusion. Robbie's looking confused. Oh, he's also muted. Come on, turn your mic back on. I want to hear you. Come on. I want to hear you gobble.
I'm eating, so I don't want to do that whole thing. I hate that, so I don't want to.
No, I hate it too.
I was listening to you, but I was looking at something else on screen, which is probably.
Okay, that's why you look confused.
I was paying attention.
No, I don't.
Can't remember what you were just saying.
It's not an exam.
Okay.
It's fine.
I'm going to finish my
fine.
Well, if you do find yourself next year needing to find something to buy, Kodak mic preamps will be available shortly.
What will? What?
Kodak mic preamps.
Okay.
These originally come from the Kodak desk from
you see,
Abbey Road.
Yeah, you see that doesn't. Again, do you remember?
I know.
Said
it's
this,
niche, my friend, niche.
It is, but it's that kind of. What's the word I'm looking for? It's the heritage, the provenance, all that kind of thing. I've said this before. It doesn't.
You're not bothered.
Don't give a flying fuck.
So
if it sounds nice, if it sounds nice, that's fantastic. But I'd more than happily just kind of go out and buy something that sounds just as nice, that's just been made somewhere in Japan.
Yeah. And
rather than have it from from Abbey Road, it wouldn't make any difference to me at all.
Vangelis' GS1.
But no, Providence does. Honestly, no, wouldn't. No, would not make me. Would not even give me a semi.
Okay.
So, but Steve, yes, buy the Waldorf. Do you know what? I looked a complete twat yesterday on Sonic State because they were talking about the M, and I'll be honest with you, I kind of when it came out, I didn't really take a lot of notice on it because I presumed it was just part of the Quantum, and quite a few people leaped on going, "No, it's nothing like the Quantum." But to be fair, it is very similar to my Microwave XT, although it's obviously based on the One. But but of course, I felt such a twat. I then did go into look into it, and it's the M seems. It's obviously based on the One, but there's lots of things missing that are on the Two. But the only thing the One has is obviously 8-bit wavetables and the filters. But so no, I mean, I don't know. I just looked at it, and the problem is I've got so many wavetable synths. Oh, and also Nick sent me a message. I think he's got in touch with the Third Wave guys, and I think he's basically said that I want to buy one of those because I mentioned it on the show yesterday about spending money. But of course, the problem is it's not going to get in this tax year, so that's going to go towards next year's tax bill. But so I'm not being funny. If I'm getting a Third Wave, I don't really think I need an M as well. But
Probably
anyway,
not.
No, I don't really need a Third Wave because of the bits I've got. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine. First
I
world
really want the Third Wave. I don't know. There's just something about it that really.
Do you know, honestly, I am gonna sit here and just say, and I know people are raving about it and people love it. When it was here, it was nice. It was nice, but it didn't do anything that the Quantum doesn't do. It didn't feel okay. I'm sure it does. It didn't feel like it did anything that the Quantum didn't do, or the Solaris didn't do. And yeah, I mean, if you haven't got a wavetable synth, then I completely understand. If you're going to go for it, that's the one to go for. If you just want a wavetable synth, you're really not going to get any better than that. But it was just, for me, it's kind of all bases were covered. But
Well, that's going to be the problem every tax year. You know, you look at the new stuff that's come out, but you'll very likely have pretty much all the bases covered.
But look, this is why, and I don't want to fucking boring because it's so fucking boring. But that's how it is. It's a first world problem, and I appreciate that. But it's still how it is. Until someone brings out something which is so fucking revolutionary and amazing and wonderful that doesn't involve fucking masks, then and actually sounds decent. That's the point where
us out.
Can I just say, look, Robbie and I have spoken about this, and I've been and everything that length and everything that Robbie's posted, I've looked at, and I've gone online and looked at other things, and I'm still coming to the same conclusion I came to the last time Robbie and I spoke about it. But until someone brings out a synthesis engine which is different and sounds fantastic, then of course they're going to keep repeating, the same thing. Yeah, but anyway, it's a first world problem, and I'm incredibly fortunate to be in this position. So I'm not going to moan about it. I'm also not going to bring it up again. It is what it is. So anyway, let's talk about something else. What have I missed?
Server. Nothing really.
That much.
Yeah, me setting up a couple of things on a desk.
Okay. Why are our two American friends? Why are they fucking muted? Yay! Talk to me.
We were watching Kent try to play the Pulsar. Did you get? He got a sound out of it. He did.
Yeah.
It wasn't a very nice sound, but it was a sound.
Hey.
Well, the Pulsar 23.
Yeah.
I remember my first evening with the Pulsar 23. That was entertaining.
I said he should live stream his whole jam. I'm like, I want to hear this just from the beginning.
Look who ham-fisted me.
No, do you know what though? I'll tell you, on that first evening, I ended up in the first 2 or 3 hours just getting absolute shite out of it, and then I got this one beat out of it that I swear to you was just phenomenal. And you're thinking, Christ, where I couldn't have got this on any other bit of gear. I really could not have gotten any other bit of gear, and it was just fantastic. And of course, I then changed one crocodile clip and moved 2 knobs, and that was it. It had gone. It was, and that's literally how it was. It was just like it was that moment, and I lost it forever. But
it took me 5 minutes.
Traction.
It took me 5 minutes to work out if it was on or not.
It's a great bit of kit. It's a great bit of kit. It really is.
But I do feel like I have a little head start because of messing with the Lyra before.
Really? I can't see that much. Well, yeah.
No, it's in the, shall we say, the design ethos was helping. as opposed to the internally what he was doing.
The Lyra to this day, I love, and you can get some amazing things out of it, but you can never get them twice because it's never going to happen. Yeah. It's literally just press record and just record everything you do.
Well, that's all right. I've got loads of machines in here that do that.
I wasn't totally sure what was happening at certain times
with the Lyra.
I would after a while turn some. Yeah,
I still don't really know what's happening.
Yeah, I was.
I understand the basic principles of, but that it's outside of that. It's just like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, fuck!
So
what am I doing
organismic. It's like a life form. It's different every time. So
but that's fantastic. I love that.
It is.
I was starting to work out the what we laughingly would call an envelope on it, and being able to slightly predict what I was going to be getting on a couple of the controls, but the rest of it was like, what the fuck is going on? Why is that doing that? And why won't that one shut up? And this one doesn't sound at all. And I turned it up the same as the other one. What's going on?
You see, Robbie should love it because there's some FM in there.
Why?
Heavy. Because it's got FM in there.
Yeah.
So?
Your middle name's FM.
Oh, he's trying to pretend like he's
fucking moron. It's Robbie fucking moron Pericelli.
Oh, bitch. The fuck have I done?
Do you know what? I wish you wouldn't beat around the bush like that and just say what you fucking mean.
Can I point? No. Tell them what you did yesterday after the Sonic State show. What did you do? What did you do, Robbie? Come on, Robbie. What did you do?
Had a shit.
So no. All right. So Nick had a bit of a mare, didn't he? On Wednesday.
Nick very much had a mare. Yeah.
Yeah. He had a bit of a technical, shit test, and I was sat here thinking, oh god, I know exactly how he feels.
Yeah.
And then at that moment, this voice at the back, just this memory just came back. Oh, you should go back to fucking broadcasting school, Pericelli. And I'm thinking. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for Ty to repeat that comment to Nick. But oh no, Nick is so revered and
Nick's a nice guy.
Yeah.
They both come out of the same Airfix box, mate.
Sorry, I heard Pulsar 23. I had to come on.
So all I said to him was, "Oh, I see. You tell me to go back to broadcasting school, but Nick."
But what tone of voice? What tone of voice did you say it in?
I typed it.
How? Yeah. What tone of voice was it typed in? Just how camp was it when you said it?
Oh, it was quite. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's how it was typed. Yeah.
So I guess it got the response it deserved. But fuck you too.
Oh, he loves you, Robbie. Don't worry about it. Otherwise, we'd never have said it.
Remember what I say to everyone. If I'm nasty to you and treat you like shit, it means I like you. If I'm nice to you, it means I don't like you.
Oh, okay.
That's
yeah, you've always been so pleasant to him.
I was right there. I was right there.
It's true. That is absolutely true. If I never insult you, all I do is say nice things to you, it means I don't like you. Yeah. You should hear the things I say to my friends. You think I treat you lot like shit? Fuck. Honestly. Yeah.
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 It's a weird thing to do, though, when you think about it, isn't it?
What?
To,
have friends?
No, be really, really nasty to people that you love.
It's a self-defense.
Do you know what? Yeah, it's almost like if I get in there first, then you can't get in there. It's that same thing. It's not a million miles away from. Yeah, I'd be that. Do you remember the young ones? Do you remember when Viv do that big circle around a big spot that had an arrow pointing to it, just said spot or something like that? It's my argument is if kind of. I'd be the first. If I had that spot, I'd be the first. Just going in straight, first conversation. Look at the size of my fucking spot. Because if you get in there first, then no one can.
Everything else is arbitrary. Yeah, it's all
exactly. And a bit like that
with approach.
yeah, and it's a bit like if I can throw insults at you first, that's great because what can you come back at me that's going to beat it? Because believe me, when it comes to insults, I'm going to fucking beat you every day of the week because I'm a bastard. So,
Yeah, well,
Anyway.
Fiona nearly pissed herself when we said about you and Nick and Dom on the show looking like a weird game of whack-a-mole.
Oh, do you know
she
when
pissed herself at that?
I have to say when I said that's too fair though. That is a joke that I said before ages ago when we were on, and actually on that show I remember Steve was on as well. There was me, Steve, Dom, and Nick, and we genuinely did look like a go whack-a-mole. The reason I really remember that was this is ages ago. Dom pissed himself laughing, Nick pissed himself laughing, and Steve just kind of looked at me as if arsehole. You know, it was just like he just looked at me like you fucking twat. Which I mean, I'm never going to argue with that, but yeah, Dom found it funny back then, and I'm sure that. Lula May found it funny. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, I'm sure she was actually going, "Mommy, what's whack-a-mole?" But
yeah,
but she laughed, so which was good. So,
yeah.
but
So
anyway,
Robert, it's Robert, right? Fat Dust. Is it Robert? Is
Yeah.
that
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
He's
have
only
a
fat dust
pulsar?
at weekends.
Do you have a pulsar too?
He is Mr. He's look,
not
you know,
talking.
he's Mr.
Well,
He's
that's
Mr.
where
Soma.
it's tied,
He's
like,
Mr.
being nice.
He's Mr.
This is like
He's Mr. Soma over here. But I'll let Robert say all this. You,
Me?
yeah,
Yeah, at the moment I get it on 6 pulsars.
just
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, but there is only because
Yeah,
four
okay.
of them is for the show, for the shows, for the presentation. Only 2 of them is mine.
Oh.
Like that is not enough. But the good thing is to put one through the Cosmos on
Yeah.
a reverse,
mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
and the main one have it on the beat. That's good, mental. It's a Sonic PlayStation. You get lost very soon, very fast for a very long. Not good. If you have a family, say goodbye. And
Yeah, you get no actual work done or music done, but you have great fun.
Yeah.
oi, what you talking about? What's none?
Okay, I get no music done or no work done, but I have great fun. How's that? Is that better?
Depeche Mode have it on the new album on one track.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah. Well, no,
I'm
I
not saying
told you.
Depeche Mode is good music. Well,
No,
not these days.
Yeah.
They still use that.
It's a very good album.
Is it? I didn't hear it yet.
Yeah, it's the first Depeche Mode album since Sounds of the Universe that I've listened to on multiple occasions in just a couple of days.
Well,
The last
basically,
album I was listening more than once was Ultra, so
well, it's not quite ultra, but they're almost returning. Well, no, to be fair, some of it does go back to good old fashioned proper songs, and the synthesis, the arrangements have gone back. Some of them are quite Violator-ish.
Yes.
Some of the arrangements, which is never a bad thing. Yeah,
I was
the
Yeah.
Monitor's
wasn't-
perfect album. So
I wasn't
Yeah.
at all surprised when I heard that Richard Butler was involved.
Yeah.
In those, because you can hear his involvement.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that they've, or at least Martin has kind of done that. It's the first time he's written with somebody else for Depeche Mode, apart from Dave. You know.
But I also do have to say that, as I'm going to say, and this is, it's not even controversial, Dave may be a great frontman, but he's not a great songwriter. The weakest songs on the album are his songs.
I think he knows that.
Well,
But
but the thing is, the only reason they're still together is the fact that basically he's allowed to do that, and so I understand that. But I have to say, again, this is just from a fan's point of view looking in. I'm sure that Martin must be sitting there going, "Fuck, here we go. Okay, well, to keep the band together, Dave's got to have his couple of songs on. He's got to have his couple of songs on. But fucking hell, when we're doing the production arrangement on this, you're there thinking, how much is Martin actually inputting on that? Because from what I know from the productions generally, once he's done the demos, his actually input into the full-on production is less than we'd imagine it would be. But I'm sure with Dave tracks, it's just like, yeah, you knock yourself out, do whatever you want. I'm going on holiday for a week. I'll come back when this track's finished. But they're definitely the weak. But the difference is, I have to say, on the last couple of albums, Dave's songs have been really quite shit, and at this one they're just not as good as Martin Gore's songs. That's all. But it's a good album. It is a good album.
For me, what I put from those two songs I heard, the biggest step up for me is that Dave stopped singing this his silly soul-like, or very bluesy style.
There's still a bit of that. There's still a bit of that.
Yeah. But still, he came back to the proper, just not poppy, but his normal voice, which was on a while later, songs of Sofat and music for the masses. That arrogance, what he always has in the voice, that is back for me. And another thing, what is much better than before, is the bloody drums, man. I couldn't stand for the last since the Exciter. The sound of the drums was just pure synths, nothing else, no effects on it, no sampling. I just can't stand it because that was what Depeche was for me, was the strong drum sounds, and that was just gone.
Well, they're back to a certain extent. To a certain extent, they're back.
To a certain, yeah, of course you can. I'm not expecting to be fully for the Emacs or anything like that, but still better than what was before, man. The last 5, 6, or I don't know how many albums sounds like a demo for me.
Yeah, they've. I mean, I'm a fan, and it's good to actually have them back. I kind of think if they'd done an album like the last couple, it would have been a struggle to kind of keep defending them, because the last couple you do have to kind of defend them, going, yeah, but you got to listen harder, and there's some good songs in there. You have to find them. Although ironically, again, the best track for me, I can't remember what it's called, is the one where Martin Gore's singing the lead vocal again.
Oh, that's brilliant! That song,
isn't it beautiful?
It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, it's really fucking amazing.
It's a proper Martin song.
Absolutely, yeah.
Is it from the new album?
Yeah. There's a couple. I'm going to say there's three standout tracks on it that are really could be on any of the really classic Depeche albums.
Okay.
And there's 3 really fantastic songs.
But it's none of those singles, I presume.
No,
not yet. Anyway.
There's the one that Martin
Soul
sings.
With Me.
That's the one. And then is it I Drown? Is it I Drown? What's no?
We Drown.
What the other title? No. What the titles?
We Drown.
Rob.
My Cosmos Is Mine, Wagging Tongue, Ghost Again, Don't Say You Love Me, which I think is quite good.
It is, yeah.
My favourite Stranger, Soul With Me, for me, that's a standout so far.
Yeah.
Caroline's Monkey, Before We Drown.
Before We Drown. Before We Drown. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. People Are Good, Always You, Never Let Me Go and Speak to Me.
Yeah. People Are Good. That basically sounds very much like Kraftwerk.
Yes, it does. Yeah,
it does. But it's a good album.
Yeah,
it is which is good. Everyone needs a good.
I've got my vinyl copy here, and I haven't even opened it yet because there's no point. Because I haven't.
Well, of course not. I know.
But I tell you what, I did get on vinyl that I had to crack open. This reminds me of you, mate, because I think you're Buster Blood Vessel's long lost cousin.
Oh, fuck you! Why on earth? Fucking bad fucking manners.
Look at that. Dance Craze, the official soundtrack. For the first time ever, have you never seen Dance Craze?
No.
Oh, mate, were you ever into Two-Tone Ska?
No, fuck was I.
Oh, jeez. There's no hope, is there?
I was. Do you know what? When all the Two-Tone stuff was happening, I had 2 completely. I had 3. Oh, fuck. I had three completely different sides to me. I was really into Adam the Ants. I was really into Kraftwerk, and I was really into John Evangelis. So I've got the stuff that your nan would like with John Evangelis. I've got the stuff that your mum and dad really didn't like, which was Adam and the Ants. And I was really into Kraftwerk that my dad just thought was really futuristic. So I covered all bases.
My dad hated Adam. Well, he hated me dressing up as Adam Ant, which I did frequently.
Yeah.
My mum loved it because she could make clothes for me, so she loved.
She finally got her gay son, basically.
Yeah. Well, my dad actually did. He did accuse me of being gay because I would walk around the village with all the makeup, and the bits in the hair and the clothes and everything. Yeah, those were
And that was only
thankfully-
last week.
That was only
Yeah, that was last week. No, I told you when I went to, I can't remember what year it was. I went to school when, after the summer holidays, and everyone, first day back at school in the first week of September, and I decided the school uniform was just standard school uniform, black trousers, black blazer, white shirt, and you had a special tie. And I remember walking in on the first day with pixie boots, burgundy baggy trousers, kind of high waist, craft work tie, thin black tie, a frilly shirt. Under the only thing that I was wearing was my blazer. That was it. I remember them going absolutely apeshit at me, and so I managed to pull that off for 2 days until I got drawn into the head's office, and the only thing they'd let me carry on wearing were the pixie boots. So, which of course,
what colour?
I never got. They were black. I never got the piss taken out of me. But they were replaced with. Do you remember the Japan, the grey suede, kind of slip-ons? I had the pixie boots got replaced with the Japan type. The Mick Kahn kind of grey suede slip-ons.
You didn't have espadrilles?
Yeah, I say espadrilles. Yeah.
No. I mean, the thing is,
I had white pixie
wore
boots and red Levi's.
White, nice,
with red Levi's.
Do you know what we would have got on?
And a red leather thin tie.
Yeah.
But I think I was telling my kids about this recently because I just got the Haircut 100 reissue, and I was playing it because I still think Pelican West is one of the great sort of early '80s albums. And they were like, "Who's this?" And I showed them a picture, and they've got the chunky sweaters and the chinos with tucked into the white socks with Dunlop green flash, and I said I went through a phase, and it was a few weeks, but that's all I would wear, and then something else would come along, and you'd just go, I'm going to dress like that, and every month or two you'd be sort of like changing your fashion based on whatever was. You just don't get it. It's all so bland and generic and homogenous these days.
Yeah,
I miss that. I miss people dressing up.
I have a question. I know I am very out of touch. I know I am. But why is this Depeche Mode CD cost 26 fucking quid?
Because they're ripping everyone off. There are two versions. There's the standard version,
right?
Or there's
which I can't seem to find.
Yeah, or there's the casebook version, which is the one that I just had there.
Yeah, which is the one I've got, and it's not really worth it.
Because you just get a bunch of pictures with pictures.
Yeah, but I can't seem to find a normal one.
There was one, but they came in for a lot of flack when they announced the prices because you say the vinyl was like 43 quid, which it's a double vinyl. It's a double vinyl, but it's only on 3 sides. Side 4 is just an etching. You could have got that whole thing on a single album, but no, they decided to spread it across a double. But they couldn't fill 4 sides because it just leaves stupid gaps. So they put an etching on and then decided to charge you $42.99 or whatever it was, because vinyl prices are through the bloody roof now anyway.
Yeah.
But they went. It's all cash grab. It's not very.
The thing is now it's actually the problem is now it's actually getting to a stage where CD prices are going up again because no one's buying CDs, and there are so many albums that are coming out from my favourite artists that they're not even releasing on CD at all now, and so the ones that they do put out they can charge silly money for because they know that if you really want them you're gonna pay for it.
I see the new Pet Shop Boys.
I've seen it. Yeah, smash.
5 disc set.
Yeah.
3 CDs, 2 Blu-rays.
Yeah.
2 disc CD set.
Hello.
A triple vinyl. Sorry, no, 6 disc vinyl set in either white or black.
Yeah.
And exclusively available on the Pet Shop Boys stores, a triple cassette pack.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Cassettes
And they're going to be fucking idiots. They're going to be fucking buying that.
Yeah, I'm limiting myself to the CD and Blu-ray.
I've ordered the CD. Yeah, I've ordered the CDs. That's it.
Yeah,
so
I won't get the
customer
vinyl
reviews. What the fuck? Yeah, okay, that seems like a customer review for it. Yeah, no, because I just thought 26 quid for a CD. Have I fallen into
not
some
even
sort
any
of
extra
time
tracks on it or
vortex or
anything
something?
like that.
Fucking hell! What?
I know.
Nice.
There's
See,
no-
I
there's
play
no
I
extra-
play CDs in the workshop.
Yeah. Well, you can't now. You've just got to stream. You're not allowed to play CDs anymore.
This is it. I mean,
Actually, do you know, I went into a shop this morning. I took back my amp to be repaired, and I was talking to the guy. The cheapest he was talking about, he went to, this is a really high end one in Oxford, and the cheapest CD player that they now do. Are you prepared for this? The cheapest CD player they do is, I think it's 12,000 quid. Is the cheapest CD. And he said they went to one of the last show they went to, and he said there was no CD players in the show. If there's a hi-fi show, there were no CD players. It's all high-end stuff. All there was now was streaming. There were no CD players.
So how much is my vintage Amstrad worth then? Nick?
Oh, fuck all. No, it's not. There's just they're not making them.
Oh,
you know. Yeah.
Well, this is why I put
So-
Bluetooth speakers in there as well, because then I'll take the iPad down, and then I'll Bluetooth and then stream whatever. But there's something about putting this. It's like every morning I put your album
don't-
in.
It's embarrassing. Don't say that.
Yeah, I play it every single day. I love the
Don't.
album.
Yeah,
I
stop it now. Stop
I
it
want
now.
to
Stop it
suck
now.
your willy.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that. That's
He
nothing.
didn't
That's
say
nothing
he had
to
a
do with the
wanker,
album.
but He said he played it.
He puts
so.
your photo out.
Yeah,
Lights the
exactly.
candles.
Yeah, he's
You know
look,
what?
Jim.
He
He's
phoned
only
me-
human. He's only human, Jim.
Hey, he phoned me up one day and it was playing in the background, and I said, "Hang on a minute, I just got to turn this fat cunt down." Right,
Yeah.
I turned it down, right? And then I said to him, I said, "No, I'm playing your album again." He goes, "Well, yeah." I said, "Yeah, I play it every day." And then I explained to him how much I love the album and every single note on it and all the rest of it. And he really didn't know where to put his face. And he was on the other end of the phone.
Yeah, it's also because I can't remember the last time I actually listened to it, so I don't think anyone else should listen to it either. So, anyway,
No,
more important. More important than any of this is the fact that Robert, I haven't seen you for forever.
How are you?
Have you? I'm alright, thank you, darling.
The waterfall of enthusiasm.
Yeah. Hello. How are you?
Yeah.
Do I have to talk to you? I don't care that I haven't seen you forever. It's fine. Don't show me any enthusiasm.
Oh, dear. Oh, it's fine.
What a wanker with Robert.
Oh, dear.
But
In the
anyway.
meantime, my last two from this week.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Earthling.
okay.
That's a bit of Earthling.
Oh, okay. And
Oh, sorry.
Ken
No,
Tagelmeier.
I get more excited.
oh yeah.
Well, listen
Andromeda's
to them-
still there. What's going on, Dave? What's going on, Robert? Andromeda is still there.
Yeah. Well, I've been working for the past 2 weeks, so haven't really done anything apart from going to the West End, going home.
You're not really committed to this sale, are you?
No, I haven't really been for the past 2 weeks.
Mm.
I've been too busy having my head banging against the console. As you do.
As you do.
That's the joy of the theatre.
Yeah, darling.
Do you know, all of a sudden I'm actually thinking, you know, all these weeks I've been thinking, well, I haven't seen Robert for weeks and weeks and actually months. And I'm thinking, I can't wait to see him again. And now he's actually here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, fuck, all of that wasted enthusiasm.
The feeling is mutual, Ty. Of course.
Oh my god.
More importantly, Jim, how was your dinner date?
It was very good, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, tasty.
Lovely.
See, you got the pussy.
Got the pussy. And I've got a little poster here as well.
Oh, excellent. What's that for?
That's for this like tiny micro festival, or it's a nano festival really. But Mark Radcliffe's Oon are playing, and there's some bloke on there called James Glue as well.
Hey, when's that?
People, 20th of May. Well, 20th and 21st of May.
Where is it?
Wirksworth, which is it's kind of like Derbyshire's version of Hebden Bridge.
Hebden
Bridge.
Hebden Bridge.
Totally.
Excellent.
So, yeah. That'd be good, won't it, Bluebell? Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think she
I'm not
likes this
fucking
mic
going.
as much. No. You
Yeah.
want the Neumann back, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you know what, Bluebell has more enthusiasm than Robert does.
At this point, I think anybody does.
Robert, what's the matter? Come on, talk to us. What's the matter?
Yeah.
Come on.
Front of house blues.
Come on.
Blues are backstage. You don't have blues front of house. There's
Oh.
5 fucking screens in my face.
Are you doing front of house in West End?
Yes.
For
the show is called For Black Boys Who Have Considered Suicide, but the view gets too heavy.
okay, I didn't quite catch that. What's it called?
For Black Boys Who Have Considered Suicide, then the view gets too heavy.
You
That
must
is
have
the
been able
title
to
of the
see
show.
Yes.
Yes.
Must have
Well,
been
no,
able to see the-
I don't want the plot. I don't want the plot. What's the name of the show?
Yeah, you can see the poster from your house, Ty.
Fuck me.
No, it's just the standard poster that's always outside thing. It's just the
Okay.
writing is small. Well,
it would have to be.
Yeah.
Well, I can't fucking read it without glasses.
Which theatre is it? Where's the theatre? Which theatre?
The Apollo.
Oh, okay. Wow, okay.
So yeah, right on Shaftesbury Avenue, right in the centre of town.
Well, I was down on Wardour Street. I was saying earlier on I was down on Wardour Street today.
What? Just up the back, next door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
you-
he was
you
in Lettsby Avenue.
Yeah.
What,
Sorry.
were you going to the strip club around the corner?
Shh. I may possibly have been. I said I went to the Yamaha store, but I could possibly have been going to the aforementioned establishment, which I have no idea where it is.
$20 down and no piano.
You're a Patreon.
It's funny because that strip club, the theatre next door, the Lyric, the stage door is directly next to the strip club. And if you don't know, that stage door is the most inconspicuous door. It looks like a normal door, and whenever you need to direct somebody, where is it? Oh, you see that big strip club sign there? Directly to the side of it, it's the stage door because
Yeah.
it had like this tiny sign above it that you
Yeah.
can't fucking see.
The amount of times I'm so sorry, I meant to go in the stage door,
Sorry, I'm
but
late.
it's such an easy mistake to make. You know,
It was 3 hours ago.
by the time I was in there, it was rude for me to leave. So
Just say turn right at the large bald man. That's it. So.
well,
No, but our show is so loud that you can hear it from the alleyway at times.
oh, okay. Are you on about the strip club or the?
No,
No. Okay.
no.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm sorry you're not feeling full of energy today, obviously. And how long have you got on this?
Like 6 weeks. Or 4.
Well, 6
well,
weeks. Six. How many
5
left?
weeks. We finished with Sunday after coronation.
Okay. And how long have you been on it?
I've been in rehearsals now 3 weeks ago.
You're in this
Oh,
state after
so
3 weeks.
I was in rehearsals for first week, which was mostly fine, although then the last day did drag on for too long. Then just, in the theatre for 2 weeks.
And you've got another 5 weeks.
Yeah, well, tomorrow is press night, so after that it will calm down and it will be just easy going. But
Okay.
it just,
I'm just trying to plan when you might actually be worth talking to again. That's all.
maybe next week, unless the personal stuff that got in the way is last Monday is also getting worse.
So hang on a minute. So you got personal shit going on as well as this?
Yeah,
Yay!
not helping.
Sorry, Ian, you were just off the screen. I didn't see you down there.
No, it's actually because I said 2 minutes ago, keep that fucker Ian out of this.
What a wank.
Right, you lot enjoy this. This cost me fucking £500 a year, this. All right?
What, to get all of us on?
Yeah, so enjoy this.
Take one more.
You got to catch Robert after his OnlyFans. He's very happy then. So.
I've seen him on OnlyFans.
Oh, you on OnlyFans, Rob?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. What's your name, Robert?
That's not the funniest, mate.
I'll sign up for whatever. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'll do whatever's involved. What do I have to do? I have to give you money every week or month or?
You could be a Patreon.
Is that what involves? And what do you give me? What do you give me for my whatever it is a month or week or whatever? What do you show me, Robert? What do you show me? Tell me what you show me. Tell me what the goods are. Come on, tell me. Tell me.
I believe OnlyFans in its main is a media distribution platform, right? So you can distribute any type of media on there.
What kind of media are you distributing, Robert? Come on.
Media
tell
or
us.
meat?
It's called Naughty Rob on OnlyFans.
Naughty Rob.
Naughty.
Excellent. As long as it's not fucking enthusiastic, Robert, because that would be false advertising.
Well, I'm sorry you've never seen me enthusiastic, darling.
It's fine.
I want to see where he keeps it.
Tonight we can see Ty as a bully.
As a what?
We can see you as a bully tonight.
A bully?
Robert all the time.
Oh my God! You didn't see the shows when I believe me. When it comes to bullying, Robert and I, we have a
Easy to pick on, huh?
honestly.
Excuse me, it's not bullying. It's just banter between the lads. Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, God.
And nobody was ever found.
No. Robert and I have a very loving relationship.
That should have got a bigger laugh,
do we?
bastards.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I thought Robert and I had a very loving relationship, but apparently we don't. I've
It's
just
more
found
like an
out.
S&M relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, whether he likes it or not. Yeah, basically. Yeah. But
That is not consensual. That will not be part of a proper S&M relationship.
by the way, Jim and Ian, I passed on the greetings, which she thought was really sweet for some reason. For fuck's sake.
Good.
So yes, so she said to say hello back.
Good.
So I'm passing on my hellos back with love and attention, as you can, So.
Just like a bit of contempt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Slide.
But anyway,
Should have invited her on here.
oh fuck off!
Oh, she'd really show him up.
She would.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, mate. Oh, mate.
Exactly. All I'd get is you lot just going, just Ty, fuck off. Just leave her to it. She's the funny one, according to Jim.
Yeah.
According to Jim, she's the funny one.
Not just me.
No.
Oh dear, the gauntlet is thrown down. Yeah, it was like when she got together with Fiona. We just had to get out of the room. Really.
The thing is, I'll be honest with you. Honestly, do you know the best thing about it is, and I absolutely can say this hand on heart, is that's what she's like 24/7.
Yeah, honestly,
I
you two are
guess
fantastic
that,
together. It's
You
really
are
good to see.
actually. You're
Really
great together.
And this is absolutely serious. That is us. That is the pair of us 24/7.
Well,
We've never.
saying that, no, I'm sure there's another bit that.
Yeah. But no, we've not had an argument. We've not had a crossword. It's just that we just piss ourselves laughing constantly.
Yeah.
It's yeah, she's very lucky. Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think you're both going to need plenty of incontinence pants in old age.
Was the sedatives time?
Say again?
Was the sedatives for her?
Whoa! That's harsh. But yeah, there were.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway. So.
Is Rob asleep?
No.
Are you asleep, Rob? Oh, no,
He looks like that all the time.
At the moment, I go from like okay to like very
right.
quickly.
Oh, I've
but-
got a message from. Sorry.
It's not another video, is it? Or is it?
I didn't send you anything, or did I send it to the wrong one?
Yeah, naughty Rob.
OnlyFans.com.
Well, that went to the wrong phone number. It happened.
Oh, brilliant. No, I've just been summoned. So
Graphically?
No, not on this occasion. No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Just words that I'm not sharing with you.
What,
Absolutely.
mango?
I've just.
Kumquat?
Not everybody will get that.
I was going to say, if ever there was an in joke, I'm really sorry. I apologise to everybody. Only Jim and Ian would get that, but you had to be very much. You had to be there.
To be there, yeah.
But but anyway, I'm going to go. Oh, I ordered because I only had the patch and tweet books.
Yeah.
So I had a couple of them, and obviously again Envio and all that kind of thing. So I bought them all. So I got all the patch and tweet books. Fuck me, they're amazing.
Yeah.
If anyone hasn't got the patch and tweet books, yeah, I only had, as I said, I had a couple of them, but I've now got the lot. And
do you have the oscillators from Cogden?
Yeah.
No,
I've got the Korg one.
oscilloscope. Sorry.
There is a Korg one as well. I've got
I've
got
got
that.
the Korg one.
With the, did you get it with the tuner?
Yeah.
Because you can get it without the tuner as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the Soma one?
The what? The Soma one.
That's going to be with a Pulsar 23.
Fuck me, that's going to be like kind of what were those encyclopedia when we were kids? Britannica.
Yeah.
Was it the
Yeah.
That's just for the Soma
Part
one.
64 is coming up next year.
Volume 74 is out next week.
The Shares module, it's part 17 to 32.
Pie's waiting for the Behringer edition, so.
Fuck. Oh.
You had to go.
You had to spoil it, didn't you?
All right.
You had to spoil it.
Ian, that's just going to be a piece of A4 with what they said.
There's no rolling manuals.
That
It's
is
a giant handful.
However,
Yeah.
in 6 different languages on that
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them wrong.
Yeah. But anyway, look. Okay, it's been lovely to dip my toe in again, and for you, Robert, obviously dip a little more in, just a little special thing.
I'm going to go.
No, I'm going. Fuck off!
No, I actually am going to go.
No. Look, is it just because I've gone? Is it literally just Jim comes here going, if Ty's on, I'll dip in. If not, once he goes, it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
I think it's time to go
That's
anyway.
definitely it. I think.
Oh, he's gone! Oh, you've got to love him. You've got to love him. You have to
Fucking
love
love
him.
Robert.
Yeah, exactly. Oh!
What do I
No,
do?
it's not. It's Jeff. Yeah,
Jeff.
sorry.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
But yeah, I am going. It is lovely seeing you all, and I
Good
will.
because of me.
Yeah.
Well, second
No,
coming
it's
of Jesus,
next
I
time,
can go
mate.
now.
You see, this is the point where I go, no, Jeff, it's not because of you. But yes,
That's a
it's
Canada
fucking
thing, Jeff.
solely because of you, Jeff. That's the only reason. So
Thanks, man. I love you too.
We'll pay you later, Jeff.
exactly. You watch. The moment I fuck off, Robert's going to be straight back in. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, look, I'm disappearing. Have a great one, and
Cheers.
I'll speak to you soon. All the best, guys. See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oi.
Hello, Jeff.
Well, hello everyone. How you doing?
Good afternoon, morning,
Hello.
evening, whatever.
Yeah, evening, early. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
There
Robert.
he is, he's back.
Boom.
He told me to get back.
He did.
Nice.
Still can't get rid of that A6, do you?
I would have to put some effort in.
That's not the
Yeah.
labs thing, is it, Kent?
Pardon?
That's not the labs thing, is it?
What?
Reminds
The
me.
new labs thing.
What is?
That electric piano. That Rhodes.
No,
Oh, just wondered.
that's Hydrosynth.
All right, okay.
It does everything.
I
It
know, I've
does.
got one.
Yeah.
I haven't.
It even
I haven't.
tickles your balls for it if you let
Yeah,
it.
it's fantastic.
I'm sure there's a patch for it.
Yeah.
If it's got enough low end, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, it certainly has that, my friend.
Thanks for reminding me about that labs thing.
Yeah,
That's
it's
one more thing we could talk about tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you know,
It's
remember
good-
what I
it's
said
good
last
actually,
week
the
about
labs,
the Project Sam and their sort of like little teaser?
Hmm.
It wasn't anything.
Well, it was just an
It's-
upgrade to.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, this is the stuff that we had before. You're welcome to it.
But it's now getting new user interface. Woo, woo, woo. And it
Yeah.
now requires contact 6 instead of 5. Woo, woo. And
Yeah.
it looks
Calm
pretty.
down there, Robert. Calm down.
Come look at it, how pretty it is. It's so pretty. Woo.
Get all excited.
Woo. Yeah, I'm so excited, but I just can't hide it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you just put me right off my stroke.
Oh.
Keystroke. I was key.
Oh,
Yeah,
keystroke.
we know.
Hey, Robert, if you want to sell your Andromeda, you should do some boudoir photography with it.
Well, I'm pretty sure it looks better in black and white.
Oh, hey, whatever, nice garters and go to town.
High contrast.
Indeed.
Fishnet
Nice
stockings,
daughters.
or his whole Betty
Yeah.
Page thing, like Frankenfurter.
No, I don't tend to wear suspenders myself.
Oh, you've just reminded me. Hang on a sec. Where is it? Have you, or are you aware of...
Go on.
Oh, I've gone and shut the fucking page down, haven't I? What swat.
What a wanker.
Oh, no. Here it is.
What a
Here it
wanker.
is. Here it is.
Oh,
Are
go
you
on.
aware of this? A vast tribute to the music and legacy of Vangelis. There's something like 65 cover versions for 10 quid, and it all goes to Trussell Trust charity
Oh, okay.
on Bandcamp. Castles in
On
Space.
Bandcamp? Okay.
I've got a few friends that have done a few tracks on there, and it's rather good.
As long as it's better than the New World Orchestra version of Blade Runner, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, much better. But there you go. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
I have a honest question.
Go for it.
If you get the Hydra scene, why would you want any other vegetable scenes?
I'm a greedy bastard.
I'm not asking you, mate.
Oh. Oh, yeah, because everybody knows I'm a greedy bastard, yeah.
No, seriously, for me, the scene is absolutely masterpiece. I wouldn't. Even the third wave is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Well, the old Sonic Transwave stuff was ahead of that, and it's really good. So,
Transwave was on how is it called? The
it's a
N-Sonic
wavetable.
Sigma,
It's
isn't
just
it?
sweeping a wavetable. But different wavetables. The Fismo has really weird wavetables in it. So,
The Blofeld.
But on a high percent, can you decrease the resolution of your stepping, like on the third wave, or did you get that disgusting PPG sound when you're stepping through 64 discrete waveforms that are not properly interpolating?
On Hydra synth.
Yeah. Can you get that gnarly thing of?
Man, in the latest update, you can make every oscillator as fucked as you want. So it can be as detuned, as broken as you want it to be.
a new update is cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. Yeah.
There is, and obviously there's more stuff, but there is no other synth who can do that. Which can do that.
Well, I mean, any multi-timbral synth can do that, but with a lot of effort.
No. There is no synth in the world who can break every oscillator differently than all others.
No, I mean,
every voice can be literally completely different thing.
Yeah, but this thing is fully multi-timbral, 16 parts. But it would be an arse pain to do it. I'm not saying that it. I mean, it is possible in other sense because them doing it in a sensible way rather than an impossible to program way is a very clever move. But I mean, it's not impossible to do on a fully multi-timbral synth. But you really have to hate yourself to try and do it.
Well, I don't know about the synth who can do it, who is polyphonic and can do that, to be honest. Anyway, for me, what I'm trying to say is the Hydra for the money, it's absolutely steel. And I still didn't find anything what can be done in just as a wavetable. I'm thinking to get how do you call it? The Waldorf that
What, the M?
no M.
Iridium?
Iridium, yeah, Iridium and desktop. Because that does get quite lots of synthesis on the boards. But I wouldn't probably get another pure wavetable only. I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to find out if I'm wrong or yes.
I mean, they will all sound different, right? Because is it different enough to be worth the money, the space, learning a different user interface?
The smart thing that Hydrosynth did is they added a lot of weird filters that only Modular has. Because it can basically use AI to make any filter they want. So you can do all kinds of software tricks in there to add more wavetables, more oscillator types, more filter types. Ken Flux Pierce even did a Buchla style demo on it once. It sounded just like a goddamn Buchla. So, has gates and all kinds of stuff. It's really cool.
This is what I'm trying to say. That it's hard to find something to beat it. And I understand that the fabric is beautiful. I'm saying that seems absolutely gorgeous. It sounds amazing. But I don't need it as a multi-timbre because I do sound design. I don't really care if it's got a 4 or 6 mile.
There's only one way to decide this. Fight!
Fight!
Absolutely.
A synth fight.
Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah, I'll take this one. This one's quite heavy. I think Ken will win with a CS80, dropping that on somebody's foot.
Yeah. I got a couple of GS1s that in second place as well.
I mean, it's just like with samplers, right? There are a lot of different samplers out there. They all have different audio circuitry. So even if you have the same settings in every sampler, they're all going to sound totally different.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to it. Instead of just features, it's the thing as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also user interface and how you go with it. And like how easy it is for the user. Does it work for you? Does the interface not work for you? Some people it will work, for some others will work better. Because choose whatever works for you.
I think we should all calm down and look at a picture of Prince playing a DX7.
Why
name the synth on his right though.
What Oberheim? What is it? XA or 8 and an SX below and.
Is that a no? That's a
a Kruma? Or?
No, it's a
Seal? No.
But Verzi used those stupid buttons as well. But...
Do you know what? It does have that Worthy look about it.
Mm-hmm.
Or is this an Omni 2?
It almost looks custom made because it's so unusual.
And there's bloody hundreds of machines out there that nobody's ever seen before. That's the thing. Hello.
Anyway, there you go. I like that.
You can't just leave it like that. What is it?
I don't know. Finish me off.
He just threw a grenade in the room and ran out.
I just saw the DX7 and everything else paled into insignificance beside.
I mean, it could be an Omni 2, looking at picture with sort of buttons. If you put up a picture again.
What am I? Jesus. I think it is an ARP Omni 2. That was my guess. Let me just bring it up again. There we go.
Maybe it's the correct amount of sliders in the correct configuration. And the correct amount of buttons, and yeah, two of them are slightly brighter.
He seems to have a rack of a million things next to him, next to that.
It's Prince.
Probably just the mixer, right?
Could be, yeah, or compressors. Yeah.
What?
Prince. Nice guy too. I talked to him a few times. Pretty nice guy.
I'd say that is an Omni 2.
Very likely. It's just with the light, but overexposure, it just makes it look completely different to.
Yeah, it looks like
the
it's a
other
white
two.
panel, but it's not. It's probably.
You reckon?
Yeah. Correct button and fader arrangement.
Yeah,
What
you
Omni
know
2.
it could. Yeah. It doesn't help that it's a black and white photograph as well, does it?
Where's the bright orange?
Yeah, exactly. You go, oh, I know what that is.
Now that's the Oberon. It looks like kind of bent to the right. It's weird. Maybe it's just the angle of the picture. But it's weird.
Lens distortion when scanning the film.
Yeah,
or,
maybe. Yeah.
Or the
Just
negative.
looks weird.
Well, there is a slight weird angle between the top one and the SX.
Mhm.
Like, that stand isn't perfectly straight. Well.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
The important things.
Oh, wrong way. Yeah. Oh, pardon me.
Oh, dear.
-4 twat. It's +4. You're such a stupid dick. It's plus.
Plus, you dick.
Yeah, it's plus minus twat.
Can't you count?
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you know what plays even better now? It's clean. not tripping over husky hairs. Always a good thing.
So how often do you clean it? Like once a day?
That was probably the second time since I've got it. Well, I normally just like like that, but now I'm giving it a proper clean. So the keys are actually black instead of sort of that light grey dust colour.
Well, you just need a really powerful Hoover that you can just always have in reach. You just go over it.
Yeah.
I had to buy a new vacuum cleaner today.
Press the random button.
Yeah.
The random is great, man.
You know, Spearsy phoned me yesterday. He goes, "You're a silly prat with one of those Hoovers. What's it called?" What do you mean? You go, "Oh, the robot Hoover." Yeah, what's it called? I want one. So I told him what it was and everything like that. And you hear him in the background like, "How fucking much?" Yeah, I know. Yeah, I didn't buy it. Don't worry about it.
Well, I've seen the Chinese knockoff ones. They're much cheaper. So.
Yeah, but they just sort of like back off out and just go, "I not clean this," and just go back again.
They pretty much work the same. The problem is there's not a lot of room for stuff, and the suction isn't great on them. So they're kind of silly. I don't really like them.
But the iRobot Roomba one I got is it's pretty cool. I mean,
The best
it'll
one
eat
about
a
that
US
is the one the cat videos where the cat rides around on it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
my favorite.
And I tell you what, it'll eat a USB cable. You go, "Where's that USB cable gone?" It's over in the corner again. So it's pretty cool, but it gets rid of all the husky hair and all the rest of it. It's
So do you have
good.
it going around the house like twice a day then?
Three times, half an hour at a time. No, we've reduced it down to one, and we just put up with the hair for the rest of the day.
What's funny is before they got smarter, if you had stairs, if you didn't put these special blockers on the stairs, it would just go down the stairs.
Yeah. No,
It
this
took them a
is-
while to learn that.
This one was brilliant. I mean, I thought, we're going to have to give it a map to work with and everything like that. And it just work out what the room is and where everything is, and off it went. And it came back up, sorted, saved it, and it knew where everything was the next day. Unfortunately, it did go round a dog that wasn't there a couple of days later. He goes, "There's no dog there. You can use that." But it does. It comes through, it comes back, and goes, there is no dog there. Okay, I'll clean it up. But it keeps getting stuck on the stool. You know those stools in the kitchen? They've got that slightly curved up feet on the bottom of them.
Yeah, it doesn't like weird surfaces.
It gets wedged in there, and it just goes, "I can't go. Come and get me."
You need taller wheels. So
Yeah. There he goes. What's I can't remember. We had it in because the internet dropped out badly, and then it came back and dropped out, and so they were doing some work somewhere, and it pissed the Hoover off terribly. And when it came out the next morning, it was about 6 hours too early. So this thing started kicking off, and we all going, "Oh, fuck, what's that, all that noise?" like that. And when it finished, it went, "It's good, Daddy. Don't go anybody here." I went, "What the fuck is?" It's changed language and everything. Bloody thing.
Well, it's cool how it finds its way home to its charge dock.
Yeah, well, it does, but it doesn't always find
it doesn't match it
actual
perfectly, yeah.
charging levels. And sometimes it sits
It just
and it goes,
dies right there.
Yeah, and it goes, "I've parked, but I'm not
Close enough.
charging." Yeah, so the next day it goes, "No, I'm staying here because I'm now flat." You go, "Yeah,
There's a local company called Beam that had these cool telepresence robots, and they had them at SIGGRAPH and a bunch of other stuff. I was playing with them.
Yeah.
And they had the same idea. They would find their own dock. Once you
Yeah.
hit home, they would just go find everything. And
Yeah. Well, I tell you one thing we do. The Hoover bags for it that go into the actual receptacle thing that it docks with, they're just little bags. There's nothing special about them, right? And they were like fucking 17 quid for 6. Okay. I just cut one open, you empty it out, and you know those big freezer bag clips?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, clip back in again. We're still using the same one now for 6 months. Instead of buying loads and loads and loads of bags for it. It's like, they go, "Oh no, just throw the bags away." You could,
Well,
what?
people are lazy. They want to just dispose, yeah.
Yeah. I go, no, there's the cost and there's the whole, eco thing as well.
How are they now making money out of you?
Oh, nobody makes money out of me, mate. He said, looking around, "Oh, hang on." Yeah. Oh, shit. Somebody's on a yacht somewhere going, "He's a tart." So, right, the only thing I haven't cleaned in here now is the 80. Oh, and you, Nelly. You're next. In the shower, young lady. And how much you love that. Turn the hose pipe on outside and she'll, drench me. Put her in the shower, freaks the fuck out.
Yeah,
So it goes
they're weird like
mental.
that.
Yeah, they are weird like that.
My dog would jump in the pool on its own, but he didn't want to be washed.
There's another bloody dog hair on it.
Yeah.
What the? Ooh. Oh, same to you, madam.
So
I
the easy
don't
way to
need-
clean your roller would be those tape rollers you use for your garments.
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got to leave it plugged in as well, turned on while you're doing it. Get a cacophony of sound coming out of it.
No, just the manual tape roller has double-sided tape on it.
Yeah, I know the puppy. Yeah, they
Yeah,
use it for, for cleaning velvet
Yeah,
dresses
exactly,
and what have you. Yeah,
They work great.
yeah. I think
I
we
used to
got a
run that on
couple
my
of them.
dog too. It worked pretty well.
Do you know what? You put it on Charlie, and it's like, oh, that's fucked.
It's clogged in
Right?
2 seconds.
Yeah, no, like that, just tearing it off.
Yeah.
I live on a cat plenty of times, and it was pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when Charlie's in this winter to summer coat transition, oh my God, he looks like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards. He's got lumps.
Yeah, chunks sticking out.
Falling off him, and you can go like that and grab it and sort of like, ooh, big handful of hair. And you're just doing that every day, all the time. It's just become a thing now that every time he walks by, you just go like that and take.
Yeah,
a
the
big
guard hair
handful of
comes out, the under fur stays behind. Yeah.
Yeah. The others don't seem to molt at all. So, that we notice. But the front garden looks like we've had a snowstorm. Because it sticks to that AstroTurf like you wouldn't believe. It won't go anywhere. So, definitely good stuff. I don't know why it's going that way so much. Oh no, I haven't cleaned all them, have I? Christ almighty, they look filthy. That one looks like a painter's radio. Awful. It's supposed to be black keys, not grey. So my plan to reduce the amount of stuff in here has gone horribly wrong.
What have you bought now?
No, not stuff bought, stuff pulled out. Several drum machines. I'm going to set up a live rig over here. And suddenly there's a ton of stuff out that wasn't out before. Because honest to God, when I bought the drum log from Ian, I thought, yeah, from you, sir, from you.
Squirrel.
And I went, oh, good, it'd be nice to have a drum machine, not realising I had a TR8, a CC78, and a Univox SR95 to start with. I think there's probably more if I carry on looking, but I don't think I will. And then just set up all the sync.
Yeah.
And all the clocks.
So how do you like the drum look, by the way? How do you like the drum look, by the way?
I like it. I think for me it works. It sits nicely with in between all the others. I mean, there'll be some people that go, "Oh, I don't like the sound of this." You know, it's a personal taste thing, isn't it? But I like it. You know, once you get off the initial "where the fucking hell is the play button," it's okay. You know, it's all right. But I couldn't find the play button for about 5 minutes. I couldn't find. Where is it? And shouldn't it sort of like be like a big green button or a big red button or something? No. It's a little black one that looks like all the others.
No, I got Pulsar. I don't mind play button. But what about sounds? Like, is it more experimental or is it more like
there seems to be
poppy or?
Yeah, there's a lot of different type of thingies on it. Yes. So with that, I'll be quite the laying down the wicked tune in it.
Yeah, bro.
Because from the demos I heard, it sounds like ready for mix, but it doesn't sound like anything signature or anything like would you blow your mind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a workhorse, as I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of the snare can go very sort of like white noise gen as well. If one want to retro it up a bit, so revisit the old white noise snare drum stuff, which you can't really do with the other things anyway. Because if I remember through the late 70s and through the early 80s, everybody wanted snares that sounded like snares and didn't want white noise gens type sounds. And when we want realism, give us realism. And you got more and more real and more real. And then it's only this stuff's only started to come back into fashion again, isn't it?
Yeah, the snare on Pulsar gave me a headache, man, forever. To be honest, after I was able to make it sound as I wanted after 2 years. Worth the time invested.
Yeah, I mean, because I was looking around it and I'm going, eventually I'll get it to do something, and then I'll just expand on that, or retract a little bit on it or whatever and play around with it, but never actually go back to it being empty again, because I'll never get it working again.
But for me, what is probably the best for the sound design, just pure digital sound, is the Alexa 2 at the moment. I really like that, man.
I've always been a bit of really stupidly retro kind of guy.
I've never was. Sorry.
No, that's it. I mean, no, my love lies with, like, you know, the mini pops and the CR78s. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, as it were.
KR55.
Yeah. And then I remember the amount of noise that used to come out of them, and you know, not so keen. But yeah, I loved the old. Well, it's the stuff I grew up with, you know. The stuff I was introduced to initially. So, but to be honest with you, I love them all, to be honest.
I'm a big fan of the TR8S.
Yeah, do you know what? Because the TR8S came out after the TR8.
Yeah, I know.
And then when I saw the S, and I went, "Oh, you bastards!"
And that was naughty. That was naughty of Roland. It really was.
Yeah.
I mean, I've put the Lindrum samples in it and the Alesis SR18 samples.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, because the one thing I found about the TR8 was it would be, you know, it was nice to have a drum machine that you could MIDI sync, add USB and all the rest of it, and you had the 808, 909 sounds. And it only took a little while before I realised that these are the sounds that I hear all the time, because of those are the two drum machines I'm always having to repair and get working. I go, I want different drum sounds. And then, of course, they go, oh, the TR8S, and you can, you know, with samples, and you can put in, and you go, oh, you fuckers, I just bought this bastard.
Yeah, I find you have to play it, though. You know, it's great for live performance, but that's all you're playing to some extent.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't got a huge amount of time to do anything else apart from play that. You know.
Yeah.
Back to the drum log. There is you can do some transients on the kick, can you?
Pass.
Yeah, I think you can.
I think I've, you know, really, I've only had it on about 10 minutes since I bought the bloody thing.
Yeah,
I need to become more familiar with it.
Okay.
Which is only about 10 minutes less than what I've spent on the MPC-X. Which I'm determined to learn how to work. But not work, but get something out of it without having to think about it too hard, and have an idea of where things are, so there's a workflow can happen, as opposed to going, all right, I'm going to go and watch that YouTube video again. Which button do you press? You know, that it takes forever.
I suggest try to start to play with the drum plugin. That is absolutely beautiful piece of software, man.
Yeah.
I love it. The drum plugin on MPC is worth on its own.
Yeah.
Now it's like there's a VST, I think.
It was like, you know, Inky said to me in the messenger, she goes, oh, I'll help you learn how to use it. And I said to her, look, honestly, sweetheart, after about 15 minutes, you'll be cutting your wrists open with me. You'll just be pulling all your hair out. Go, no, the other button, what the fucking hell? You know, so I will sit down quietly with it once the work dies down, and and spend some proper time with all this stuff, and and get away from just doing pretty chords all the time.
I'm looking forward to your grime album.
Yeah, it's going to be so fucking dirty.
Yeah, what about the Trip Hop album?
I don't know. It'd be more like Trip Over album, I think. Trip Over and Break Your Nose, Blood Everywhere. Deluxe edition.
For £55.
Yeah, just have a picture of me on the front going, oh, like that. I've fallen down and can't get up.
And on the back cover, foot in dog shit, right, in the garden.
Yeah, pick it up using the Zimmer frame. Opening track should be something like, well, that didn't normally used to hurt.
Shuffle dance on the stairs.
Yeah. Pension day bonanza.
Okay, gents, I'm waking up in the morning. I have to say, bye.
Take care, man.
Good to see you, Robert.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya. I tell you what, it's a genius move making these things bright orange.
I love the bright orange colour.
Yeah.
It's great.
All my toolboxes are bright orange, so I can find them.
But they're bright orange. You should be able to find them, surely.
I got the white Lyra. I really like the white one.
Yeah.
And also my pipe. The pipe is white as well.
I think if you
don't laugh, Rob.
If you own 4 dogs, don't buy anything white.
Yeah.
Trust me, just don't buy anything white.
Oh, do you want it all in off brown?
Yeah, off brown, black, and ruffled fur colour. Yeah.
Well, I had to get the JDXI in white because it's the easiest damn thing to read. The black one is awful.
Oh.
Red on black with a shiny surface is impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even why would you buy that? That's the first question.
The synth?
Yeah.
Kicks ass, man. I made entire songs with it. It's 4 tracks, analog, supernatural sounds, pitch to MIDI built in.
Oh, the JDXI.
All kinds of covers.
Okay, not the other, not the smaller one. Okay, no, okay, sorry.
G'day.
It is the smaller one. You're talking about
Hi, all.
Hey,
You all right, buddy?
Very good here for
Good
this
man.
time of the morning.
What time of the morning is it?
Yeah, it's about 10 past 10 or thereabouts. So, still early for musicians.
Still in the future.
You're still in the future, yep.
Okay.
And those people were right. Tomorrow never knows. I'm living proof.
Yeah, and yesterday didn't care.
That's it. That's true. Good to see you all.
Yep, we're all still here. This is from last time. We were all still here.
Yeah, we haven't gone to bed yet.
No. It's been a week.
I have a pile of Italian pastries here if you want to see the.
Oh yeah.
Pastry time. Yeah, I should get some. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Andy. That video made me was watching that going. Oh,
it was so funny to see everyone's face go forward. You just watch all the cameras go forward at once, and people are looking at the pastries.
Oh my God!
We could turn this into a cooking show. I can go behind me, find some cannoli shells, make some, and then eat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could happen. That could happen. I shall raid the pantry in a minute. I'll have a look now.
Yeah, you have to use the words microwave though.
Plop the ping.
Yeah.
That's the Welsh term, isn't it? Plop the ping.
I don't know. Pass.
Yep, Welsh for the microwave.
Is it?
Yep.
Is it really? Wow.
Yep. And do you know why? Because that's
crap
the
at
sound
rugby?
it makes.
Yeah.
Ah.
It's onomatopoeia, right?
Yeah. Well, there was no word in the Welsh language for microwaves.
So grunty plop is have a shit, is it?
Could be. Yucky dog.
Have a shit in the microwave and then.
Yeah, shit in the microwave. The microwave.
That's a plopty ping.
Oh, I do beg your pudding.
We are out of cannoli shells. It's a national disaster. All I have is Savoiardi biscuits, which are very, very good for making tiramisu.
Oh, okay.
So,
I used to eat packets of those. I used to go down in the storeroom in my dad's restaurant, and I would eat packs of those. Squirty cream, because that was new back then, and salted peanuts.
Wait, Squirty Cream, that's Robert's other OnlyFans name.
It's true.
I tell you what, I wish you hadn't said the word tiramisu. Excuse me a moment. Fiona?
Tiramisu.
We interrupt this broadcast for a quick cooking segment.
I'm
Hey,
going to have
Dave.
some proper tiramisu in
how
a
you
week's
doing?
time.
Good.
I had to go pick up the dog. I was on earlier. Then I remembered I had the dog at daycare, doggy daycare, which is what us fancy people do in Longmont, Colorado. So.
Right.
Sophisticated people.
Or the dog destroys the house, and you make a calculated decision whether $30 is worth.
She's getting a tiramisu tomorrow when
Oh,
she goes
let's
shopping. Yes.
For everybody?
Yeah.
Well,
Just
just
sit
turn
in
up.
here.
Just turn up.
All right, wait a minute.
My doors are always
On
open.
my portal.
Plane ticket to England. Yeah.
I'd love to. Maybe next Monday. Who knows?
So I see Mr. Trump's been indicted.
Yeah, I
Has he?
just saw that as I was.
All right.
That's
Yeah.
a
And
start.
sorry, Dave, if
Now
you're.
that.
I'm
Now-
sorry. I know it's not politically correct, but I would like to read the headline instead: "Found dead in a dumpster." Please.
Well,
That's
you never know.
that's the best option, but second is indicted.
Yeah.
And Gwyneth
How
Paltrow has
would
won
it
her
get-
case.
How would
Did
you
she
get
win
him
it? Oh,
inside the dumpster? Though?
Oh, big one.
So-
Well,
so-
you tip the dumpster over, roll him in,
Roll it in and then tip.
and then forklift it back up again. Yeah.
and then light it on fire.
And then light it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I can
Sorry,
smell
Rob?
burning bagpipes and I can smell burning banjos. Just as an observation.
Yep.
So, Rob, you said that Gwyneth Paltrow won her case. Which
She
one?
did. Which,
Because which case?
well, there was only one, wasn't there?
No, she's.
All I know is something about skiing or something. Ow, Cleo.
Oh,
Yeah. She
Sounds
won
like
her
the lyrics
case.
to a song.
She was sued for damages
oh yeah, okay.
by a guy who claimed that she crashed into him when skiing in 2016.
Oh,
She
so
said it was the other way around and countersued for $1 and
nice.
expenses.
Apparently he's got life-changing injuries, but
Well, he was
Sure.
70 something, wasn't he? So I mean,
It sounds like Cleo bit Dave in a place where it was life changing as well.
Well, we'll find out.
You have enough kids?
Only time will tell. So far, so good, but you know. Oh,
No website translates, does it?
maybe the tiramisu after all.
Speaking of tiramisu, I'm empty.
Oh,
Right back. I'll be back. Come on.
ow, ow. Woo. So Kent, you have how many? So you thought you had no drum machines. Now you have
At the moment, I've found
up to.
I've found 4
Yeah.
so far.
So great.
4. I don't.
I just feel like your studio looks more balanced now.
Does it?
Feels more. Well, I mean, I just all I see is.
I mean, what are the two
Yeah.
things that are upright?
That's the complete
Hydra?
control 88.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm going to give that to Andrew Brooks.
Yeah.
If that's what you need one. Next to it is a Prophet 5 Rev 2.
Oh,
You fucking piece of shit. Rev 2.
just sitting there.
But does it work?
Of course it works.
Will it work by the time it's left the front door?
Wow, Robin.
Actually, I don't even know if it still works from yesterday.
It works.
Yeah.
It's certified.
Prophet 5 Rev 2. I mean,
It's the eternal mystery.
yeah.
I mean, it's better than
Schrodinger's synth.
It's better than the Rev 1 that never worked when it left the factory.
I love the way it has, because the one thing I hated about working on the Rev 2s is when you turn them on, like all Prophet 5s, they immediately go into tune mode. But on the Rev 2 and the Rev 1, there's no LED light on the tune button, so you just stare at it for ages going, well, maybe the power supply is buggered, I don't know. But you sit there and wait and wait and wait. Of course, if there's a fault, it never comes on. So a little light coming on the tune button. Well, they eventually thought that might be a good idea around about Rev 3.2 or 3.1, I think they started fitting them.
But that's your profit, right?
No.
Oh, see, you never know with you.
No. That's I've just got it up here because there's no room downstairs anywhere for it, so it's up here for now. I've got to put a toroidal power supply in it and update it to 240 volt. Oh, and fit MIDI kit to it, and bush the keyboard, which is something you can also see on Robert's OnlyFans site. It might work, I don't know.
So have you ever got something and they just told you something was vaguely wrong with it and you open it up and you just kind of...
Oh, yeah.
Dust.
Yeah. Well,
close it back up, turn it on.
Literally both ways. There was one guy who bought me... it's lucky I'm an honest little chap. He bought me a M1. He said it was dead. He said the display comes on. There's no sound coming out. I think the DSP's blown up or something like that. And I loaded the patches back on it after I put a new battery in it, and it seemed to cure the problem.
And charge $5,000 for it. Yeah.
Nah, I like sleeping at night. I like
That's
sleeping.
not what Ken does.
Nah. So I said, mate, it was just your battery.
Oh, I know.
Blah blah blah. So depends on if they're a cunt or not, I suppose. You know, if they're a bit of a wank to me, they pay.
So how much does Ty pay?
Oh, mate, thousands.
You're gonna pop back on the show now. He's Robert's back.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's got any money left. Or it'll be the other way round. They go, oh, one of the keys doesn't work. And you turn it on, like none of the keys fucking work. And that's because it doesn't turn on. And it's like, why is your processor in back to front? You fucking arsehole. And then you got to try and put that all back together. So, yeah, you never know. It's a flip of a coin what you're going to get.
Oh,
you know. So, but 9 times out of 10, it's pretty much what they said was the problem.
Yeah.
So it's when they say, oh, it does this, that, and the other, and you get it, you take it down to the workshop, fire it up, and start going through it, and it doesn't do any of the things. And you can't find anything wrong with it at all. And you give it back to them.
It's been wrestled on the way, so it's fine now.
Yeah, because literally they contact you a week later going, no, it's still doing it. But it didn't do that here. You know? Stand next to it with me and we'll see it do it. So, yeah, they can be very finicky like that, I must admit. So.
I was speaking to the guy that picked up all those magazines from me today, and we were talking about.
You had to really.
Well, we were talking about Simmons.
Oh yeah,
and he's a big Simmons fan. He's got a couple of 5s, a 6, and a 7, and whatever. And he's got one, I think it's a 6, that he sent to Dave Simmons to repair about 20 years ago, because Dave was still doing, repairs. And shortly after, Dave moved house, and then shortly after that, this guy moved house, and he has no idea where his Simmons is. And I said, yeah, I know a guy like that who's got stuff that's just been left around for like the last decade or so.
Yeah.
But he says, I think I've got his phone number now, but I daren't ask him if he's actually got this thing that I gave him 20 years ago to fix, because he's probably passed it on. I said, I probably don't know.
I do have I think it's a SDS 6 brain. Yeah.
The 6 is the sequencer, isn't it?
Pass. I don't know. I haven't even looked at it yet.
Were all the Simmons pads super hard like that, or were it just some of them?
No, the first generation, the SDS5 ones, the first original ones were polycarbonate. What is it, 4mm polycarbonate, and the 2mm acrylic shell. Then there were later ones that had some rubber stuck onto it. Then the last edition ones, like the SDS7 pads, which have the 3mm hard rubber on it, and then like all the later pads iterated on that, apart from the SDX, which has a
So
completely.
they never got
unique
into mesh
thing.
heads, basically.
Nah.
It's always rubber.
Oh no, no. No, it's still hard. Or the SDX is soft rubber over some the weird FSR fall below.
So you play them at home, you could still hear them all over the house, right?
And your wrists knew about it.
yeah.
No, the rubber pads are like, as far as rubber pads go, I mean they're shit, but
They
fine.
look cool though.
The SDS 5 ones, but they're like, ouch.
Concrete.
Hey, Rob, do you ever remember those North drums with the big horns?
Mhm.
They went out. Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
I remember the old pictures of those. That was
Yeah.
fun. I almost bought a pair one time, like about 15, 20 years ago. I was like, whatever happened to those? And somebody was selling them. They were pretty expensive. I was like, I should get these, man.
I think there was a phase when Simmons came out with, and then every other company came out with something similar. Was it Roland that had they were hexagonal pads but different lengths on the sides, and Yamaha had round ones.
Triangular.
No, that Dynacord had the pentagonal ones.
Yeah. No, there was one they were 6-sided, but 3 sides.
I think those
were
were the
short,
Roland
2 were
ones.
long, and 1 was kind of in the middle. I think that was right. Anyway, there was all this drums. All of a sudden, I think even the acoustic drum manufacturers started to feel a bit threatened that it was all style over substance, and they all started making crazy shaped shells and then
the early Roland brains are quite interesting. The TD5 or 50, I think it is, little half rack unit has all the sounds of the R8 in it. You can pick them up for a couple of $100, and they can be MIDI, so you can sort of put together your own kit. But the people don't see that as a drum machine option. But if you're running a separate sequencer, then they're not a bad source of sounds for a few $100.
Yeah.
You have an R8 rack and the actual R8 module. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. They are good sounds, but there are similar sounds in the TD50 or TD5, I think, but I can't remember what it's called. Half rack unit for about 1987.
The tricky thing is the cards. The cards got really rare. Certain like the 808 card and some other stuff got pretty rare.
Yeah, no, they're expensive, and the power supply is unique on the
Power supply is a
R8.
weird, stupid. I found out the hard way. I got one without a power supply.
Yeah, but, good machines for their time, but and some good sounds we've heard on records. That's for sure.
And they look cool.
But I think Bill Bruford was a proponent of the early Simmons kits. I think I remember seeing a YouTube video of him on a TV show demonstrating electronic drums, and he had his Simmons out there, and it was the hard surface ones. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
Even till the end, I mean, he was one of a few SDX users. So on the Anderson Bruford Wakeman Howe, he's playing the SDX, and I think also on the Union tour after that when he rejoined Yes. There's also a lot of SDX on there. But obviously, Record Games Burgers, the first Landscape album has Simmons prototypes, and the SDS3.
Didn't Bosio use them too?
Yeah.
He's a badass drummer too.
There are some good drummers around. I bought my first synth from a guy called Frank Corniola, who was actually a widely known drum guy, 40 years on, here in Australia anyway, a good drummer. But I used to go out during the week and see drummers like Virgil Donati, and who's a great drummer. David Jones, who's another great drummer from here. There are so many good drummers in Australia. My brother even played drums and was quite passable. But interesting. But yeah, drums are expensive, As someone who basically has synths, I have one Yamaha drum kit and a spare snare drum, and like a brass snare, and that's all I've got by way of drums nowadays. But it doesn't get much use.
Let's see if we can get this to come up. There they are.
There you go.
Yeah.
I remember them. Yeah.
I should have bought them, man.
Yes, you should have.
Wait, who made those?
North.
I don't know.
Yeah, they were. If you ever were into like Modern Drummer or any of these magazines, they were always in there.
Yeah, and I saw a pair.
I don't know anybody that had a pair.
I don't even want to know how they sound.
It's like one of those ship vents in a ship.
Oh, this shit, man.
Yeah, I
Weren't
would
they
like to
on
see
the-
the hard cases.
Weren't they on a? Oh my god! What band was? No, there was a band. Oh shit!
Can't play them.
I want you to want me.
Cheap Trick.
Cheap Trick.
Oh,
They had like the red, but it was a red one.
Oh yeah, they had the red ones.
Yeah,
Bunny Carlos. Yeah.
Yeah, Bunny Carlos. Yeah.
Yeah, he always played just behind the beat. If you listen to those early Cheap Trick tracks, he's just a smidge behind. I don't know how he does it. He's obviously sitting too far from the drum kit. But
alcohol usually.
Well, Larry
Right.
Mullen's usually off the beat as well. He's not the tightest drummer, so
No,
from
but
YouTube.
I mean, it was interesting to see that whole thing be produced and yet come out with a significant delay in the drum parts. It's a bit like Charlie Watts sits just behind the snare beat. But that's his feel. You know, he does it just right. But Bunny Carlos, there's the millisecond delay. But probably close to 50 or 60 milliseconds. But yeah.
No, it's cool. I know. It's sometimes it's hard to pick that stuff up. It just sounds really good. You're like, what is? Let's see. Now I'm scanning drum kits and I'll see if I can find.
My brother had a set of rototoms that he used with a Yamaha kit.
I
and
love
the
them.
rotos sound great. They really sound good, and they're easy to mount and easy
Super
to
long
sort of
too.
set up.
Yeah, I had to sell all mine. I had like the real big ones. So I got them all when people were just dumping them.
I think I had
when I
six-
moved, I had to
six
get rid of all that
eight.
stuff.
6, 8, 10, and 12, I think, on mine, the rototoms.
I think I had at least 14 or 16. It was massive.
Wow.
Yeah, I had the real big ones. They were fun.
Yeah.
Did you
They
also have
sounded
the
so good.
Octobands?
Yeah, I never had those. I always wanted those.
I think Kent is plugging his guitar.
I mean,
That's
he's
what it
definitely
sounds like.
Yeah, he's definitely demonstrating a guitarist behavior.
Oh, okay.
He's just
Gonna
plugged the
recreate the Marty
tiramisu
McFly
in.
thing.
He expects it to blow up.
Yeah, lovely.
That's the Yamaha.
That's how I expect his drums to sound.
Yeah, Yamaha 9000 with the full set of concert toms above the main toms. Love that.
Yeah, my brother played Yamaha from about 85 onwards. He had one black kit which it was tuned tight and dry, and it sounded great. I've got there's a very bad video somewhere of the big band doing a demo back in 85, 86, and my brother's playing, and his kit sounds great even today. And it was just a basic kit that he tuned properly, you know.
Yeah, that's what it came down to.
16 grand.
What is it?
Profit 5 Rev 2.
All right.
Can't you hear by the factory patches?
With lights working.
With lights working.
Yeah.
How do you track
That's why it's 16 grand, right?
Yeah, because it's a rare working one.
Yeah, but that's where the 15 grand come from.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
it's
true.
14 grand of toasts.
Yeah.
You put the toast on top of it. and
Yeah.
just-
These Rev 2s really
Yeah.
did need the Rev 3 heat sinks on them.
Yeah, they're very hot.
This thing's quite warm already.
Can we put you up here for a second?
I just can't imagine how
Hey.
the Rev 1
Hey.
Prophet 10 must have been. With like,
The what?
well, the Rev 1 Prophet 10 with like double voice board.
But it wasn't, was it? I thought they only did Prophet 10 in Rev 3s.
No, like the original that came out with the Prophet 5. When it was two voice boards in there.
Yeah.
And they removed the second one and only started selling Prophet 5s after like the first 5 or 10 units because apparently they had heat problems.
Oh, well, okay, that explains. Yeah, because every P10 I've worked on, there's always been a Rev 3.
No, so they looked like they were a Prophet 5 box, just with
Yeah.
a 10 plaque and two voice boards.
Wow, really? Oh God.
Yeah.
Twice as many SSMs to try and find. Great.
Well, I can't remember Martin having one of the spare voice boards that he took out of a 10 for a customer because well, too many clips weren't working, and that got to keep that second board.
Yeah,
For all the times you want to rev one board.
Yeah, well, they were using those. What was that chip they used in the Rev ones? 1,000 times just for everything.
Oh, it's before they used 3800s, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was before Curtis. So, but it was the? I think it was the 2020.
Oh yeah, it was this first generation SSM.
Yeah,
2020, 2030s, 2040s.
Yeah, well, the 2020 they were using for all sorts of things.
As the general VCA for everything.
Yeah, general VCAs for everything. So they go, shall we put a nice cheap little standard op amp in there? Nah, let's put an SSM in it. It's like, really?
Ooh, that's cool looking.
Still working. Wow. It's no memory mode, is it?
I was about to say, yeah, it doesn't sound as.
I got a lovely. Do you know what? I got a lovely email from the guy saying that. Oh, it's so fantastic. Everything works. Oh, it sounds so brilliant. Oh, by the way, the 800 DV's got a little problem though. Can I bring it back? Yeah, okay.
That was my first synth.
800 DV.
Yeah.
Oh, you started
here,
high up the ladder.
Yeah, good choice.
Well, no, but I mean, it's like 1982.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, no, 80. Yeah, I was 16 anyway.
Right.
I can't count at this time. So, so 65, 81, yeah. So, but anyway.
It's more than 65.
Yeah. Well, it
No,
made
no,
a noise, and it's very warm, so it's past the test.
Shut up, Dave.
Trying to do that, really.
Shut up, Dave. No. But it was a great synth to learn how to program a synth or how sound is made. Actually, it was great for that. But here was called. It was actually not even a Korg. It was a Univox.
Univox. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it was a Maxi Korg.
Yeah.
So it was very confusing. Is it a Korg? I'm sorry.
It was under license, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. But yeah, in the back it said Univox and Maxi Korg, and I thought, okay, is it a Korg or Univox?
Because Univox Kwai stuff, yeah. It's
and Univox for me was just organs.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
they were doing that in the 70s because there's a version of the 700 which was a Univox.
Yeah, but mini Korg.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like my SR95 Univox is actually a Korg Mini Pops.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a brand new synth this week. It was a brand new to Australia anyway. It's a PE 1000.
Really?
Polyphonic Ensemble. I bought one this week. It's not new. I just happened to buy one. It was my very first synth. My first one's flaky now, and I can't get it fixed. So I bought a second one. Interestingly, it didn't come with a pedal. No pedal compartment in the lid, which they normally had. They had a strap instead of a handle on the case.
Yeah.
So I think, and the audio out was coming out through the whole jack plug, which suggests someone's had a bit of a go at it, and had some fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
But the octave sort of the one octave up harmonic doesn't work properly on it. I picked that when I tested it, but it was still worth having for the old sounds. I'll have to sample it all and send it over to GeForce or someone to release as a product. But interestingly, you can get some good sounds out of it. The choir sound and the flute sounds that you can get out of it aren't easy to get, but they do sound quite unique.
Yeah.
So they do have just if you're looking for a different texture, it's a fun thing. But for me, it was a sentimental journey back to 1977 when I parted with all my hard-earned cash for one because I couldn't afford a RMI 368 piano.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody could afford an RMI anyway.
PE 1000 is a lot on Heaven and Hell.
I've got 2, and I've got a P2000 as well, which I procured. So I've got double disaster there. Kent, I'll be over.
Yeah, okay, mate.
The 2000 has a nice stringing choir sound.
Yeah, look, I'll do some tapes of it and stick them up for next week. I'll have a bit of a play. I'll set them up for next week, and we can listen to the. They are the P1000 really is a Frankenstein device. It really has nothing to commend it, but except that it's unique, and it was used on a few tracks, and it was one of the few polyphonic synths available in some form, even though it's more of a hybrid organ.
Yeah,
with a single high pass and low pass filter on it. No, seriously, it has every note has its own sound generator, and you can take the front panel off and micro tune every note setting. So every key can be micro tuned.
Yeah.
Which is the unusual features for its time. But you can see that it was moving out of the organ territory into synth territory, and this is a way to make something polyphonic.
Well, it was technically the same that they had with the PS range.
Yeah,
It's kind of a continuation from there, wasn't it? Really.
Well, it was
that has all the micro tuning things on it. God, it's a pain in the ass.
But for PS, it's only 12 oscillators. I mean, it's 48 of everything else, but only 12 oscillators.
Yeah. Well, on the thing is,
on a 300, of course.
Yeah, and guess what I've got coming in? Yeah, guess what I've got coming in for a full restore? It's like, oh shit.
Don't you have one in the garage?
No, not a 33. No. I got a 32 in the garage. Yeah.
Oh, the worst one, which is why it's left.
Yeah.
So. I'm assuming that one isn't working. But did the memory battery leak over everything on that one?
No, I cut the battery out and things like that. If I'm going to store them in the garage, the batteries come out, mate. Trust me. So, and if it's got CR78 written on the front, definitely take them out.
Right, guys, I'm going to go to bed.
What? No, I'm going.
It's 7:30.
You're not going to do an Ian, are you?
Freaking early, dude.
It's too late to do an Ian because you have to come back if you do an Ian.
Oh.
Yeah, I already did an Ian.
Unless you're going to include that as next week.
Oh, well, it's a possibility, isn't it?
There is no limit on how long people come back.
Actually, Ken, you're right. So yeah. Go on, Robert. You can. Do you want to go first?
It wasn't
Robert?
in the contract. It wasn't in the contract.
I already went, but yes, I'm happy to go again. Please, you're all some forms of wankers, right?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes.
Steve's
it's a requirement to be here.
Yeah, that was a stipulation in the contract. Yeah, that was in there. I remember that myself.
Well, we're the bigger wankers when we watch your OnlyFans. So.
Yeah. Otherwise, what's the point? I mean, seriously.
Anyway.
Bye, Ian.
Good night, guys.
Take care, mate.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
Take care.
See you all later. Bye.
Love yourself, buddy.
There we go.
And then there were 5.5.
Come on, Robbie. Robbie, I'm really looking forward to you setting up that studio again.
He looks so sad there, so empty.
He's forlorn, I think is the word.
He's sitting in an empty room practically.
Well, it's not. I wish it was empty. But
well,
it's not.
you know what I mean. It's discontinued.
Yes. It's
He's pining for the Njords.
Yeah.
Yes.
With an N.
Yeah.
Well, I think I might have to retire.
So how many weeks away is released? Move-in day.
Release date.
Yeah, release day.
Today's Friday, Saturday,
Too
Sunday.
many NDAs from
Today's Friday?
4 days.
Oh,
4 days?
Friday there.
4 days.
That's a weird.
I move on Monday.
Oh,
Monday.
shit.
Wow.
Why did I think it was a few weeks away yet?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Good luck with that.
We'll be thinking of you. We'll be
I'll
chuckling
be
a little bit, but we
We're
will
all
be
here
thinking.
for you.
Well, yeah. More than chuckling.
Let me know what I can do.
We
yeah.
I
If you need help,
Yeah.
if you need
It'll
help,
be over.
Yeah.
It'll be
Yes.
over.
Any box shifting you need done.
Yeah, anything you need to talk about.
Well, I've paid a substantial amount of money for a group of burly individuals. I was
Bet
going to
you're
say
glad
men,
you
but they
ate
could be
it.
female as well.
Yeah.
Burly individuals to come and move the bulk of everything. But most of the synthesizers will not be going with them. They come with me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
4.
one at a time in the car. Yep.
Well, a few at a time, but yeah.
But yeah.
Wrapped in quilts
Well,
Yes.
that's exactly, yeah.
Well,
that are
Yeah.
in flight cases or boxes. that is.
yeah, the flight case ones
And
will,
duvet.
will go in the van, but
Roughly how many are there?
what
Synthesizers.
in total?
Just you don't have to. Just
Ballpark.
between.
27, I say.
Good.
I'm going to have to do this in my head now. 1, 2.
More than 10.
Well, that's new.
27.
Are we
That's
just
new.
synthesizers? Are we talking keyboards or racks?
Everything.
Well, you could start with keyboards, but no.
How many items have model numbers? How many model numbers do you have? That's
How many things are going in your car?
Oh well, so going in the truck will be the Polybrute, the Mask 1, the Mark 1 DX7, the Mark 2 DX7, and the the 1 Series 3 Fairlight in its flight cases, because I'll trust them with that.
Not too bad
And
so
maybe a couple of the older Fairlights that are not in a very good condition.
Yeah. Okay.
You can drag them behind the car.
Yeah. But the Series 2 will come in the car with me.
Okay, so that's 7. Okay.
That's just 7. That's not.
So there's then there's a CS6.
And then there's a good there's a good
Fusion.
Fairlight. Fusion.
Two
Wait till we get to the
Maxes.
Yamahas.
Yeah, no,
DX1, DX5, DX11, SY22, so that's 11. TX816, TX802.
Oh my God, I'll be back. Let's keep going.
MS101.
He disappeared into the drums.
I know.
Oh.
And then there's the samplers. So there's three samplers. There's about a dozen pieces of rack gear. Yeah.
So 27 is pretty good.
27-ish.
I think when I did a count of like individual like keyboards and things, we're in the 40s.
Oh, lightweight.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got more than that in the cupboard.
We're gonna
Yeah,
call
but
it.
are they all
Help
yours?
me.
We're gonna call that normal. We're gonna call it normal.
No, that's moderate. That is moderate. That
Yeah.
is very moderate.
Nine.
But
it's-
the room I'm going into is going to have it's physically it's more square footage, not much, but it is
That's
more.
good.
But
we like that.
I have full.
But there's
height
no
ceilings all
electricity.
around. Yeah, that would be fun, wouldn't it? I have full height ceilings all the way around, unlike what
yes.
I have here. And I don't have that door there is a door to an ensuite bathroom.
Yeah.
Because this is essentially a bedroom.
Because you have the prostate the size of a pea, of course.
Exactly. Yeah, and it helps.
Or a grapefruit, I should say.
I'm
Anyway.
sure it's wonderful prostate. Keep going.
It was all right the last time they checked.
Oh,
But because that door is there and the main door into the room is there that opens out against to that wall, I can only fit like one Jaspers on that wall. But in the new place, I can fit two because there are no extra doors. It's just one door in and out and a small window.
So you'll need a bucket.
Oh yeah, I'll have more space. And the plan is to have the
Yeah,
DX1. The DX1 will be in the room as well.
You just need a piss truck. You'll be all right. So you know.
you have a little back door with its.
No. Actually, the toilet is actually next door to my studio. So I literally walk out of the door and then turn right and it's there.
Can you trust your bladder?
At this, yeah.
I'm type 2
that
diabetic.
far?
I'm well versed in the control of
too.
my bladder.
Hey, me too, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah. If
Since
you run out of
2020.
a place,
Yeah.
if you run out of a place to go, I'll send over some osmoses and you can use those. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can do that. You can make a shrine.
So
No, that's okay. So it's a significant amount to move.
Oh yeah,
and then we've got the vinyl.
that's heavy too.
I tell you, I would be
34 boxes of it,
I
That's
would,
really heavy. There's about 2 ton of vinyl there.
at
I would
least.
freak out if a mover
CDs?
my gear.
Oh, them as well. Yeah.
You know. I would
but
forget.
not so many. I mean, I've got a fair few hundred CDs, but they're all boxed up and they're just going to go straight in the garage because I've ripped them all anyway. So
yeah.
Yeah, the vinyl's the one. Actually, the studio's not giving me much of stress. It's the vinyl because it's kind of hard to describe. So in this house downstairs, I have a lounge, which is reasonably sized. Then there's a second reception room, which is commonly would be the dining room. But across the hall from there, there's this thing that they called on the plans a study. You couldn't get a fucking desk in there if you tried, and it's such a small room. So
you get one book to study.
Basically, yeah. But what I could fit in there on either side of the room with a channel in between that's about just a bit wider than my shoulders, with two IKEA Kallax stands, one with 25 cubes, one with 16 cubes. And that was where the majority of my vinyl collection lived.
So
that's all come out. The vinyl's all come out and been boxed, 30 odd boxes. But you've got to get the vinyl out of the house before you can get the shelving out of the house. So they're going to have to take the vinyl first, then put the shelving on last. So when you get to the new place, the shelving comes off first, and then the vinyl comes out and we start unboxing. Literally as soon as the vinyl comes in the front door, we're going to start unboxing it, because if we just put all the boxes, because you can't stack, I mean these boxes are heavy.
No, you can't stand them.
And I've stacked two, and that's as much, because they're pretty strong boxes, and that's as much as I dare. So as they come in, unbox the vinyl, shove it onto the racks, and I will make sure that it goes on in the order that it came out as well, because I am that kind of person. So, every box is numbered, and every box has been filled as it's come off the racks alphabetically in chronological order. And so it'll all go back in that way.
Do you like, just in general, is there any positives with the new place versus where you are? Because obviously moving sucks, So
moving sucks, and we were forced into
something,
this. Yeah, we were forced into it. So I kind of, although I was given 3 months' notice, I couldn't take the risk of not going for the first thing that I felt was suitable.
You were quick.
We got told on the Tuesday that we'd got 3 months, but by the Friday of that week, I'd found the place that we're moving into, which was incredibly fortunate. And my actions have been proven to be wise, because I've signed up to all the major rental websites that we have here, and I get an email at least once a day of all the latest properties that are coming up, and literally only one, maybe two possible alternatives have come up in the last 6 weeks. And one of them I wouldn't rent because it would be through the same agency that I have this place through, and I fucking hate them, and they're never going to get another fucking penny of my money ever, even if I have to live in a cardboard box. So I wasn't going to rent that place. And the other place only came up about 2 days ago, and it was kind of like, ooh. But instead of being a 4-bedroom property, it was a 3-bedroom property. Now, obviously, we only technically need 3 bedrooms, but I have to work from home as well. So I have to have an office space, and also obviously a space for all this gear. So it would have been pushing it. So no, I was really quite lucky. And the benefit of this new place is that, unlike this place, it's been properly maintained. And this place has had so many issues. So in a way, it's kind of a blessing. It's a tough blessing, but it's a blessing nonetheless to be able to get out of this place.
Well, that's what you always hope for, or something.
But we've I think we're ready almost. I mean, so I'm going to do the show tomorrow night, and then I'm going to have a bottle of wine. I'm going to watch my Picard, and I'm going to absolutely. And I'm going to watch my Picard, and I'm going to watch whatever else it is that I watch on a Friday night these days. Something else, something on. Oh yeah, on Apple TV. That's what I do on a Friday night. So I'm going to just chill. Saturday morning, all of this is getting disconnected. packed up. So it's this, and it's my hi-fi downstairs, the surround system that's got to come down, and dare I say, then we'll be ready. So I've got a weekend to break that shit down.
I had no idea it was that close already. Where the fuck does the time go?
So next, I'm so Good Friday, the 7th. If everything has gone way better than expected, and I have a desk erected, so this thing here is erected back up again, and I can fit the microphone and the camera, I might be able to do the show on the Friday. Chances are that won't happen because that's the last day we have before we hand the keys back on this place. We hand the keys back on the Saturday. So I don't want to take a chance.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if not, we can always do one of these.
Well, I've got some cover.
Yeah.
Well, Kent can take over.
So Kent can drive the show. No problem at all.
Yeah, you got to show me where those.
Well, we need to do that.
The front and back end is, and
we need to do that. We need to do that soon because the internet's going off here on the Monday, and although it's going back on at the new place, full fiber 500 or up to a gigabyte or gigabit or whatever it is at the new place, full fiber to the property.
Nice.
I won't be sort of in a position to show you. Although I could do it on the laptop, I could show you on the laptop. That wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, but it would be better to do it before than after.
Yeah.
But I've been conversing whilst we've been on air. I've been conversing with Dr. Mike Metley,
good man,
and Andrew Longhurst,
yeah,
who will both be on the show tomorrow. And I've hit them up ready for a couple of weeks so that they can hopefully do the 7th with you. And the 14th we'll definitely have to do because when the show goes out, I will probably be just about getting home, having driven across most of Western Europe. Because that's the other thing. I move home, and then the day we hand the keys back on the Saturday on this place, and then I go to bed that afternoon because I've got to be up at stupid o'clock in the morning to catch a car train over to France, and then on to Italy.
Yeah,
that's right.
Which I've always been looking forward to it, but I'm actually looking forward to it a lot now because it's just going to be a complete
just get away from
and all that.
And
just
you
me.
won't have to unpack the boxes.
No, well, I'll have to. Do
I'm
my
kidding.
boxes,
I'm kidding.
but,
I'm kidding.
So yeah, it's going to be a fun couple of weeks.
Hey, Kent, what was that drum machine you were playing earlier? Was that a CR78?
No,
that was the Univox.
Oh, really? Oh, that one. Okay, cool.
Of the.
It sounded like the beginning of Eminence Front, so it's really cool.
Yes, it's my attempt at trying to sound like Jar.
But it was exactly Jar.
Oh yeah, because it is that drum machine.
I know,
Not
but
with that badge on it.
My special request is you start that drum and you play the fucking song. You have to.
Where's my
I'll do it next week, or I'll do it for Kent next week, okay?
Wait, I'll tell you what, you say that.
I'll do it next week too.
He can do it. If he starts it and just puts the strings on, he'll be 90% there. Here we go.
Well, that's it, right? You have an Eminent? No, you don't, huh?
I've got an Eminent
No
string
shit.
machine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's broken. It lasted 2 days. I bought it for a small fortune.
Oh.
Had it shipped over here from Holland, and it died on delivery. So, yeah.
And I
There
think
was
in
a
about
guy
2
who was
weeks.
giving it.
In about 2 weeks, I'll have a PS3300 here as well. So, like, it might be an idea, but actually, you go, hang on, everything meets up.
But it's
So who's going to lend me the RMI?
I have
who's
one.
lending me
No,
the
I don't.
RMI? Come on.
I'll send you an Argonate. You can get pretty close to it with that, okay?
Yeah? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
I can send you a patch on. Wow, it's a JD800. I'm sure Fiona is working on one right now. So
Yeah, there's 2 downstairs in the front room, so there's not a problem.
Yeah, mine is. I'm gonna start working on mine this weekend.
Yeah, yeah. Funny, and both of them are in infrared glue. Shock horror.
Yeah, well, that's what mine has.
Mm.
That fucking red cancer.
Yeah. But don't put it in that acidic stuff. Put it in.
No. You gave me the recipe.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the recipe. Yeah.
That way, it can go into cold water. No poisonous fumes. No.
Yeah. You can put it
Baking soda. I
there.
forgot what it was. What was the?
Yeah, it's. Oh, Fiona's the chemist, isn't she? It's bicarb.
No, it's baking powder.
Yeah, it's baking soda.
Yeah,
yeah,
bicarb.
baking soda. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, literally just bicarb, and it will do the job. But
Yeah, leave it overnight.
And no fish smell.
Yeah. Oh God, that other stuff. Fuck me. Talk about
I read about that. It
stink.
sounded awful. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've had. I do know a couple of techs that have done it, and they had like the entire keyboard, the keys failed. They broke down. Something different about them, and they just sort of like just went all brittle and fell apart.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
The
he had a JD keyboard that I could give him, so I'll use one of these.
The fish smell intrigues me because the only time I've ever really smelt that is when there's ozone created by whatever you're using.
Yeah.
Ozone's quite toxic, so not good for small animals or large ones.
Yeah.
I should say that to my girlfriend. But...
Did you see that? There was a video on YouTube. The guy was showing. They were doing a study on. Was it EMF radiation?
Yep.
And they were standing near an electric car being charged in Asda car park, and this thing went off the fucking scale. And they said nobody's done a study on the long-term effects of driving electric cars or standing near them when they're charging.
Well, there's still.
Yeah, that's how it die. You know.
People live in their power substations.
Back in the day.
Duracell said it's fine.
There's a simple test. There was a simple test.
And just
If you float north-south in the bath, then you're obviously badly affected.
Yeah, but what was interesting, right? He brought up something, and I remember this as well, about somebody took their, whether it was the electricity company or what, but they took them to court over, there was like loads of people getting leukemia and cancer and Christ, all sorts of things, and they lived directly underneath
the power line.
Pylon,
power substations.
Pylon cable,
People have said not to.
Same thing here.
My mom got it. We used to live near some nasty power lines in Colorado.
Yeah.
And you would hear them sizzling on a daily basis.
Oh, dude, they definitely sizzle.
And it turned back then it was even worse because my aunt who lived there for a while after we left said that was when they were ramping lots of power to Los Alamos.
All right.
And so they're running more power than ever through those lines. So that's probably where my mom got nuked.
If you stand with a fluorescent tube underneath one, the fluorescent tube will glow. No connections to it. It will just glow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I worked in a place that had a SEC, like a State Electricity Commission substation, big high voltage transformers outside, and everyone who worked in the corner office all died of weird forms of cancer.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're all colleagues of mine. So I'm quite convinced that either high tension 220 kV power lines or the substations with the huge toroidal transformers in them are just bad news.
Yeah.
And I reckon they just must polarize your blood. You know, the hemoglobin just lines up, and then
unfortunately they haven't documented enough to do anything about it legally, but it's clearly a problem. So
that is. Yeah.
Well, this guy was saying that
it's been known not to buy a house near a.
Yeah. Well, this guy said there was very little in the way of shielding of these cables from the chargers to the car as well.
Yeah, so
but as he walked up to, like, he was what, 6 foot away from the car, and the thing just went completely off the scale and was screaming at him. It was reading something like about 14,000 whatevers. It was like just off the chart.
Wishing you were just breathing in benzene.
Yeah. Although you can take a little too crazy. When I went to the Japan office back in around 2000, and all these ladies there were wearing these weird aprons, and I kept asking the guy, "What's with the aprons? Why are all the ladies wearing aprons?" Oh, they're either pregnant or soon to be pregnant, and they're worried about radiation from the CRT monitors. I'm like, oh, come on, that's not going to do anything.
Yeah,
but superstition is basically,
Yeah, but I kind of feel, you know.
Yeah, but you can always take a little bit of information and run away
It's
with
true.
it, can't
It's
you?
true. You can get X-rays from CRTs, but they're rare, right?
Yeah.
They're not.
It's low dosage. I mean, it's about one X-ray in a suite nowadays is worth about 8 hours of CRT time. That's
Yeah.
having worked with the
So,
radiography department.
Flying is like, you know, gives about the same amount. In some, I've heard about it.
Well, forget about that. When we go to space travel, we're going to get bombarded by all kinds of nasty stuff. So
I doubt I'm going to. I'll probably be in this place, right?
Well, you're younger. You're fine.
The trouble is, we now live in a world where if you go on Facebook or write on the side of a bus, something like, I don't know, ants give you STDs, somebody will pick it up and run with it.
Oh, sure.
And the next thing you know, the Daily Mail's running a headline. Ants
all the-
give you
all the-
sexually transmitted diseases. Ah!
all the COVID nonsense everyone's always
Oh my
talking
god,
about.
honey! It was the.
Yeah.
That's where I got chlamydia, honey.
Yeah. The COVID
I didn't
vaccine
cheat.
made me pregnant.
Did you see they're actually looking for sperm donors now that didn't have the vaccine? They're trying to get unvaccinated sperm donors because the word your DNA is messed up. I'm like, give me a break.
Oh, fuck! Come on.
Let me tell you something about my DNA. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Young Bucko.
Yeah, you don't want my DNA. Trust me.
But hang on a second. The gametes only have RNA in them. They don't have the full spiral. They just have half of it, because you combine your spiral with your partner's effectively once fertilization occurs. The other thing is that the male gamete is only ever about 5 days old before it becomes unviable. So it's likely that they've had none of the effects of the vaccine in the time from the spermatogenesis through to delivery. So that's my line, and I'm sticking to it.
You go.
Well, look,
You
people
and
don't
your
even
facts.
understand what DNA is. The average Joe doesn't even know what RNA is. So, you know, that's-
I gotta tell you, I'm gonna use that.
Yeah.
I'm just one helix short of a whatever. Yeah.
The COVID vaccine gave me a fat ass.
You know, I
And I'm
was
going to
diagnosed.
sue. I'm going to sue them because my ass is big now.
I mean, my nose is a little bit bigger. But,
Yeah.
Other than that, I have
The
no
COVID
smell.
vaccine made my neighbors hate
Can't
me.
smell nothing anymore.
Boy, I said boy.
I say boy. I say boy.
Boys.
Pay
Boys.
attention, boy. Pay attention, boy. I'm talking
But
to
you know what? I mean, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in in March 2020. It's all about it's COVID.
That's
it.
interesting. Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what I blame it on. And that's when I got fat as well. Well, that's actually not.
No,
that's
it's
not a lie.
highly right. Yeah, it is.
No, I mean, I was. No, seriously, I was a lot tinier before, but anyway.
We'll take that fact and we'll just bend it just a little like that. There you go.
I
There
mean,
you go.
bend it like my
That's a
finger
perfect
here.
fact right there.
it's
Bend
not really
it like
COVID,
this,
it's more
okay?
like DoorDash.
Talking a
is
little
the
bit on the
responsible
back
thing.
end, a little bit.
What I'm finding worrying now is every time I say that COVID gave me this or that, I'm using David's accent. Why am I doing that?
I don't know.
what the hell's that all about, man?
Yeah, COVID gave me prolapse. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I gotta go pee. So if anyone goes while I leave,
Yeah, I'm going now.
all right. See you, Rob.
See you later.
Don't get COVID because you know.
Yeah. Appreciate
We'll
you.
see if we can grab an hour or something tomorrow and do a test, yeah? If you're not overly busy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got to finish this video off for work.
well, you hit me. You hit me.
But
up.
there's going to be a pro cent tomorrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
watch. I'll be there.
Come hell or very tall water. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
All right, everyone.
All right, Rob.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care, Fruitbat.
See you later.
Okay, I'm going to go pee, so I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes, man.
That's COVID's
feel
fault,
for you.
right?
I feel for
I
you.
know how that
COVID.
feels.
Yeah.
Which is it though? Like
Know
you
how
got
it feels,
a really
yeah.
full bladder, or your
Somewhere
toilet's a long
between
way away.
5 and 20 minutes.
COVID destroyed his prostate. Yeah, so-
I live in a mansion. You know, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah. Put a bucket in the cooler and call it en suite.
Oh, Oh my god.
There you go.
What is that high-pitched whine?
That's silly.
Sounds like a CPU fan or something.
Yeah.
Got Wagyu in the background. Is Wagyu sneakily on the stream?
Yeah, I know. You gotta watch him. He's definitely capable. Oh my god, it's funny.
I can definitely hear it.
But I love that whole thing about the sperm donors are anti-vaxxers. You know.
Sperm donors.
Wow.
Oh, I just can't
So
handle
ridiculous.
it. It's just too much.
It's just a technicality.
People love being stupid, so you know.
We got a lot of wild.
Well, it's easier, isn't it?
It
It's
is
the
much
norm, yeah.
easier. It's much easier to be stupid.
Yeah,
Much
absolutely.
What I find intriguing is that we can all remember the lines from old Warner Brothers cartoons quite readily, but we can't remember our final high school year of physics, or chemistry. We just the mind is selective for certain.
Oh, they remember this just getting convenient. It doesn't fit with their worldview. So
yeah. It's a lot of it is about that now, isn't it?
I think it's a little bit of both.
I know plenty of people had really no science education at all. So I kind of don't blame them directly because school failed them. Educational system has its problems.
Some people just like to be different,
No, but they should require a certain
they
amount
prove
of
their
science.
intelligence.
Just like they should require a life skills course where you learn how to balance your checkbook.
Oh yeah, they
pay
should definitely
bills and
finance.
do all that kind of shit that nobody knows how to do.
No.
Banking products, car servicing, all the stuff you really need. Yeah.
Basic stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there definitely should be more. I mean, it was cool when we had things like shop and they kind of taught us how to like put a nail to a piece of wood and how to like sand it and how to. That was actually really cool stuff,
I enjoyed auto shop, but the cars are too hard to work on now.
Oh no! Now it's oh, I know the idea of changing the oil, anything. It's just like
There's no room either. The compartments are all choked.
It's funny because I wasn't even a type that did a lot of it, but I still did it more than the average person. I still changed some oil and tires and filters and
The last thing I changed significant was
Oh,
the water
even some
pump. And
hoses.
that was it. That was the last time I changed a part in a car. The water pump was a nightmare.
Yeah, that's kind of
Well, it's like the
And some
alternator
of
on
them
the
got so
Chrysler.
tight. The cars got so tight, like you just couldn't.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
look inside of it, and you're just like
The engine bay is loaded with stuff, and it's all computer controlled, and you
You can't
need
get
a
anything.
degree. You need specialist stuff just to serve
Yeah,
it.
you can't even like fill the oil if you had to. I mean, it's like.
Well, this is what I love about the Muzzy. I mean, you lift the bonnet on
Oh,
that, and you're
yeah.
sort of like, there's a family of four have moved in without you knowing about it. It's so much, even though it's got this huge engine in it, there's still room everywhere around the engine.
It's totally
lovely. It really is.
You
Nice.
used to be able to see the road through the engine
Yeah,
bay.
exactly. Yeah.
And
How
I
the
got
fuck
down.
long was I gone? I left. We were talking about synths. Now we're talking about cars.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Like that.
Sorry.
Different thing, right? Now.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it a different stream?
Yeah, no, we just have these
Been
segments.
half hour. My
Yeah.
God, Jeff! Like, where have you been?
Yeah.
Well, I have a 45-gallon bladder, right?
Too much information.
Oh, I've heard
Well, it's
about
more
it.
the COVID. Blame the
Sorry.
COVID.
And too much piss.
COVID, yeah.
Bladder. You've got
Yeah,
one
it's
of those.
COVID.
You could go days without peeing. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Well, I usually go like during the summer, usually, but
Yeah. Since I had COVID, I can't piss straight.
I can't blame COVID because I didn't get it yet. So.
COVID.
I didn't get it yet either. Yeah. Sorry. So no, but I mean, okay. So your Mustang, it's got like the front end. It's like 20 feet long,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's great. But yeah, no shit. Why? Like, you have more room than a V12.
And in all honesty, I mean, although you got like if the bonnet is 20 foot,
It's a poor
6
excuse for
foot
a
of
small
it,
dig.
6 foot
That's what
of
you're
it is
saying,
just
right?
empty space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the headlights on it, and it's just
Mhm.
a big gap. And you go, well, that's a waste of space and no. It's all part of styling. It's styling.
It's a penis extension. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh God, yeah. And I
Well, there's a bit of
need
sprawl
it.
too, because
I
the
need it
engine's
so
not all
bad.
bunched together. It does spread out a little bit.
It's like all
Mate.
of my penises.
I had a AMX. You might not know it in England, but AMX Javelin.
Oh yeah. No, javelin. Yeah.
When I was 16 as well. So back to the maxi cork thing, but it was the same thing. Like the front end was so fucking long, but yeah, the thing looks so good, right? So,
Yeah.
and you need it. If it wasn't for that front end, it wouldn't look as good.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
As simple as that.
That thing is huge.
Yeah.
Looks kind of like a
Yeah, I
turkey.
mean,
So thank you, man. I heard that so many times.
I know you probably.
because even Fiona's called the Mustang my penis extension, and I said, "Well, that's because I don't want to drive a smart car."
It's a very long front end. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna get a good picture of it here for us. Holy cat! What color did you have? You got the orange. Orange is nice.
Orange.
Mine? You're talking about what? Which car?
Yeah. What color? Javelin.
Mine
Yeah.
was blue.
It was blue. Okay.
Well, it's made by AMC.
Was it
That's
like
the-
a real? Was it this?
AMC, but it was AMX because it
Yeah,
was like
that's,
a.
that's the coolest thing they ever made because everything else was like the Gremlin,
dude,
the
this-
Pacer,
Oh yeah.
all that
Oh,
other
the
shit.
Pacer was shit.
Oh,
the
the
Gremlin was
Pacer.
kind of okay. But the Pacer was like it's an aquarium on wheels.
It's an egg on
Dude,
wheels.
this is huge.
Wait, but
Oh,
wasn't
yeah.
it the Pacer that used to catch fire?
No, that
No,
was
no,
the
Pinto.
Ford Pinto.
Oh yeah, that was the.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that was the Pinto.
You hit it from behind hard enough, and the gas.
Yeah, you-
Nobody.
It happened so many times that they just stopped doing it.
What, what was the film with the car
that's
going,
not
just
why they
tapping
did
it on the bumper and it exploding?
That's
It's one of those
secret.
naked
What is
films,
it?
right?
No, it was with oh fuck, what's his name?
Jesus.
He was Iceman on Top Gun.
Top
Oh,
Secret.
Top Secret. Yeah.
Top Secret. There
Oh,
we go.
Top Secret, yeah.
Yeah.
I always remember the German soldier falling and then just shattering on the ground.
Yeah, ceramic. Yes.
And the cow in boots.
Or the guy with
Yes.
the magnifying glass, but he has a giant eye.
Yes. Wasn't that
Val Kilmer.
Val
Yeah.
Kilmer. That's him. Yeah.
Poor guy's
Thank
a
you.
mess now. You know, got throat cancer.
what's the guy with the
fuck.
giant eye? Was that not
It was Grand Moff Tarkin.
yeah,
Peter
it was Peter
Cushing.
Cushing, yeah.
Yeah.
Peter Cushing. Oh,
Yeah.
Canadian guy, by the way. Anyway,
Nah.
I'm just saying. You know.
Oh. He sure didn't sound it.
No,
Oh no,
like
no,
the,
no, that's not him. No, that's not him. I'm sorry, mistaken. Sorry.
I like he says,
I'm not
do you
surprised.
speak this? He goes, oh, I know a little German, and then he waves, and there's a little German guy, and later,
yeah. Don't get saucy with me, Bernays.
Yeah.
Haven't we met before? Deja vu?
God.
All the
But you see,
gags.
all of that came from Airplane, though,
Yeah.
Same
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Suckers,
absolutely.
which was, I mean, this a perfect movie in terms of absurd.
Yeah.
Have you,
Hospital,
have you
what
seen
is
the
it?
original based on? The original Airplane was almost line for line the script from an earlier movie, which is a black and white movie, and you can find
Yes.
it on YouTube. And so if you look at the history of Airplane, or
Yeah.
Flying
Yeah.
High, it was called elsewhere in the world. Yeah, no, it's and the lines are verbatim, which makes it even funnier.
But yeah, what the original one was not supposed to be a comedy.
No,
That's
it
the
was
thing.
serious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was totally serious, but yeah.
But I think you could trace that style of comedy back to Groucho Marx.
It's vaudeville.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's totally vaudeville, yeah.
It's the same thing that Mel Brooks and his counterpart Carl Reiner used to do, and it's Maxwell Smart. It's all of those. You know, it's where the stupid comment comes in just obliquely and then floors you, and you laugh, and then it moves on quickly. But the whole movie was just basically those pastiches and those old vaudeville gags.
Yeah.
Oldies but goodies.
Yeah, you know, it's the simple stuff. It's look at it this way. You know,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't call me Shirley.
Walk this way, and you know that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's all that stuff. It's and it was originated in Britain in the Aladdin musicals that the early Aladdin musicals normally had a couple of caricature characters that had stupid lines like that to say, just to make people laugh and entertain them.
Yeah.
But it was heavily and popularly done in between 1880 and about 1900.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I once had the misfortune. I was put on the great schools of Britain, like Harrow and Eton, have their own school songs, which are all in a songbook. And there was a school in Melbourne I went to that had its own school songbook, which was hurriedly pasted together in an attempt to look dignified. They hadn't credited any of the original composers, however. So it was my job before we republished in 2009 to go back and find the original sources. And there were some fascinating stories. There was a guy who was credited with writing one school song whose real name was Maybrick. And of course, there was a Michael and a James Maybrick who were brothers, and one of them was accused of being Jack the Ripper. So we sort of wandered back through history to find these references to people, and the further you searched, the more crazy it became.
Bloody hell.
Finding Gilbert and Sullivan tunes, and then having to identify which of the 181 Gilbert and Sullivan operas it came from. It was pinched from something. And other tunes that came from 1893 musicals called Gaiety Girl and stuff like that. So it was a fascinating exercise. But having studied all of those things, try and find these sources for the school songbook from about the same time.
Yeah.
I ventured into one of the Aladdin musicals, and that Harry Greenbank and other great American writers of tunes and that did their own series of, and the British, of course, did their own pantomime style stuff, but it was a lot of it was Aladdin musicals and stuff like that. But interesting, yeah.
Well, I was reading something a while back, and you talk about history producing weird coincidences. There was a guy at a train station, and this train's coming in. This is quite a long time ago, because he's standing right near the edge of the platform. He loses his footing and starts to fall forward, and the guy behind him grabs him and saves him. But the guy that nearly fell in the path of the train was Abraham Lincoln's son, and the guy that saved him was the son of
Joel Wilkes Booth's son or something. Yeah. Or whoever the
and it was like,
assassin
duh,
was.
really? Wow. That's payback.
That's payback.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Kinda.
Okay.
Take from it what you can.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, I gotta go again.
Really? That's bad.
Refill.
Oh yeah, you peed it all out. You got to fill it up again.
Well, there you go.
Maybe
You
if you
don't
just
need to
hold
well.
the cup below the desk, we'll never know.
I think that's the P class, but I'm not going to say anything.
I'm sorry, it's P what?
Yes, it's for his sample.
That's where your P's going in the glasses. And
Yeah.
just be
Well,
honest.
it's
That's
yeah,
a funny shaped glass you got there with that tube on it.
It is yellow, so yeah. I guess. Anyway, I'll be back.
Decanting it. More wine, sir.
That reminds me of the one sketch Monty Python had censored, which was a wine tasting where Eric Idle was the waiter or the guy conducting the wine tasting.
Yeah.
And every time the expensive, well-dressed member of the public would guess the variety of the wine, he would say, "No, sir, it's wee-wee." And the whole sketch went along those lines. And it was, you can read about it, it was censored, the wine tasting sketch. Yeah.
Yeah, there was still certain things you couldn't get away with anyway. Although they
managed to find most of them. Yeah,
I tell you what, they pushed the barriers back for a lot of people to follow.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have had the. Well, I suppose the whole Oxford-Cambridge thing was pushing in that direction anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was because it came from that particular quarter that it was allowed to happen as much as it did. Because they knew people. It helped. It always helps. if you know people.
Well, I was thinking that you had the likes after Monty Python went through. I think 64 Cambridge had, or Oxford Reviews, I think had Clive James and Germaine Greer even. But you had Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, John Cleese, Joe Hatch. All those people came through, and then later on Rowan Atkinson and so forth came through, and it permeated from there. But I think, but that whole notion of that satirical comedy was something that even Mr. Bean derived from Rowan Atkinson doing a show called The Nerd, or The Son of the Nerd, on West End in the in '84, about the same. So
Was it? I thought it was from. Oh yeah, okay.
I saw the show on West End, Rowan Atkinson in The Nerd, and the entire mannerisms and shtick was exactly the same notion as Mr. Bean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Funniest show ever, anyway.
Yeah,
Mr.
clever
Bean,
comedy.
I mean.
Clever comedy, yeah.
Because I mean, it's good everywhere you are. I mean, I've met people from everywhere around the world. They all love Mr. Bean because it's just physical comedy.
Yeah.
Well, it's
that translates. That translates, across the board, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh man, it's hilarious.
Yeah, and Rowan has a McLaren F1.
Cars. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got a McLaren F1 who crashed. He crashed it like 12 times.
Yeah.
That fucker. Anyway.
He's a massive car nut.
Yeah.
And a chemical engineer or electrical engineer, I think. Yeah,
I think it's electrical engineering. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And speaking of cars, anyone F1 fans here?
It's coming up in our neighborhood. We're here almost, yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, right? There we go.
No,
it's yellow, but it's got ice in it, so it's not warm anymore. But I mean, anyway, we're just saying, F1. It's in your. I mean, I don't know where you are, Steve.
I'm about 30 miles east of where it is, but I can still, on good day, you can hear it.
You can hear it, yeah.
Yeah, that's that whining Kent you heard earlier. It was the Grand Prix warm-up, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But no, look, it's fun for the people who love it. As a kid, I used to do cross-country running around that lake. So I know the area quite well. Our school was only about 50 metres from the track. So, yeah. And it was before. And the current CEO of the Australian Grand Prix, Andrew Westacott's bowing out this year, but he's a good bloke. He's a clever guy. He was a few years younger than me, but at school, and he's probably still a few years younger than me now. But no, he knows what he's
probably
doing.
Probably is, yeah.
It's a good event, and the weather is starting to fine up. Fingers crossed, so the guys can stop racing in the wet, because I think it could be wet here during the race, which will make it interesting.
Oh yeah.
But they've got to choose their tyres ahead of the race. So you could choose wet weather tyres and then go out on a dry track, or vice versa. You never know. So
but if they declare it a wet race, everybody's got to have wet tires.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Oh,
it's like here. I'm in Montreal, and I can hear the cars. I mean, when they're not from Adelaide, I'm kidding, but when they have a Grand Prix here in June, I can hear it, and I can even go ride on a track if I want. I drove on it.
Yeah, our track is normally used as domestic roadway. So
I know, but here it's just like it's a proper racetrack, and you can go drive on it if you want.
So we should bring back the days of Brands Hatch and all the proper F1s.
Well, Brands Hatch is too small now for those cars.
Yeah, but
that's the problem.
I still liked it when it was British Racing Green and the whole British things. As kids, we only had books on F1 to look at because there was no Australian Grand Prix per se, and it was wonderful just to see those and imagine being there and imagine another time and another place when we're stuck in the Antipodes,
Yeah, because I was at the 1962 British Grand Prix at Brands Hatch.
62?
Yeah, in 1962.
You remember that?
No,
I was 1 year old. Yeah.
Yeah, I was, I think about 20 weeks.
Yeah, because I was minus 3 years at that time.
And I had a guy say to me, he goes, "Oh, are you into F1?" I said, "Yeah, not so much anymore now because it's got a bit sort of like he who has pole wins the race kind of thing."
Well, especially these days, yeah.
Yeah, I said, but back in the old days with the Mini Coopers and stuff like that, and I said to him, I said, "Oh yeah, I was told that I was at the British Grand Prix in 1962 at Brands Hatch, watching Graham Hill and what have you." And this guy said to me, he goes, "Oh, my dad started that race." Look, fucking hell, okay.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's a coincidence. And by the way, can you fix my JD800? Yeah, he come around to get his synth fixed, and his dad started the race, and my dad had taken me to it. And I was like trackside at the start line.
That's impressive. That's
a weird coincidence as well, isn't it?
I only know about Graham Hill because of Monty Python. There was that one sketch where he goes, "I want to see John the Baptist as Graham Hill." It was a decapitated head on a plate racing down the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't go there. Yeah,
yeah. Back in those days, I mean, the racing drivers spoke very much like this. We've changed the tires and we've increased the fuel pressure, and I think we're getting a few more miles an hour out of it now. It's absolutely beautiful, what, and that kind of thing. So, and it was the golden age, they called it. But my favourite racing of all time is
BTCC.
Australian V8 supercars.
Oh, yeah.
Bathurst. Yeah, Bathurst.
Bathurst. Oh, that track is so fucking gorgeous. It really is. And going down that corkscrew, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the BTCC in the 90s was fucking crazy.
Yeah.
With Jason Plato and
yeah.
My God, yeah.
And I remember, do you remember when Nigel Mansell he'd retired from F1 and then he went into GT for a while and touring car, and he was fucking passing everybody. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, he did the same thing when he went to Indy cars in the States. Like he came in as a rookie, won it all, and said, "Yeah, fuck you."
Yeah, move on. What's next?
What's next? Exactly.
Yeah. He's going to stand up one day and go, "I am Iron Man."
I think he is.
I think he probably was. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but then Gilles Villeneuve, but he died. So anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it came out when we were kids. We had dinky toys and die-cast cars and Hot Wheels, all the stuff in the 60s and 70s that sort of gave us an orientation towards racing, and it was always exciting. And
Scale Electrics.
Scale Electrics, yeah. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, I used to watch races all the time, man. We had the stock cars. I was into all the stock cars.
Yeah. But this is it. I used to
Kyle Petty or what?
I can't.
Richard Petty.
Yeah, exactly. So after sort of like washing away a little bit from F1, has found the club racing stuff, and it was like, and the motocross. You know, we go tarmac dirt, and then you got the Joker lap and all that stuff. Yeah, all day long, man. Yeah,
but it was all because of Hot Wheels and the racetracks, right?
But we also had like the glue together kits for racing cars, the ones made by Tamiya and the ones made by Airfix and the other manufacturers, Humbrol and
Marvell.
Marvell were the ones.
Revell.
And even as a kid, I knew.
Yes, sorry.
I still recall the name. I think it was an American race car driver called Don Prudhomme, and there was the Monk versus the Snake.
Yeah.
And that was their cars were available, and I saw them as a kid, and it sort of had a mystique to it that it wasn't part of my life, but it was amazing to imagine that 13,000 miles away there was some guy I knew who drove cars, was famous, and it was so important they brought his model car to Australia, you know.
Yeah.
So it's fascinating to see the culture and the fact that kids were indoctrinated with this car fanaticism from an early age.
Yeah.
I mean, we had those slot cars. You know, that was the stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So the what cars?
The little slot cars, you know, with the tracks.
Slot cars?
Your Scalextrics, the
little,
tracks with
they
a
had
groove in them.
Oh yes, yeah.
little
Yeah, of
pickups
course.
on the bottom like Aurora had them, and
Yeah, exactly.
Tyco. I guess
I thought you meant SLUT cars, and I was like, I had a car, but
But it's funny because through the 90s and the early and a few years of the early 2000s, I was massively into NASCAR. Massively into it.
but they were good years for NASCAR.
Yeah, all
Now,
the Dale
now it's
Earnhardt.
shit. Now it's like they run 20 laps and then they stop. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, these days NASCAR is shit. But these years was great. Same
Yeah,
as Indy cars. In the 90s, Indy cars was fucking amazing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
IndyCar seasons was pretty good. I love the NASCAR because you're doing 210 miles an hour, and you got every other car is 2 inches away from you,
Yeah.
and you're going around a bend and it's like,
Oh, yeah.
And then
of
one
course they
guy
bought-
just went like this, and then poof.
yeah, way. But they brought out the game. I think it was Papyrus brought out the game NASCAR, and you could race online with other people and stuff like that. And it was like so serious. Getting all the tire pressures, changing all the tire pressures between the fronts and the backs and the suspension and stuff, and then racing other people.
Yeah.
Michigan or Pocono or whatever, or Watkins
Michigan was
Glen.
a great track. Yeah.
Yeah, but Talladega. Oh,
well.
oh yes.
But those racing games too. I know those are still some of my favorites. Just getting in the car. Feel like you're getting in the cars and just
Yeah.
all that stuff was super cool. I mean, I was so into like watching those crews and how quick they were. It was just like,
Yeah.
you couldn't fake it. At least,
Yeah.
I don't think they did, but
Well, I'll tell you what. Now I've got this VR2 headset with the PlayStation 5 doing Gran Turismo. Holy shit, man!
It's pretty realistic.
It's pretty realistic.
Is
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
It's oh wow, yeah.
You can get seats that vibrate too, sympathetically with.
Oh yeah. And there's even like these chest things you can have, so you can get all the G-force and everything and all that. I'm enjoying it at this level. Fine. You look at the seats and they go, yeah, it's $2,000, mate. Yeah, okay, later, maybe later.
Yeah. I'd buy a
for me-
Hydrosen Deluxe before. Yeah.
Yeah, but for me, we got the Titanic game. It's not a game. Basically,
Now you tell us.
yeah, shit, man. It's sort of like, so basically, what you can do is you can go down in the submarine and go and look at the Titanic at the bottom of the Atlantic and all this sort of thing. And there's various little things you can do.
There's a movie about that.
Yeah,
Like the
but-
real going down. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what they've taken this from, and they've put it on the PlayStation 5, and you can VR it.
Really?
Yeah, and you can go anywhere you want around the Titanic under the water.
Now, what would be really cool would be to have Richard Dicehart turn
Yeah.
up, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
With
that
the
was
sea
a cool
view.
submarine. Yeah,
Yeah, that
it
was it was.
And I had a model of that too. I had an Airfix model of the submarine that it was
Yeah.
all in black. Yeah, it was all in black. It was good. Yeah. Black
Yeah, so
plastic.
I mean, for me, there was another one which was take a canoe trip around the all the icebergs and stuff around the North Pole, right, in VR.
That's it.
And-
I can drive there. Come on, I've been.
Yeah,
there.
mate. For an agoraphobic, it's a fucking godsend. Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Do you know what I
Got
mean?
it. Sorry, man. Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
I can go anywhere, but the one I want to try out, they've done this complete VR of Venice from the 14th century when it was the bollocks. It was the centre of the world, really.
Yeah.
And they've recreated everything on top of how it looks today as well. So you can
Yeah, but
go
then you
from-
don't get the shit of smell though, or the smell of shit. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true. But
French,
I
I'm
can
sorry.
always hold one of the dogs' ass up
Spray,
to my
just
face
get
every now and
spray,
again. So like, sniff the dog. Oh yeah, God, this sewer stinks, mate.
yeah, you got a litter box like about
Yeah.
20 feet away.
Yeah,
Trust me.
it's
You
smell
want the smell
vision.
of shit? Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Just
you
hold the dog.
create it, right?
I go, Fiona, quickly hold the dog shit under my nose. Yeah. Okay, right. I'm really getting the experience now. Yeah. Pee on me. Again.
I can't. I love you, man.
So
VR.
yeah, I mean, for VR, for an agoraphobic, VR is like, here, have a passport to the fucking world. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Well,
Hey,
that's all right.
Kent. Speaking of that, if you don't mind me asking,
Not at all.
okay, have you tried cognitive behaviorist therapy?
I've tried cognitive, hypnotic, chemical. You name it.
Whoa, wait! What kind of chemical?
Oh man. To start with, they when I first come down with it, they prescribed drugs.
Yeah, this is not.
Now, basically, what these did was, yes, you were able to go out because you were literally carried into the car, going,
Yeah,
brought
okay.
back again, and go, did you enjoy that? And go, enjoy what?
Okay, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So my mum went, you know what? Fuck that. That's not good for him.
Yeah.
Then they tried the speaking with the psychiatric nurse, not the
Yep.
sciatica nurse. The
Different kind of
psychiatric
nurse and yeah.
stuff like that, and talking through it and trying to figure out why I had it. And I kept saying to her, I don't know why I have it.
Yeah.
I sure as hell didn't fucking ask for it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And he go, it could be, you know, the trauma of when your dad died, because he died in your arms and you were in the house by yourself. And I'm going, well, as far as I was concerned, I'd got over that now. You know, that was like...
Well, I mean, I can identify because my mother died in my arms as well.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
and
But-
I can go out and not be worried. So
Yeah,
that's not
and
that.
it was definitely on the cards for quite a long time. But as time went by, I'm going, you know what? It wasn't that. This is just something that, because literally, I was coming home on the ferry from Ireland when it happened.
Okay. Sorry, how long ago?
Holy shit!
40 years ago?
40, say 60, 20, yeah, 41 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, 41 years ago, something like that.
Right.
Out of the blue. For the first 6 weeks, I was a mess. Then it seemed to go away, and I go, oh, I'm all right. And then it come back again. But it came back much harder. And I was quite a long way away from home when it hit. And that was a very, very interesting time.
that's interesting. So you were. It wasn't like you left the house and went, "Ooh."
Yeah.
It was a trauma.
As
and
far
then
as like, yeah, and
you
it
come
just
back,
from
so-
nowhere. It's like somebody come up and went like that at the back of my head, and I went, "Oh, I'm going to go into mental idiot mode now," like that kind of thing. It just came from nowhere.
But it is interesting how these things arise. As a kid, a 5-year-old, I would climb a 60-foot high cottonwood tree in the backyard.
Yeah.
And I spent all day up there, no problem. And no problem with heights. On a
Yeah.
recent trip to Europe, we were in Prague, and I was going up sort of staircases to see views of the city and stuff. And my legs literally went from underneath me. I felt fearful for that experience. And I've
Yeah.
never been afraid of heights, but this was a real vertigo incident, and it happened more than once, to the
Yeah.
point now where I'm quite convinced that I have some form of fear of heights. But
Yeah.
it's not rational. There's no trigger point. It's something that somehow develops, and it might develop subconsciously.
Yeah.
But how do you address an invisible subconscious trigger? There is no
yeah,
explanation.
Well, I've always joked about it anyway, because what is it's not funny, but what is funny about it to me, because I see it and I look at it and it's hilarious, that it boils down to me being frightened to go out. And on the other hand, I have claustrophobia. So I used to say, I used to say to people, I said, I don't go out and I've got claustrophobia, so the room has to be exactly the right size, otherwise I'm fucked, that kind of thing. And here's, if you lock me in a cupboard, I'll probably scream the place down. I got bad claustrophobia. But to have agoraphobia as well is like, what the hell, man?
You're right. Put me in a closet. I go mental. Put me outside the door with the locked door, and I go mental.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think.
I think everybody gets.
I think we
even
have
if it's just a pang.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, there's 5 of us here. We're all fucked up anyway. That's kind of my wheelhouse. Like the psychology is kind of like where I'm at.
Yeah, well, I've told a
career-wise.
psychiatric nurse before now. I said, I think I'm like this because I listen to too much electronic music.
Could be.
Well, I do. I
It
think
rewired me, man. It was the
I think
COVID. It was the COVID vaccine, man.
I do
It
think
was a
some of
COVID
us,
vaccine, but it was
Yeah.
retroactive.
that was
Yeah.
41 years
COVID
ago. That's
vaccine,
not,
man, I was so like, wow, when I took that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, I do think we have a susceptibility. Some of us have a susceptibility, and me being one of the phobias, it's just a genetic thing. And then it's
Do you know what I think?
it's
Honestly, David, I
weird
think
trigger.
But it's a phobia.
everybody is susceptible,
Yeah.
and it either manifests
Yeah.
in a
oh yeah.
a big way or a little way,
Yes.
or you hardly notice it.
Yeah. I've had some wild stuff too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've had some just, especially when I hit from like 16, 17, it just started coming out of nowhere. And it
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and the more you kind of like freak out about it, I feel like the worse it gets because you don't really know you think you're really like effed up. And then later you start realizing there's a lot of people like you and you're not, all of them weren't talking about it. And,
Yeah.
and then you kind of mellow about it,
Yeah.
And,
But it's weird how once you learn to live with this, whatever it is, once you learn to live with it, it stops being a problem for you.
Right.
It may be a problem for other people
Absolutely.
around you, but it's
Right.
definitely not a problem for you.
You're comfortable in your own world.
There was a program on TV a few years back, and they were talking about this guy who had an absolutely inane fear of chairs. Couldn't be anywhere near a chair. Could not sit on a chair. Chairs frightened the shit out of him. And I chuckled, and Fiona looked at me and went, "You can't go out." I went, "Yeah, fucking hell, you're right. Yeah, that is just as bizarre to anybody as being frightened of chairs, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
it's
right.
like arachnophobia, right? I remember I was doing a building inspection and the guy,
Guilty.
yeah, I had a guy with me. I have a fear of heights. I can't do ladders. There's all these different things, right?
Yeah.
But one thing I could do was go into an abandoned building of anything, go in a basement, anything like that. He saw a web, and this guy was fine up to this moment. And he started cursing at it. He couldn't go downstairs. He was trying to, he was really losing it, right? Now, I found it funny because I was a person who had a lot of quirks too. So I'm like, dude, I got it. I'm going to go in the basement.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you, and we got to go on that roof. You do that. I got the basement.
Yeah.
Cobwebs.
Yeah.
And I'm literally going through the webs. Nothing.
Yeah.
But yet, if you'd asked me to get on the ladder, go up, 20, 30 feet, I'm looking at you like, you know what? Take the job. I don't care. It just doesn't.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
You see, I can do heights. Spiders I used to be very afraid of, to the point of leaving a building.
Yeah.
But now now I've learned to kill it, or take it out of the.
I won't do that.
Take it out.
I won't.
I do.
I won't kill anything because I'm afraid of it on principle. It's the Buddha in me. I don't know. But
Well,
I tell you what is weird.
Yeah.
If you get a big black hairy spider come at you, I like fuck that kind of thing, and I probably would try to stay out of the room. And yet the ones with the funny spindly little legs that walk like they're drunk, I'm fine with. They can crawl all over me. I don't mind them. I think they're cute. And jumping spiders, I think they're so bloody cute.
Oh, they.
Well, the little furry.
Those scare the shit out of me. But
see, for me, it's
they're
real logical.
tiny.
I just want to know the deal about the spider. If it bites me, what'll happen? Right?
Yeah.
Nothing.
If it says
Nothing.
Then I
You're
go
in Colorado.
great.
Nothing will happen.
If you tell me that
Talk
spider.
to Steve. Talk to Steve about spiders biting you. Steve, your turn.
Like the-
We
like
know
the
you
take-
got a phobia. Bring it
No,
on.
we just have a healthy. Look, they normally keep their distance, and I could probably go out and start taking apart the pile of bricks I've got around the side of the house. And I
Yeah.
could find a redback for you.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, you did not want to do that.
And
Oh,
the
and
point
they're-
is, they will run away from you. The redbacks are tiny; they're probably an inch long.
No, they're
max.
tiny, but the big ones also that are blind and they can they kill you in one bite.
I did
Yeah,
get
they,
it.
well, they
No,
don't really.
it's
no,
normally the little buggers. It's normally
Oh,
the
yeah.
little ones that are bad.
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the big
yeah.
ones are kind of okay and will stay
Statistically
out of your
enough,
way.
Statistically enough, Australians make it to 60 years of age without
Yeah.
a spider bite, that it's not really an issue. In the same way that you wouldn't, if you're in South America, you probably wouldn't get bitten by an armadillo in South America if you went there, because yes, you can get a nasty bite, but no, that doesn't happen that often.
Yeah.
So the frequency is low. But I can find you a redback if you really want now, but I'll have to go and look for one. But,
It's like the black widow and brown recluse in North America. They don't kill many people, but if you're hyper allergic or you don't pay attention to it, adults have died from their bites.
Yeah.
It's
allergies are
hemotoxic,
bad, yeah.
so it dissolves your tissues.
Yeah, you're right, Andy. Yeah.
I mean, if you're there flicking the spider's nuts, you deserve to get bitten.
Yeah,
don't
because I
you?
think the black widow is pretty shy, right? It doesn't really like.
You deserve to be
But-
bitten.
The problem is,
You have to play in a shed or a
It's true.
wood pile, and you'll get nailed. There.
Well, I mean, they have the fucking sign on their back. Just stay the
well, it's
fuck
just
away.
like rattlesnake here or something. If you start lifting up rocks or
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, if you start
I have a great shot of this guy's hand. He got bitten by a black widow, and over a course of a couple days and some surgeries, half his hand is dissolved, basically.
Wow.
that's why I have cats.
Yeah.
They're here for a lot of reasons. They're here. For
Yeah, they just take it off at the wrist.
The brown recluse can do that as well. It's
I
nasty
just
stuff.
tell them do what you got to do, right? And,
Yeah, and same thing when I was in Vietnam. I mean, they have tiny fucking spiders that can kill you, but they have geckos in the house that they just kill. They just eat them for fun.
That's why the
Yeah.
cats
For
sleep
food.
on- that's
And
why
I'm
the
like,
cat sleeps
all
on
right,
your
there's a gecko. I'm happy, you know?
We need
When
lots
you
of
came
cats.
back from Vietnam, were you saying to everybody, you had to be there, man? You had to be there.
Yeah, you just
I sorry, I talk about Vietnam a lot. Sorry, but
Yeah,
but
you had to be there,
do
man.
have to be there.
Well, one of my friends was running, he was
Because
jogging
there's
around Thailand
nothing
when he
like
lived
it.
there, and he
Yeah.
almost ran into a small cobra that nailed him.
Oh.
I hate
could've been
cobra.
killed pretty
Fuck
easily.
cobra.
I hate it too.
I
I've
hate
never
cobra.
been one, but I
Yeah, I
hate
don't care.
Yeah.
I saw a 20-foot cobra block traffic, and we're just like, I'm driving and I'm like, oh, okay, well, there's a cobra. It's just crossing the street and it just stops because, oh, it's warm and sunny. I'll just stop here. And you're just like, all right, it'll go away. And
Yeah, we
I
have
had you for dinner last night, you fucker. But it's
We have
but
like copperheads, and we don't actually. I mean, compared to
oh,
us,
copperheads. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but a cobra
The babies
doesn't kill you. A cobra doesn't kill you by biting you. It just strangles you and
well,
just,
that's not that bad.
well,
Well,
you're
so
still
the-
dead.
the
When you're still
younger the
fucking
venomous snake,
dead,
the
it's
more
not
venom it
bad.
gives you in a bite.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking
So-
about this, right? And Steve's there going, excuse me, I live in a country where,
know,
where the
I know.
ecosystem
Yeah,
is trying to
Steve.
fucking
Yeah.
kill you.
You
We have
have
only a few things in
everything.
We have like three.
Even
species
the
that we
kangaroos
don't-
will fucking
no,
lay
we
you
don't.
out.
we have like a-
They go,
If you
come
look at
on
the
then,
distribution-
come on.
Okay, what are the real risks? The real risks are
mice that will kill us.
during summer if we have a wet patch of weather.
Yeah.
Snakes will be visible in domestic backyards if there's bush nearby. So in this suburb here, yeah, there are snakes that you can see, but they're normally very placid. They're normally inactive or immobile, and when they see you or hear you, they scurry away. So
Yeah.
you'd have to really go looking for trouble, or alternately
That's true
pick
with
something
most
up by mistake.
Yeah.
And we don't go looking for it. Okay, if I go out and do gardening, or I'm moving bricks, or I'm near a drain, I'll have fully suited up. I'll have gloves. I'll have the full kit on. I'll be uncomfortable, but I know that the risk is minimised. And
Well, you know the risk.
Hey,
Right.
what about,
but you don't do it that often. I go out and mow the lawn, and
do you have any ticks? Those little fuckers that get in your head and they.
not
they
normally.
bite.
No,
Man.
although they
Oh,
do
tell us,
cause
that's what I'm
they
talking
do
about.
cause Lyme disease, and they do cause
Yeah, we get.
Ross River fever, and
And
both
there-
of those are really bad.
Yeah,
to
the
treat.
East Coast.
Yeah.
I'd come home and you're tugging on something, you're itching, and they could pull this fucker off in there.
Daryl Hall has to live with Lyme disease from deer ticks. It's nasty.
Yeah, God.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
terrible
lucky I
disease.
never got it. Man.
Yeah.
In Australia, you get, I mean, koalas all have herpes, and
Now,
I don't know by
koalas have
experience, I'm
chlamydia.
saying, but
Koalas have
Doesn't have
chlamydia.
herpes, though, seriously.
What is
Yeah.
interesting
That's-
is that the koalas all have chlamydia, or most of them do.
Chlamydia, that's what it is.
Oh, is that
Oh,
what
that's
they
why
have?
it burns when I pee.
But
Okay.
it's cute. It's cute chlamydia.
But the other thing is that
They're also
what
kind of
is
high.
really
Really interesting,
interesting
right?
is that
They're kind of out of it.
most Tasmanian devils in Tasmania have a form of bacterial cancer that affects their faces. It eats away their faces. But who designed that weapon? You know, everyone's been looking towards China for weapons, and somehow these they've got this bacterial form of cancer, which is spread by contact. I reckon that's a bigger weapon.
Really?
That's awful.
Yeah, look it up. I'm not telling lies.
Oh, no, I know you're not lying.
But I mean, we have some crazy stuff here. But the point is, you don't go looking for trouble, and
You don't
know
go
how
looking
to,
for it, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Okay, so
I don't
Steve-
go up to. I don't pat kangaroos, even if they're in a wildlife park. I will not pat a kangaroo because you can upset it. In the same way, you don't go near a Rottweiler, or you don't go near a dangerous breed or potentially dangerous breed and aggravate it. You don't. You stay clear.
Because you
And I
can't.
think-
We also have
You know-
dummies here with the dangerous pet trade. There was a block of mamba that got loose in the Bay Area once, and everyone's kind of
Yeah.
panicking because they're very aggressive snakes.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with those guys. They're really
Yeah.
bad.
Look, there are snakes that you
Well, we
wouldn't.
got
and
mountain lions. You know.
We get copperheads, we get
barely
black
see them.
snakes.
They're really hard to see.
Well, I think if I
Yellow-bellied
ever,
black snakes. Yeah.
if I ever
We
get
have
enough
white-
money, I'm going to start a raccoon sanctuary in my
So
backyard.
now who's looking stupid here? But
What I want
Kent-
the
Kent's safe in his studio.
No, Kent.
We're out there in the wilderness, basically,
yeah.
fighting.
So Kent, you had shoes eaten by what animal?
Foxes.
What did they say?
The fox that talked.
Yeah.
What did the fox say? Come on.
Uh,
Oh,
Oh, fuck. Am I the only one?
yeah.
No, Steve got it. But
yeah, that could have been fun.
Well,
I'm just trying to
better go
get the
outside and
whole
think.
fucking dying and being
Oh,
fucking.
everyone's a critic, man.
I'm going to go play with the wildlife. I'll catch up with you guys later. Have a good one.
All right, Freeback.
Hey,
Take care,
Steve,
man.
man.
See you soon.
Watch
Cheers.
out for
See ya.
snakes.
See you,
bite,
babe.
See you, man.
Ta-da.
chlamydia.
Oh, dear, chlamydia.
Got out there.
Yeah.
All right,
I
the
got
king
chlamydia
is
from that
gone.
fucking koala bear.
Honey, that's where it came from.
Yeah, don't fuck koala bears. They got chlamydia.
I know. Fuck. I fucking know now.
Apparently,
Somebody-
they are very, very relaxed. There was a guy who he was having
Very
a photograph.
passive.
That's
Yeah, but he was having his
problem.
photograph taken with a koala bear, and they're really, really sort of like limp. And he goes, as
Yeah,
I'm
but
having
that
this,
makes me
he says,
hard.
I'm holding this koala bear, and as I'm holding it, he says, its arse is slow, my finger's slowly going up its arse as I'm holding it, and it
No.
didn't
How
give
do
a
you
shit.
not want to fuck it?
That
And he's
doesn't.
going,
That
yeah,
doesn't
can you take it back now?
No,
He's like,
no. You don't accidentally.
And they smell like,
yeah,
like
accidentally, yeah.
Yeah,
They're very mellow. They don't do
yeah.
a whole lot. Yeah,
Just-
they just.
Yeah.
they're
yeah,
not.
and they smell like eucalyptus too.
Hello, Pickle Bum. How you doing?
Hey, man, you
Hello,
smell like
darling.
eucalyptus too?
This is Siri. Hello,
There you go.
Siri.
See, it's not violent. It
The
won't
dog.
kill you.
Beautiful dog.
You're a beautiful girl, aren't
Probably
you?
no herpes. Probably.
She is an Andalusian hound, aren't you, darling?
Yeah.
But your ears are supposed to be up here like that.
Yeah.
But you insist on not doing that, don't you?
If I may say something nice to Kent for once.
Good God, go on.
Why start now?
Yes.
Wow.
One time. This is
What is
it.
this, leap
so
year?
two things I can say. No, sorry, not 2.5, no, 1.5, but two. That's two.
Come on, Nelly.
Someone who loves animal that much, and you, Dave, and maybe Andy. I don't know you. I see a keyboard.
He likes it.
I'm
Likes
the
animals.
biggest animal lover, and I'm a
Yeah.
Yeah.
vegetarian. So.
Yes.
There
Yeah.
we go. I love animals too. So, but people who love animals cannot be bad people.
No, I don't.
That's-
No, there's because of empathy.
Well, but you love animals. That's
Yeah,
fine.
therefore you naturally have an empathy
There you
because of it. And if you've got empathy, you're
go. You
more
will
likely
not hurt
to.
someone else.
You're less likely to be a Karen
Yes.
or a Kevin type
Yeah.
person. Yeah. Yeah.
And you will not likely be having drums behind you. I'm kidding, Dave. I'm kidding, Dave. It's a joke.
Drums
It's a
behind
joke.
It takes.
I put my second name, Fat Jesus, just for you.
Okay. Extremely high intelligence.
What's
But anyway,
what's happening?
I was trying to find Kate Jackson for Rob, but I lost.
Actually, at this moment, you look a little bit like Van Gogh.
Yeah.
Second thing about you, Kent, is that years, and I'm talking about 2006, 7. I've sent you an email.
Oh my God.
And you replied like 10 minutes later.
Okay.
And it was about, so, okay, wait. The vintage synth. You remember that?
Ben, what vintage synth?
Vintage.
Give him a little more.
Sorry. Okay. I'm French, and I'm half drunk. So,
okay, let's write
vintage synth.
So you're saying this is the challenge round?
Yeah, it is. Vintage synth
French
network.
walks into a bar.
Vintage synth.
Dave,
No.
Dave, shut up.
We love you, baby.
I love
Go
you
for
too, Dave,
Yeah.
but you know.
Vintage Synth Network.
Yeah. And look, I heard your songs. Anyway, are you?
What are you trying to say?
What I'm saying is that I sent you a message about a Kronos.
Yeah.
You replied, and 10 minutes later, it was like probably, well, no, late afternoon, late evening for you. You replied, and was like, holy fuck, that guy's cool. So, and what I'm saying is that, thanks, man.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, it's like 15 years ago. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
It took 15 years for me to say you're cool. So you know, that's how fucked up I am. It takes me 15 years to say it to someone.
Dude, if there's
So
one
you're
thing
gonna
I'm
tell
not,
me in
it's
15
cool.
years. I gotta wait 15 years for you to tell me I'm cool. Great.
Yeah.
Dave,
Give it another 15 years and I'll be cold.
Dave, wait 20.
Oh.
I'm kidding. And, you know, it's like Ty said
That's the Canadian
before.
conversion.
That's Canadian. It's Canadian conversion. That's right, Andy.
Mean.
Dave.
Wow.
That's like Ty said earlier, because I was watching while I was working. He said, if I don't bug people, I don't like them.
I get you. I got you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's it.
I mean,
when I bug people, but you know, I essentially had to say that to you, Kent.
Okay.
Because I've been following you on Facebook ever since.
Oh yeah.
And you know, and then at one point I was like, "Holy shit, man! It's like a bunch of friends together." And you said, "Hey, you're welcome anytime." It took me like
I
5
still
years
can't
to come back.
I still can't believe that after all this time, I still have never ever been in Facebook jail. I do not understand how I kept getting away with it.
Facebook what jail?
Yeah.
Well, you know about it. If you posted something enough, you would be gone, and you know they're pretty strict these days.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Bad.
But I put up stuff that's been like quite near the knuckle. I suppose they're more on things that are more like you know, racist and we love the Nazis and that kind of thing. You know, I suppose.
Yeah, that'll get you in trouble.
Yeah.
You didn't post that flag swastika thing that you were talking about before, right? So.
God, no.
Yeah.
Guten
Matt.
Tag.
Hey.
Oh, Matt. Wow.
Guten Tag, Matt.
Very
orange.
Yeah, it works.
Very
I wish
nice.
I was here. That would work together. Oh.
Are you in the Netherlands? I'm kidding.
No. I like it.
Yep. It's good. I like it.
But anyway,
this evening.
I just want to say, but I just want to say one last thing.
3 hours ago.
I'm sorry?
My condolences.
No, I was up watching a gig with my boy.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Fucking.
But anyway, Kent.
Yes.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
There we go.
Well,
We've been friends for years before you knew it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
I'm always. I
Yeah,
get
you're-
you'd be surprised to
you're-
get this a lot from people. There was a guy saying about he asked me, he'd emailed me something about something was wrong with his keyboard, and he said I was expecting you to email me back and say, "Oh, we'll bring it in and we'll get it sorted." And what I apparently emailed him back was, "Look, this is a really easy fix, and here's how you fix it." And he was literally beside himself and wanted to have my children because of it. And I think, well, no, you know, he's going, "No, that was really, 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 really lovely thing to do, and because you saved me a lot of money, and I didn't have to bring it in, and blah 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 blah." And I'm going, "Yeah, no problem." But technically speaking, the reason I did it was I was busy and didn't want to work on it.
Yeah.
So it was better if he did it himself.
Yeah, but you're
And
still
it was a
good
really,
man.
really
Right?
easy fix.
Everybody wins.
Yeah, but I did say to him, I said, "Look, really, you know, it was, it would be a waste
him,
of
I
time
don't
for
have
me."
time for you. So
Yeah,
fuck
no,
off.
no, it
But you're still
honestly-
being a good man. So
I
yeah,
would, because the actual job was so easy, I would feel aggrieved to charge him any money for doing the job because it was just so simple. It was literally like pass the salt. Yeah, here you go. You know, it was that
Well, it's-
easy a job, and it was much easier for him to do it and than it be here, and
Yeah.
you know, stuck in my front room for a week until he can come round and pick it up again. So. But he saw that as me being like, really, sort of like, "Oh, that's really great of you to do all that." I said, "No, literally, it's just easier for me to do that for you. Don't worry
that's
about
why
it."
you're a good guy.
So,
No,
I
it
don't
is
know-
why you're a good guy. Seriously.
Well, I don't know.
I
The
mean,
dogs have left me again.
Well, they're just
I have
waiting
been
for you.
abandoned.
No, but
Well, it's like if
seriously.
you guys know on the Kurzweil K2000, the backup batteries are on the bottom, the AA batteries. In the
Yeah, yeah.
thing. It's like if I took it to somebody not knowing anything about stuff, and go, "Hey, it doesn't work," and the guy changes a couple AA batteries in 5 seconds and charges me $100. So-
Yeah, yeah.
so-
Yeah.
And I think that's where the business models tend to go a little awry, because although that's an easy one to do, they can escalate. I think people find that if they can get away with doing that, they do it more, and they see how much you can push the barrier. Because I mean, you can go to a garage, you go, "Oh, you're going to need 4 new tires and everything." But actually, you had one valve that was leaking slightly.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. It happens all the time. But they're happy to do that and can sleep at night with it. Then there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would say, we live in an information age. Find out how to fucking do it yourself, for Christ's sake, and save yourself some money. Really.
Yeah. And you did that with a JD800 too, for me anyway.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I
you
mean-
see, I couldn't afford to get the synthesizers I owned at the time fixed because it cost too much to go to Synth Centre because they charge you like
Did you already
£35
fix
an
your
hour.
GD800?
I do.
You did
I
fix it
don't.
already?
No. I'm gonna start this
Going
next
to- yeah,
weekend.
Mine's overdue. I got to fix mine. So.
Yeah, you got the red
Yeah, no.
glue, the red glue.
Yeah, and because I found a guy who did the whole thing, but with the fishy thingy,
Yeah.
Yeah,
toxic thing. You gave me the right thing to do,
Mm.
but I know exactly how to, because the keys are fucking tricky to pull out. Because you have to do this and then anyway. So anyway,
Yeah, on them,
yeah.
it's because it's the same. I think it's the same keyboard fitting as the DX7.
Oh yeah,
So
I fixed so many fucking DX7. Yeah, that's
So
yeah.
You take off the sticky back strip underneath
Mhm.
that holds the keys in place.
Yeah.
Then you pull them out and up, and then you just have that little metal spring.
Yeah, out and up. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Yeah.
And you can literally go clink, 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 and pull them all off
Yeah.
in one go. Yeah.
But if you just try to pull them out, you're gonna break them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just
so
you just release them and then lift them off and then
Problems. I
shove
didn't
them in the
get glue,
bucket.
dripping red glue. The weights fell off.
Yeah.
And re-glued themselves to the case.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh,
Well,
mate, they all
Andy.
do it. They all do
Oh,
it. If you leave them long
Andy,
enough.
just Andy, seriously, just put it up against a wall and just use it as a module. Because
Well, I was going to buy a JD08 anyway, but I still want to fix this guy because it's a work. I mean, it was mint when I got it from a guy.
Yeah.
It was beautiful condition.
yeah, mine too.
I can still hear that G.
There's a whine, yeah.
Let me investigate this mixer over here and just see. No. Ah.
There you go.
Hello, Stereo 4. There it is.
Yeah.
What's producing that noise though?
It's fucking Selma.
I think it's your fucking voice.
Yeah.
Ooh, up yours. No. Who is causing this noise?
Turn them off one by one.
No, not that one. Not that one. Not that. That's not on. It's not the Hydra. It's not that.
It sounds like a hard drive going bad. It's a high-pitched whine.
It's not the drum machine. That's weird. Nothing else is on.
Could be my last ex-wife.
Ouch.
Oh.
No, it can't be. You wouldn't have fucking anything else.
That's bizarre. I don't know what that is.
But you know what channel it is. What's plugged into that channel?
Oh, there you go. It's that channel. There you go. What is on that? It was something the stereo in 4. Oh, that could be fucking anything. Fucking hell. But you see, there's nothing else turned up, so I'm not... I have no idea what that is.
This is why I have to put labels on both ends of leads, going to the mixer and going to the unit.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I never know what the hell is anything.
Yeah, no, I haven't got a clue what any... See, turn that one back on. No, don't know what that is at all.
Okay, now is it coming from you or from someone else? It
No,
could
no,
be
it's
Dave.
something-
I think it's Dave.
Yeah, no, it was something on that audio channel, but there's nothing on that's plugged into that audio channel.
You sure?
Yeah, right. It's like your MIDI splitter who wasn't plugged but still worked somehow.
Yeah, it was quite bizarre. See, they're on and they're fine, but if I go to audio 4, there it is. How bizarre. But there's nothing now.
It's kind of like a white noise.
Yeah, now it sounds like running water. So
Yeah.
Oh no, I think
Makes
that's
me wanna pee.
Dave. I think that's coming from Dave then.
Yeah.
That noise.
Oh,
that
that
we're
could
getting
be me, actually.
Yeah, that's probably
That
you.
is me. See, you think it's so funny, but then
Oh,
watch it.
Dave.
Ready?
just no.
1, 2, 3.
You're bad. Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
it's it.
What now?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that elliptical noise again. That yuck, yuck, yuck.
Yeah, I have fans on in the back. So
But then there's that. What is causing that?
I hear that.
or something else.
Ah,
Okay, it's not me because it's just
Evil.
it's a tablet. It's not me. Andy?
Not
There it
me.
is.
I'm on a really basic headset on a laptop. It's
Okay.
no frills.
now that. Yeah, I can still
Matt?
hear it. I can hear it. There you go. Give it a bit.
No.
Ooh, hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Hang on a second. It's Matt.
Oh.
Is it me? Hang on, let me mute myself.
Yeah.
It's the fucking Hydra.
It's the fucking Hydra, Matt. It's not you.
It's the Hydra synth.
You installed the latest update, is that why?
Oh, God, yeah, mention it. There you go. Welcome to Windows 11.
Oh, no. Don't.
That's very unwelcome.
And it's like a JD800 who spits out MIDI events all the fucking time, and there's nothing you do. Right? You're not even touching it.
Oh, that's the special stochastic mode.
I'm sorry?
I just made it up.
I know. Hey,
although
you know what?
modular can be noisy, various modules can have interference, and you might have to use one of those isolators on it sometimes.
Okay, I'm going to isolate myself in the bathroom.
Yeah. There it is. How bizarre. Oh, well, there you go. Now you know.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a small stream in the background there. So.
Yeah.
A babbling brook.
That's probably me. I'm the babbling brook.
Oh, that's right. You're the babbling brook.
I'm the babbling brook. That's the thing.
He had another thing. He had the whine sound. It was a different sound.
Very decidedly very mono.
So who has an Osmos coming soon? Andy, have you heard
Well,
anything?
not coming soon.
Mine, I have a dilemma, so I'm going to try to go to NAMM, and I also have to pay for the Osmos, so I'm going to probably, they told me I can finally get it, but I need to wait now. I'm going to get it after NAMM, so.
Oh, okay. And then yours, when did you order yours, Ken?
Oh God, I can't honestly remember, but I know they're promising mine May.
I mean, did you order yours this year or?
Oh God, yeah, very, yeah. Because they became available again, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And I jumped in there, and they were saying May, and I was going, oh, that's a long time to wait. And then I'm hearing about the people who did the first ones, and they had to wait 3 years.
Well, you probably got a slot of somebody who gave up and got returned.
I haven't checked. I did the same thing as you, Ken. Right when they reopened it in early January, I guess it was. I didn't even think about it. I just did it before I would even question it. I was like,
yeah.
But I haven't checked my. I haven't checked my mine in a while.
Yeah, with the chip swap issue, everything was delayed a bit. So I was supposed to be part of Manny's shipment. And I was offset by just a little bit, so they apologized several times. And then about a week or two ago, I finally got notification that I could get it anytime.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, this has been a kind of a crazy month for lots of stuff, so I think I'll just pay for it a little bit later.
Yeah, I remember you saying, it's kind of tough.
Well, although they've said, you should get yours May. Yeah, we'll see.
Because even if I paid for it right now, it would take me, they said, over 2 weeks to get it.
Yeah, I'm
in no rush at that point because I'll be busy on other stuff.
I can tell you that, but I have been curious. I am going to just get on there and check just to see. I figured it was going to take a while. I was in no rush. I just didn't want to, I didn't know how many other windows there would be.
It's official when you get the email. If you can check the dashboard, but until you get the actual email, it's not official.
Yeah. Yeah, I
because I got mine on the. I don't know if you had a choice. It was 3 payments. and the first payment was, I think, 280.
Are they still
or
doing
something.
3 payments? Okay, because
Yeah.
they did.
Mine
They
did
did
one.
3 payments
Mine
for
did
us.
one for like 400. I had to put down like $400 or something.
Yeah. So I had about 280 quid go out immediately. Then they said, in about a month, there will be a second payment. And I think it was something ridiculous, like 68 quid.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're following the same pattern from.
So it's going to be like this balloon payment of X pounds.
Yeah.
I'd almost rather pay a few $100 every few months.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
You
what
know
it
what I
was
mean? That way, like
yeah.
layaway.
Because when I was looking, when I was actually going, "Yeah, do you know what? I think I'll go for this and I'll get one. And at the time I was doing that, the bank account was like, hey, I'm quite healthy. Look at my biceps.
Yeah,
the second payment, it was going, yay, you know. But when this balloon payment comes up, it's like, I know my bank account is going to go.
Yeah, I think the last one's going to be about 800, maybe 900.
Yeah, I think my last one's going to be about 15.
Yeah.
So
But
what
I'm
they've
the
done
same-
is,
I'm the
yeah,
same way. I would have
14,
preferred
yeah.
this happen last year than now. So
Yeah.
now I'm like, oh, I don't want to lose my place in line. So
Sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. What are we talking about?
the
Osmos.
Osmos.
Okay,
issues.
got it.
Yeah.
You can buy one here now, but anyway.
What about you, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, hey man.
No, I can't buy one. I'm not good as good as you used to be. So
I'm doing all right.
no,
You
that
okay?
Yeah,
finger fucked me up. So
Yeah.
that's how as good as it gets.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I saw Ty play it. I was like, oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
And then I go, no, I can't play. I can't play.
I don't think a lot of us are going to be able to play. Who knows?
Well, you have to be like Ty said. You have to be a player.
Just got to
Yeah,
practice your ass
but
off. That's all.
I think
Okay.
I think you can develop a technique.
Yeah, you
with
can
it-
develop a technique.
with
right?
your, within your own capabilities, whatever that is. You may
You also
surprise
have to
yourself.
remember because
I've seen
each
some people.
I can barely do it well enough for these fucking things. Imagine like the possibilities of like you just go, oh fuck, I'm not getting 25% out of it. You know.
Well, I'm concerned I might feel that way, but I would rather try it. And
Yeah, but
each
you play
patch is different
drums.
because they have
What do
different
you know,
dynamic
Dave?
settings per patch. So you might find some patches you can play better than others.
yeah, I mean,
No,
it's,
for sure. I mean, I could certainly get something out of it, but
don't
first
know.
of all, my favorite kind of keyboard feel is this, or this is an Arturia.
Mhm.
It's like this big,
Mhm.
because my finger can barely move.
yeah.
So this is a great feeling after touch,
Mhm.
but as far as playing fast, you can't.
No, I can't. I can't play fast, but I do have dynamics. So, I mean, I can.
Oh yeah, hey,
don't-
it's
not
it's
like
for
it's
sale. Dave, it's for sale.
I mean, I did grow up with a piano, so even though I wasn't trained, I do understand. Light touch, medium touch, heavy touch.
Yeah, it's
Like-
just that
So,
the throw
that's what I'm
of
hoping.
the throw of that's a Panorama T6,
Mhm.
and when I bought it, it was like perfect for me, and then fucking injuries come. I'm sorry, I just realized I interrupted the conversation. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. Matt,
Matt,
No, I'm
you were
I'm good. I'm just chilling out. I'm
sorry,
not
man.
really-
Sorry,
Honestly,
man. So
he knows
sorry.
he looks good. He's got that orange shirt on. He knows he looks good. He's just like feeling superior, I guess. I don't know.
Well, Matt's the king. We all know Matt is the king.
No, don't be fucking.
God, he came on like the king, didn't he?
I just arrived.
But anyway, sorry, I just went on a tangent. Sorry.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Should,
Like I
should
say,
I
I'm-
mute?
I'm not going to be
Should-
hanging about because it's been a long evening and it's been a long drive in shitty weather. So I'm
Oh
going.
yeah.
I'm going to say good night, and I will catch up with you all tomorrow night probably.
Indeed, sir.
Fair.
All right.
And Matt, if I interrupted anything, I'm sorry.
You didn't. Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Please,
All right.
no need to apologise.
But
All
fuck
right.
off anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck off already.
Yeah. No, just for the
Right.
All right.
Shits and giggles.
Take it easy.
Take care, Matt.
Bye, babe. Take care, man.
Right.
See you.
See you.
I will say there is a part of me that feels like I might not be able to bring the most out of the Osmos, but I'd rather try and just see. You know what I mean? And if it's if it's really that bad, then I'll give it to somebody else. But
no, it's not. It is good. It's really if you are as bad. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Trust me. I understood.
You just have to have some patience for it. It'll be
Yeah,
fine.
and I mean, I haven't seen a lot of people who are really getting like polyafric touch out of 5, 6, 7 fingers. You know what I mean? Almost everybody
can't come in Hydrasynth Deluxe. Show us some after touch from 7 or 8 different fingers. Come on.
7 or 8 different fingers.
Well, okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like, so.
Give us 2.
There we go. What we got? Let me have a look for a nice.
I mean, plenty of EPS 16 players or Hydrasynth players aren't doing it either. So
yeah, that's why I think
it's certainly doable. It's just a
it
technique you have to get.
Yeah.
Let me get.
That's what I mean. I kind of want to just see if
It's because once you're doing individual key presses like that with different things, it's the same kind of thing people complain about the Rolly, how they're getting finger pain from doing all this independent movement.
Oh, I couldn't play the Rolly. I tried. And
I mean, I love it, but some people hate that whole independent finger thing. So.
I love it, but it's impossible for me. Oh yeah.
We're actually just playing that. Cut it. All those.
Oh
two.
yeah.
Just by pressing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
But that's.
And when, because you're holding it, there isn't a hell of a lot going on, and there's not really a hell of a lot to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a little bit of practice.
Yeah, and if you've got a little bit of ability to kind of.
But I'm sure, Kent, it's not as hard to learn as the Rolly.
Oh God, no! It's nowhere near as
Yeah.
hard as learning the
no.
Rolly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I played the Rolly in a sword and was like, no.
Yeah.
No.
You could do a similar thing on the Machina Plus. You turn key repeat on, you put on a really nice flexible drum kit with lots of layers.
Yeah.
And you put your fingers down and you just keep varying pressure on your fingers. Don't lift them at all. And you get this incredible drum kit with all kinds of expression.
Okay.
Steve Elbow said you had a dog playing underneath. Kent, that wasn't actually you. So.
Yeah.
And
it was Siri. She's very talented.
Yeah.
We call her Siri. Lang Lang.
Cleo, I don't know what Cleo's doing. She's just like she's down in the corner there now. And she's like,
I think she's buying another set of
so
drums
now
on
I
the
feel
iPad
like I
over
should
there.
say Cleo instead of Dave because then it would be perfect. All right, I think I have to pick up my daughter. So if you guys are still here, Manny said he was going to do the presentation.
Yeah.
That would be
so I don't know what
sweet as hell.
I mean, I know he's got a job and responsibilities
In a life.
Job, schmob. I have a job too, so what?
Like, yeah, but that's easy enough to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, I talk to dead people in my job, so it's fine.
All right, so I'm going to check out for a little bit. I'll come back if you're still here.
Absolutely, my dear.
All right, take care. It's great seeing everybody.
All right, take care.
But Andy, if I can say something, Alien Shopping was good.
Which one?
Alien Shopping or Shopping Alien or
Was it, hey, Rich, what was that?
One of your songs.
I don't remember. What was it called?
Alien Shopping?
Oh man, I don't remember. Was it a Hardware Jam thing or what was it?
but it was something on YouTube I watched.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Anyway.
I have so much stuff up there. I forgot what I called most of them. So I don't.
Okay. Anyway.
But thank you. Anyway.
Yeah, that's it. You're welcome anyway. Mr. Richard.
How you doing, Rich?
Hey, Jeff. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir to you too. And thank you for remembering.
Pardon?
I said thank you for remembering.
Of course.
Okay,
There it is.
stop.
It's really prominent now.
You have to stop smoking, man. You're coughing too much.
That is really annoying.
Yeah, it's a wine from something.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's me, you know.
I tell you what, I've fallen in love with Strobe 2 again, Rich.
It's very good.
Ain't it?
Very good.
I love all those apps, FXpansion apps.
They really interact well with the Seaboard.
Even Geist is cool, the drum one.
Heard you guys talking about Rolly before I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Most
I mean,
rewarding instrument I've learned in decades.
yeah. As long as you put the time in, you're
So
fine.
you never had the finger pain from that, right, Rich? Some people complain about the different pressures and the spreads and stuff and the finger pain. I never got that, but
Well, you know what they say, don't stop that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Whatever it
then
is,
don't do that.
well,
Yeah,
because even Nick
exactly.
Bat was complaining about it. That's why he didn't like it. So
Who was?
But even if
Nick
you get,
Bat.
yeah, but even if you do get that finger
He
pain,
doesn't have any freaking keyboard chop. I mean, I love Nick Bat. Don't get me wrong, but he doesn't.
but
he's not
it will, it
There.
will go, does go away. You just keep practicing, it goes away.
yeah,
You know, it's not like being a ballerina being
It's just-
beaten
well,
with a
peop-
metal bar or anything.
people aren't used to using their abductor muscles in their hands, so it's just you get used to it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've got these giant freaking paws. It's like there's no. I've never felt any pain playing a Rolly.
Yeah.
I've never had any problem. I've got little lady hands. I've got little lady fingers.
I have fucking, like on the right hand, I have like
You got big mitts like me.
sausages.
Yeah, you got big mitts like
Yeah,
me.
so yeah, you got no
No,
problem.
no, I have like a short-term fucking like Vienna sausages, and this one is this.
Oh,
It's like,
curved like that.
yeah. My middle finger is fucked up, so
You can't straighten it out, huh?
no. So, I mean, I tried the Rolly, and I just couldn't play it.
I love it. I love it.
I'm sure I would love to love it.
It takes an investment of time because it's not your keyboard playing technique only gets you maybe halfway there.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes an investment of time and commitment to become
To
fluid.
avoid the sour notes.
but this thing is like 12 years ago. Before that, it was like I
Yeah,
could
I
play
understand.
anything. I could
understand.
play anything.
You
know?
had an accident.
Yeah. So my right hand is and Rich, you never use your middle finger ever when you play keyboards, right? Especially not in a solo situation. There we go. So
I'm tempted to plug it in and just start playing it. I love playing the thing. It's so satisfying to me, and I'm looking
gonna
forward
cry.
to trying an Osmos too. But it's not going to give me what I really like about this thing.
Oh.
And the first time I approached it, I was also not comfortable with it. It took me seeing and meeting Marco Parisi to really get the hang of what it's about.
Yeah, and then it all falls into place. You go,
Oh, well,
I
and
get it now.
I know that I could spend the rest of my life trying to be half as good as him.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
He is the king.
And it's so effortless that the whole Purple Rain thing he did with the looper. Holy shit!
In front of a room full of people in a public room.
Just yeah.
You talk about hardware jams.
Yeah, definitely.
No, and then he can just blow you away with his keyboard playing. He's such a musical dude, and they're very nice men, both the Parisi brothers, great guys, and it changed my life the day I met them.
Are they both keyboardists?
No, Jack is essentially a drummer, and when I met Jack, he was playing drums on the Seaboard Block.
Okay.
And really, really effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Seaboard Block is a lot easier to play.
Yeah,
It's very
no
expressive
shit.
too.
Yeah, but trying to do what Jack was doing with drums on it.
Oh no,
I'm
just saying generally that the block
And
is a lot easier to play. It's
the
more
two of them
forgiving.
playing together was just like this unbelievable thing because Marco could play amazing bass lines and lead lines and chordal stuff. He's
Well, the
ridiculous.
Block 2 is a lot easier to play. The original Block, you got to kind of pound on it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was never that interested in the Block, and I never understood it as a product, and I definitely didn't understand their marketing technique for it.
With the Roly Play app, it's actually very effective. You can make an entire track with it.
No, I know that. I know what you can do with it. It's just kind of cumbersome to me to use, and doesn't really relate to.
Well, one of its selling points, wasn't it, is that you could have two and you could put them together. But the trouble is, it broke the glides because of the gap.
You're talking about Seaboard Block now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about the block with the 16 little lit up zones that you could use.
Oh, yeah.
The square, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're not the keyboard. Yes, that is true that you can't glide across
the two. Yeah.
When you join them, but
Even the bolt-on blocks with the quick buttons are kind of funky. They don't work 100%, but it's a clever idea. But it's
Yeah, because I did look at them and I just went, no.
it allows
I'm
you
fine,
not to
I'm
touch the
fine.
software, basically. So
Marco could actually play the melody on the block very, very convincingly. But the Seaboard, just the Seaboard is what interests me, and it really does interest both. I'm totally infatuated with the thing.
the beauty of Roly Play is it had the Swan plugins you could add to it, and then it sounded amazing.
Well, yes, it did. Those Swan plugins are fantastic, and I keep Play Around on this iPad just so I can play those sounds if I need to.
Yeah. Because anything else,
No,
they have
it's
it on
Noise app, actually.
GeoShred. GeoShred has the Swam plugins, but they're a little more expensive.
I see. Well, they're just really excellent playable sounds.
They're crazy. Yeah,
and
it's crazy
on
good.
instruments that are very hard to do with samples.
And I have the standalone brass ones for iPad, the individual Swam ones.
Yeah.
And they're incredibly expressive. I hooked up the
There you go,
Silphio Wind controller to it, and you can go nuts with that stuff.
I'll bet you can. Let's see, what do I got here? Oh, so I've been using. Oh, I need to pull it. I use it in the Noise app,
Noise is good too, yeah.
which is where I host the Swam stuff.
Yep.
And I can, play it via Bluetooth from a Seaboard Block or from a Seaboard, or I can play it right on the screen.
Sadly, Noise is more stable than Play. I think Play is starting not to keep up with the iOS stuff and not working anymore. So.
Well, this is the first time I'm pulling down Noise since I'm running stupid beta operating systems and shit. So if it runs here, it'll run anywhere. Come on.
There you go. And they had like a beautiful Bansuri flute on there. It's just really nice stuff. It's just.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the flute, but I am seeing. It's it's a playable.
The sax is great. I was doing on GeoShred. I was doing the Pink Panther theme the other day. It's really fun because you can do growls with it, and you can do all the basic inflections you expect.
I've got those in here too. Come on, I've got those in here too. Oh, here's the. Here we go. I prefer the softer ones myself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pretty. I like the.
Yeah, the growls are nice.
It's just fun, and there's no sample set that reacts even close to this. I did some violin overdubs using this with the Seaboard Block on something I was working on, and it came out great.
Yeah,
I mean, it was totally convincing. If you practice the part, there's no way anybody would know that it wasn't. Wow, they have multiple violins. I'd forgotten about that. It's, and when you play it from a real keyboard, it's really convincing. I mean, me fucking around on a screen is one thing, but yeah, I miss these things. And yes, it still runs in freaking operating systems that haven't been released yet, so I'm happy to see that too.
That's good.
Because literally in these areas, like trying to play a melodic string or a saxophone instrument in almost any other way is absolutely unconvincing. Like painfully unconvincing. And at least this, you can play something that's expressive, and it may fool some people some of the time.
And they have that canned vibrato that's just too regular. And
right. It's going to be the new Chic Road sound right there.
Weird sound. Is that the Woo Phantom?
It's the Woo Phantom.
Ah, you can't beat the Woo Phantom. That's how you have to pronounce it every time now.
Well, we have to, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's in the contract.
Have you loaded that enzyme package to it yet?
No, because I don't need it for what I'm using it for.
Yeah.
I may come there at some point, but dig this. This is a very
nice.
That's very good.
You do some Boston there.
Organ. That is one convincing freaking organ. That's their virtual Hammond, and it's just really ridiculously good. I love the way the Leslie thing responds. The whole thing.
Yeah.
That's a very convincing organ.
And a distortion and all. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and all there's all this mechanical wizza going on. All that and the high frequency crap.
All the overtones and everything.
It sounds so convincing. It's really good.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking the clavinet's pretty good.
Sell your B3s, people.
So you have a slider bank for drawbars? Is that?
Yeah, you can set it up so that the eight mixer things become drawbars.
Nice.
In real time, which is how I have this set up right now. Not that I really need it.
I would say that was about 200 to 300% better than the Oasis one.
This is a fucking great organ.
Yeah.
One of the best organs I've ever played. That's not
There's
organ.
some frequencies that you get when the Leslies slow down.
Yeah.
That you don't get on it, but you can fucking hear it there.
Yeah.
A lot of warmth too. Got a warm sound out of it.
Yeah. But there's something that happens to the sound when you switch the motor on the Leslie over down to slow, and it's just something that happens.
Really.
Yeah.
awesome simulation of playing synthesizers with real-time knobs for filters and shit. It's really a remarkable achievement in workstations, this thing. I mean, if workstations is where you want to be, this thing does amazing shit. The 16 sound category buttons, when you use it in drum machine mode, become the bottom row of your TR-808.
Yeah.
You select the kick drum, you press the 4 buttons you want the kick drum, you select the snare drum, you put the backbeats in, you select the hi-hat, you go whoop, and next thing you know, you got a drum pattern playing.
That's cool.
Just like an old Roland drum machine. And I think that's incredibly clever implementation.
I could see that being an Oasis replacement, and that's really fucking saying something, trust me.
This thing is ridiculously deep, and it'll host samples.
God, it's a while since I played. No, where's that come from?
Is the default Zen Core mostly, or is it?
But this thing?
Yeah.
It can be. It's got a number of different engines, and Zen Core is one of them.
Yeah, because you got the JP in there.
Does it
haven't
do ACB as well for the Juno 16, all that stuff?
What am I doing? This is interesting. I don't know how I got it to here. Pardon me, Andy?
Does it do the proper ACB, the nice emulation for the like Junos and the Jupiters and stuff?
Yeah, well, I was just sort of trying to demonstrate that, but for some reason, I never quite understand why.
That was the problem with the Zen Core. They do that ABM stuff instead. It's just weaker.
Well, I've got yeah. I mean, there's where's my Notorious patch? Here's my really convincing filter type stuff you can do.
Yeah.
If I go to an individual tone and I go up here to sense my pad and very convincing simulation of actually operating a synthesizer from these knobs.
Okay, now you have to play a final countdown.
Okay, no. But
No,
of
that's
course,
it's on the wall. No final countdown and fucking get out, all right?
of course, you just
Jump. How about jump?
Of course, you're just, manipulating digital parameters from a knob, but it just feels, because the filter is so seamless and no stepping, there's no stepping sound at all. And it's just a very convincing illusion of operating a synthesizer. And the editing pages give you everything you'd want, for any of the models that you're using. I'm not even sure which model this one is, but if I come here and here's some JP8 stuff. I mean, it's just very convincing illusion of operating a synthesizer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
More
the
importantly,
ball-
you can have your string falls on it.
How much is that one again? What's the ballpark?
$4,000.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
But you get a shit load of
You get a lot
synthesizers
of
for that $4,000.
Ring
I mean,
falls.
a bucket. Yay.
Got my string falls.
Oh yeah.
I've got my tremolandos.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's nice.
So it goes. So you got 3 different articulations.
All in the one patch.
Huh?
All in the one patch.
Yeah.
Without having to fuck around like you used to have to do with those
layers,
JDs, wasn't it?
No, and it's a much more convincing rendering of what those parts actually were than what I've been doing for the last 20-something years. But so I'm having fun. This thing is just insanely deep and capable.
Yeah.
Have you actually done the whole Phantom on stage thing yet? You know,
Yes.
with USB pen in hand. How did it go?
Well, other than weaknesses in my programming, from a technical standpoint, it did everything that I brought for it to do.
Brilliant.
However, it did take probably upwards of 35 and maybe up to 40 minutes to set up, because I have a lot of expansion libraries, including those synths.
Yeah.
And it has to basically mirror what this thing is in order to feel that I can reliably call on things to be where they were saved when I saved them here.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas the user stuff obviously will load with my backup.
Yeah.
The positioning of all those sound libraries has to be correct in order to be able to call up the sounds correctly when you create scenes. So because I loaded this thing up with this whole shitload of libraries, it takes a little longer to load than it might have if I had just brought the ones that I'm using, which probably aren't that many of them. But since I don't know which ones I am and I'm not using, and I like having the capability, I'll take the 30-minute, 40-minute setup time.
Yeah.
If it gets me here.
Yeah.
Which it did. In a place where, had it not worked, there would have been absolutely no recourse for me.
Yeah.
Do they still use a vPiano engine, or is that too old?
Oh, no, they use a vPiano engine, and it sounds fucking awesome.
Cool.
All right. What am I doing? I made changes to something. I'm not doing any of that. But let's see some pianos. The piano, stage grand. It feels.
Well, even through the condenser, you can hear the quality.
It feels like playing a piano.
Yeah.
Substantially. And there's no sample lag. There's no sense of being disconnected from the note where when you strike the key, it happens seemingly immediately.
And the harmonics interact and all that stuff.
I suppose. I actually don't have the pedal is currently plugged into the auxiliary, so I can't really let it I could repatch it, but I can't really just let it decay, which is what I would do. That's what I do when I sit downstairs at the piano. Is sometimes I'll just press the pedal down and play a series of notes and then sit there. And listen to everything just kind of like...
Just listen to it, yeah.
This whole thing like starts to happen and things start pulsing and harmonics start appearing. And we love that about piano. This will be Russell's piano, I'm sure, when we play it on stage. Or one of these will be.
Do they try to do anything like Nord does, where they have like the Beethoven piano and stuff like that?
Well, I suppose they probably do. But because to say that I've actually gone through all of these piano sounds would be a gross overstatement.
I just wonder because I know some companies do that and some don't. So,
well, I'm seeing things called Oslo's Finest, and so which I assume was modeled after something that somebody heard in Norway. I think that's a reasonable.
After they ate some Frusenglad ice cream, yeah.
Then there's one here called Classique. Now I don't know, is that? It's not nearly as bright. They've got uprights, obviously. And these are the acoustic pianos. There's a lot of them. I'm on the 6th of 7 pages, each of which contains probably 20 pianos.
Wow.
But then there's a category called pop piano, where there's a whole different, this kind of plinky. Shit, you're never likely to hear me play. But
or honky tonk piano or upright piano, stuff like that. Yeah. There you go.
The honky tonk thing, all of that. So there's a category of pop pianos, and then there's electric grands.
Yeah.
What's stage grand?
Oh, hello.
That sounds like a CP70.
That's a CP70.
Every bit as shitty as I remember it.
Yep.
Did the original V piano include stuff like clavichord, things like that?
Well, there's other categories that would include those kinds of things. There are other keyboard categories. So there's a keys category here that includes harpsichords, clavinets, celestas, accordion, harmonica, bells, mallets as categories. And underneath those, there's some number of sounds. I don't have any clever Bach pieces to play for you, much as I wish I did. And if I was a proper demo guy, I would.
You could do the Nigel Tufnell mock piece. Yeah.
And
does my posterior in this bustle look too big?
Excuse me? And then the clavinets, there's a million of them. And celestas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, clavinet, please.
Pardon? Clavinets?
Yes.
Well, it's funny. I went through a lot of these, and the one I kind of most like is the one I settled on to use for the show, which is somewhere in here. Give me a second.
And please have fun with it.
Where did I put that clavinet?
72. I don't know.
It's not this one. No, this one.
Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, that's got the funk edge. Yeah.
It does.
Oh yeah.
It barks like a clavinet.
Yeah.
And I use it clean. I don't have anything on it. I could, you could dress it up, you could swoosh it, you could flange it, you could do that kind of thing.
They don't make wacky prepared piano patches, do they?
I don't have any, but they might make them. There may be libraries, but I wouldn't have been interested to load that for something I was going to use in the show because.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just curious if they had it, because.
Well, I don't know.
John Cage fans out there.
I can neither confirm nor deny that remark, Senator.
Yeah. Well, I'd actually be surprised if there was particular sounds that weren't available with that system.
Oh yeah.
recycle any V-Synth stuff? Is that considered passe or that?
There isn't a V-Synth model available.
Okay. Or any kind of elastic audio of any kind? Like,
I don't think I understand the question. What do you mean by
the
that?
V-Synth uses elastic audio for the tweaks of the samples and stuff. So it's like the
Well, all these synths are Z-Core recreation, software recreation. So
right.
I don't imagine that they're pulling off those, but I can't swear to you that they're not.
Or Varios, the old Varios. Right.
Sweet JP.
It's a good variety.
This is page 1 of 34 pages of synthpad/strings.
That's like a Tangerine Dream soundtrack thing right there.
Yeah, because I know there's people who've looked at the Phantoms and thought, they're kind of like they're sort of like the old workstations, but they're really not.
It's pretty, that's a JP8 model.
Yeah.
And we've got Juno 106 models.
Yeah.
So that would be some Juno. There's a whole shitload of Juno 106, and then there's
Yeah.
JX8P models that I'm looking at here. Let's find something. All very Rolandy, that stuff. And then there's an SH101 model. Well, gets better.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's not a model. That's one of their sample-based Z-Core stuff. It's just the thing has got gobs and gobs of stuff in it.
Yeah.
I could actually use this as part of the Duran Duran pad that I wrote, but it's a little too long. I could shorten it though. The funny thing is, you can come right here, grab the envelope, amplitude envelope knob, and short the release. The ability to just tweak envelopes and filters on the front panel is just beautiful. Then you write your own tones and you move on. I'm very pleased.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of kit. It must have been.
I mean, it's it ought to be for what it costs.
Yeah, well.
Do you know if they do any kind of sound morphing like the Montage does?
I don't know the answer to that question.
No, okay.
I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors.
Plead the fifth. That's it.
Yeah. I refer the right honourable gentleman to the answer I gave moments ago.
I have no specific recollection of that conversation. So
Yeah.
There was that one Trump hearing a couple weeks ago. He kept playing the fifth over and over and over and over again.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there it is. Was that the Material Girl bell?
it is.
I thought so.
Yeah.
It's new, improved Material Girl.
Yeah,
bell.
it is better. It is better.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Not so bicycle as it
I
was.
went back at right. Well, it's got a little bit of bicycle, but yeah,
A tiny bit, but it was
probably
very
still
bicycle.
more bicycle than doorbell, but it
Yeah.
it does the job. It's in tune. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
Camera cuts to the little boy with a bicycle. Ding, ding.
You're right. Yep.
It was still good anyway.
Pardon?
I said it was still good anyway.
Yeah, sure. It works
And-
in the context of what we do.
And £1,000 cheaper than an Oasis. So
Virtual bargain.
absolutely. Yeah, because I can guarantee you that the B3 that I have on there do not sound like that did.
Lotus B3 is awesome.
It is very much so.
For the 8 bars that I play it in the show. That's not exactly true, but it's the only time you really recognize it as B3 playing.
Yeah.
The old Emu B3 was pretty good, but it's much older. So
Yeah.
Like what, from a Proteus?
the Proteus 2000 B3 ROM. They had a custom ROM just for B3 stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, Longhurst could talk about that. He worked on that stuff. So
They really embraced that interface, didn't they?
what? And the command station, it was the ultimate because
Well,
it actually had
just
virtual
that they
patch
all
cords.
they all kind of worked the same.
They the same ROMs. They share the same ROMs. The command station actually had soft modular patch cords behind the scenes. It's a crazy device.
I just mean in terms of the way the user interfaced with the thing.
Oh yeah, it's
That
the
tiny little hole in the
it's
construction
the
site
ship in the
fence
bottle.
that we have
Yeah,
to
it's
deal
basically
with. They all the Planet Fat, the whatever that purple one was that I had, or the gold one.
Planet Earth was a really good one.
Orbit
I like
and Planet Fat and all of them, Proteus, and they all basically worked essentially the same way.
The nice thing is in the command stations, they upped the ROM to twice the size, and just they're. I mean, amazing quality for the day. They still hold up to a certain extent. So.
2-3.
They all befell what is for me the kiss of death, which is when I'm using them for tambourine. When I'm using something in a rack for a tambourine sound, that's when I know it's on its way out the door. It's happened with a number of notable modules. It happened with my TG 77. It happened with the Proteus. At some point, they just got to say goodbye.
Yeah.
Speaking of saying goodbye, I said goodbye to my iMac today.
Oh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was a brick. They wanted to sell me a logic board.
No.
I wasn't putting a logic board into a 4-year-old computer at full price.
4-year-old?
Yeah. Yeah. I bought it in August of 2019.
Holy shit. I have a laptop that's been running for 12 years.
I know. Most of my computers do too.
Did you have the 3-year Apple Care so it expired?
No, never, ever Apple.
Well, rarely in my life have I had dog Apple products.
Apple's great
and
stuff.
this wasn't really a dog Apple product compared to some. There have been dogs that they've sold over the years, but mostly they do very well. This thing started. The problem was I saw this thing exhibiting problems a year and a half ago, and I didn't bring it in until now. And if I had done it back then, I would have been under warranty, and I probably could have gotten it fixed. But now I'm kind of glad because.
Hello.
I'm tired of listening to that fan heating, trying to cool down that Intel i9 processor right next to my head.
Wow.
I'm really tired of it.
Yeah.
The one dog they had was that trash can Mac. It was overhyped, and I was doing beta testing when I worked there on.
That wasn't even the worst of it, though. I mean, that wasn't one of their best products, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was not as fast as it was purported to be. It had problems.
There was a product in the '90s called the 5300 that was kind of a dog.
Oh yeah.
Over the years they've missed it. My 2016 MacBook Pro was a piece of shit. I hated it. I've had a lot of laptops by that. They've also failed on a couple of laptops back, especially way back in the beginning. But but most of the laptops are great, and the one I'm talking to you on right now is like one of my favorite computers ever. So they mostly hit them good, but they occasionally don't. I can't get too worked up about this other computer because I kind of wanted to get out of Intel anyway and into the new M chip world. So this is my excuse to do that, I guess.
Yep.
So that's what I ordered a computer monitor today because I don't want an iMac anymore. I think the next 27-inch iMac is going to be a Pro model, which means $1,000 more for the same bit, and I'm not really that down with having the fan and the processor head high in front of me all the time.
Plus, you're stuck with the screen and the computer in the same thing, and one goes bad, then the whole thing's out. And,
right. As has just happened because my screen.
Yeah.
So now I had to buy a 5K monitor to replace that screen. No, that doesn't sound like this one.
It's a lot thinner.
Yeah, but it still sounds good anyway.
It sounds pretty good. It's a little boxy, but I can't tell if that might be just the sound of the room.
Yeah, but like with a
Crystal
lot of those
Waters?
sounds, they are pretty stuck. There's not a lot you can do with the sound in
How the
that
fuck did I
category.
get this display? How did this happen?
Was that just a preset on there, Kent, or was it an actual module?
Yeah. No, it's just one of the presets.
So they didn't have like different engines. I don't remember.
Yeah, they did add a few engines, but they were sort of like a bit like the Z-Core thing, where you had the MS-20 engine, the Juno 6 engine, not Juno 6, idiot, Poly 6 engine.
Yeah,
it'd be closer. And I think there was another one that I forget. But when they were put on, they were very separate. Very mixed in, and you couldn't separate them from other patches.
But they're also fixed, right? Were there upgrades after you bought it, or was it all fixed at the factory? The engines.
Oh no, you could mess around with them to your heart's content.
But I mean, you couldn't add new engines. It was baked in the ROM.
There was additional engines, but they only made 3.
Oh, right. Okay.
And then they went, do you know what? Let's call it the Kronos and sell it at a different price and move on. And
it's kind of like the Arturia Origin. They only went so far, and I said, screw it, we're done.
Yeah, bollocks, let's move on. And we were going, hey, we paid an arm and a leg for this. Yeah, tough shit, mate. The Kronos counter's over there. Yeah.
We're just dumb customers,
Yeah. So, I think this thing's locked. Is it locked? Yeah, it's locked. That's why. Okay, so I think each patch will come with its own karma. Weirdly.
Hey, Rich, did you stay on Mac mostly for Pro Tools days, or just always for other things? Just.
In 1985, Andy, I was sharing a house with a guy who got a job with Apple.
Oh, okay.
Prior to 1985, I had used a bunch of other computers going back to 1972.
Oh, yeah.
Starting in 1972, my first computer experience, which obviously was some kind of mainframe in a distance and a teletype and a phone, literally a phone earpiece in a cradle.
Yeah.
As your data connection and
acoustic coupler, good stuff.
Storage was paper tape with holes, piano roll, basically. So it's either a hole or it's not a hole. There's your digital data. So I got started with Macintoshes in 1985.
Yeah, me too.
And you know, every day it was in the house. You know,
Yeah.
and I got lessons from the beginning. And so by the time, and by the next year, I was using first versions of Motus Performer.
Oh, right. Okay.
For MIDI.
Oh yeah.
I know Wendy Carlos is big on Performer. So.
Well, a lot of people are still to this day.
Yeah.
It's a very effective piece of software. I don't use it anymore. By the time I got to 88 and I started using Synclavier and working with Nile, I stopped using Performer. And continued to use, mostly Synclavier for a few years.
Was Synclavier a Mac only, or was it a PC version? Could you connect?
Well, it wasn't running on the Mac. The Mac was acting like a terminal. In fact, prior to the Mac interface, they had an actual terminal that they were using with like a green screen, and a normal click, 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 click typewriter, basically kind of thing. So when they implemented Mac, they implemented it as sort of a fancier terminal, where it was kind of communicating with the thing via an app. But it wasn't actually running anything on the Macintosh. The Macintosh was just acting as a control surface of sorts for what was inside the Synclavier and how you would communicate with
it. Was like RS-232 or something like that, or
I don't remember.
Yeah,
exactly. It was some multi-pen deal. I don't remember exactly how the Apple interfaced. It's been a long time since I set up a Synclavier.
Because my Emacs 2 was RS-422. It's a slightly different protocol, but
they were running an operating system that had been developed in the late 1970s called Able, A-B-E-L.
Okay.
A-B-L-E maybe. That was the core operating system of that tower. That insane tower that would blow power supplies every day.
Yeah.
I thought if you could buy if they had a subscription model for parts replacements, I would have put the power supply on the 6-month cycle.
Oh man.
Because they were blowing.
It's like an ENIAC where you're pulling racks out.
Well, it's not hard to get to because usually it's in a machine room and it's
sure.
Of taking off one front panel and you're basically in. I mean, it's 4 screws and you're in. The memory, I remember they had, what was it? They were selling 4 megabytes of RAM for the sampler for $4,000.
Yeah.
4 cards. And if you wanted to buy 16 megabytes of RAM, they would sell it to you for $16,000. Like, there was no bulk discount for buying RAM from those guys. At one point, they came by with a string library on a Worm optical drive, glass platter, that they tried to sell us for $12,500.
Wow!
Holy crap!
I remember the Worm stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have actually since divested myself of them, but I used to have our Project Worm drives where I would save custom samples that we developed for some of the record projects we did. Sample background vocal groups or whatever, anything. Stevie Ray Vaughan guitar solos. I had it all on a Worm drive.
Wow.
Wow. It just brings me back to late 80s anyway, where I was looking to build a portable digital recording studio with anyway, but it wasn't not even Worm. Winchester hard drives, and it was like 2.5 mil. I was like, okay, no.
So it's full height drives, the big fat ones.
Oh yeah, but fat ones in '88, you had 150 gigs per drive, and that was fat.
No, megabytes, not gigs.
Oh no, well, yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Megabytes.
Megabytes.
I remember the first 100 megabyte door that walked in our studio.
Oh, me too.
They wanted $900 for it for a 100 megabyte drive.
Yeah. So for my it was the company was called Digital Dynamics.
Yeah.
You know that? Okay, right. You know
Sure.
that company. Okay. So anyway, I was like a half a meal for I don't even remember how many gigs. 2, 3, maybe. It was half a meal. I have more than that
$500,000?
right behind me.
$500,000, you're saying?
No, 2.5
When you say
million.
mille, are you talking France en français? Mille?
No,
Like
no.
$500?
I'm counting. I'm thinking. No, I'm counting. I'm 2.5 million Canadian dollars.
Ah,
About £11.30.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Of course. But
Yeah. So in US dollars for you rich, it's like and Andy,
it's a
it's
few
like
less than that. I know.
yeah, it's like 1.75
Not
right
that
now.
much. Not that much. Yeah, I
And
understand.
we're looking at that friend of mine. I'm like, all right, okay, well, we can do it. And I have more than that sitting behind me.
Well, plus the
And I was like,
backup system back then for that would have been a nightmare
Yes.
too. So
oh
This
yeah.
flash
Oh no,
drive.
we had tape drives as back. It was like, okay, so how long? Well, about 12 hours.
yeah, it's probably like
Okay.
those little Trevan tapes.
Yeah. I'm like, and we were looking seriously like there was this top end. Like we were looking at the building, that kind of mobile recording studio. I was like, anyway, we never got to it, but anyway.
Well, it was hard to do back then because there was really not very many good. At one point, I think it was Akai put out a tape medium that worked on something that was like a beta videotape, and was a 12-track recorder, and it wasn't that big, and you could bring it out and use it as a 12-track recorder. Like they messed with a bunch of different formats. They messed with another videotape looking thing that looked like a console. Lyle used to have one of these things. It was kind of shaped like a console, but it had a tape drive in it, and you could kind of do it was like a giant Porta Studio.
So that's before ADAT.
Yeah, but
that's
it
before me.
It integrated the tape mechanism into the console structure, so that it was just one console-looking thing that was kind of your all-in-one, portable studio solution. It was heavy and big, but that was sort of the expansion of the Porta Studio concept.
Okay, so time-wise, we're talking about what?
For that product?
Yeah.
Late 80s, late 1980s.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I first met him, he had one up in Connecticut, and I was living in New York at the time, and I used to come up, and we would have to service it and do things, make sure that was his, sort of. He had one at the studio in New York too. He would move projects between studios on these videotapes and play them on these Akai devices with videotape mechanisms. And
yeah,
I don't even know what they were recording. They couldn't have been recording analog audio, so I'm not quite sure how it was being converted because I just don't remember exactly what the thing. It might have been called an Akai 1212. Maybe I should look that up.
Akai 1212. Yeah, I remember that.
That the thing I'm thinking of?
12-bit though.
Hang on. Am I confusing it with the sampler? No, the
612.
No, MG 1212. That's what I'm looking at. So that's the device I'm talking about, and you can see it has a console to the left and a tape drive to the right. It doesn't look that much different from current small format live consoles in a way, except it's got a recorder section on it.
But the crazy thing is how much that would have cost today. You have 10,000 times better today. You have like much better stuff now to record, better quality for what, 1/10 of their price.
So I've lost.
Yeah, they have an MG 1212 on eBay for about $1,000.
I wouldn't buy it.
It's a nostalgia thing, I guess.
Well, somebody who you know who it's for. Somebody who has existing tapes from back in the day and
Stuck
wants to
with
be
it,
able
yeah.
to play them.
Right.
That's the market for that thing, is somebody who had content that they never transferred off of it that wants to hear it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's buying it for the nostalgic vibe of having to work on that piece.
But people do with computers all the time.
I'll never understand romance and gear,
Yeah.
man, because
Yeah.
there's so much romance for gear I didn't want back when they released it.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
now, just because it's old, it has the same amount of cachet as the thing next to it that I did want back when they released
Right.
Oh yeah, no, I signed an AX or Akai AX60, which I had in 80 when it came out anyway, and it's selling for $1,200,
The 84 in there.
something like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't want it because it was shit.
AX80 is nice though. I have an AX80. I love that thing.
The 80 is good. The 60 is shit. And it's selling now for $1,200. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
I'll give you $12 for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of things that I didn't want back then have all this. A Moog Rogue. I didn't want a Moog Rogue. When it came out, it was like this, what are they doing? We were shaking our heads. What is this thing? And now it's got all this romance because it's an old Moog synthesizer.
Well, it was the first real Moog I could ever afford.
No,
So
I understand. It was a price breakthrough.
Yeah.
And it did have some significant percentage of the sound. They hadn't actually completely crippled the feature set yet.
And a guy played one last week at the San Francisco EMOM I went to, and he was getting sounds out of that Rogue I've never heard before. So in the right hands, it can sound amazing.
Well,
The bass in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
You
bass.
saw the modulation. He was getting crazy ass stuff out of it. You know, he may as well have been playing with a modular. That's how wild it was.
Okay. So it's all about who can take the most out of what they have.
He was getting blood from a stone. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, very well put.
Yeah.
But he was really talented. So
good.
Maybe I want to play with mine. I haven't touched mine in probably 2 years. But
A good day at the office then.
yeah,
Yeah, I haven't powered up the multi-Moog in a long time.
I almost got that one, but I got the Rogue instead because I wanted to get the pitch bend mod wheels instead of the ribbon, and I wish I had gotten the ribbon now.
I bought this thing the day it came out, and I drove to the Moog factory to pick it up.
Wow.
Wow.
I was living in, to be fair, I was living in upstate New York, and the Moog factory was only about 2.5 hours away. So it's not quite as bad as it sounds. It's not like driving to Montreal, but
close to.
But it's, but still. And I went there and we bought T-shirts. I mean, I was the happiest guy in the world because I'd been playing a Micro Moog, and the idea of a 2 oscillator Micro Moog was really appealing to me.
So my first time I saw Micro Moog was at a pawn shop in Santa Cruz, and I was just starting to go to college there, and I just started getting into synths much heavier. And I go, oh, this is a classical piece of gear. Look at this. And I didn't bother asking the salesperson anything. I said, I could figure this out. I couldn't get a sound out of it. I thought, is this broken? Am I an idiot? I didn't know what to do with it. But it was $150. I should have bought it. $150.
Yeah, you should have bought it.
And I walked away,
Great synth.
Yeah.
So the first time I saw a Micro Moog, do you know Drew Schlesinger?
Oh, yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, it was in his dorm room at Ithaca College when we were
Wow.
friends in his freshman year. And he got it a little while after we got there. And we immediately dove into the thing. It was, he was very generous about letting me mess around on it. And we actually played a live concert at one point in a dormitory study lounge.
Wow.
That he has a recording of and has threatened to a few times to release because he says it's pretty good. But we're old friends. I've known him since we were 17, 18 years old. So that's when I first saw a Micro Moog. It was in his dorm room in 1975.
That's cool.
Yeah. There may be 76 by the time he had that. I'm not sure. It was somewhere right around there.
See, if I were smart, I would have done what Richard Devine did and look at pawn shops in the late '80s for actual mini Moogs when they were $300.
Yeah.
But I never found a cheap mini Moog anywhere. That's why I got the Rogue, because it's just I couldn't find one that was affordable.
How much you pay for
beautiful
the
thing.
Rogue?
You didn't even.
Rogue
have
was
to-
only $600.
You didn't even have to go back that far. I mean, I got my Mini. I bought. She's early '74, and I paid 220 quid for her.
Wow.
And that was 2005.
I guess there are waves, right, where you could find pockets of being cheap and not so cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen a mini Moog for $75, and I didn't buy it.
Yeah.
But that was like, I just bought a D50. It was brand new. I was like, mini Moog, $50, $75.
Well, that was part of
No.
my problem. I was in the new shiny stuff. I didn't think of the old stuff, and now I'm.
Well, there
kicking
you go.
myself, so.
Mate, look,
Yeah, I could have
I
bought
sold a
a
CS80 for 175 quid.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
That's the worst ever.
Full stop. End of
All
conversation.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Nobody can fuck up like I can fuck up. Okay.
No, you can't.
I
still love
unless
you,
it was
man.
Keep
but
her the fuck up.
It was completely trashed. I could understand, but if it worked,
No, I'd restored it. I learned, but the thing was, it wasn't a loss because I learned how to restore CS80s on it.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah.
I got a return. Trust me, I got return.
Well, I mean, you got to know Vangelis. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
But with all my love, fuck you, Kent.
Yeah, I know. I know. But I never got to meet Tamita. I would have
that would be
loved
cool.
to have met Tamita.
Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that.
Really would have done.
Yeah, seriously, yeah. I get it.
How
But
about
it's only
Kitaro?
until I
Did you
got
meet
older.
Kitaro?
No. No.
I
I must admit, it
wish
was
I
only
was-
until later that I went, hang on a minute, half of these, or most of these sounds on this album isn't a System 55 or anything. It's nearly all Mellotron.
On which album?
Most of the early ones.
You talking about Tamita?
Yeah.
Well, wasn't Tamita also a big Casio user for a while? He was actually made some of the patches for the CZ1.
It's
I
possible.
believe, yeah.
Cosmosynth?
Later on.
Yeah.
But apparently he would make up a lot of, because he'd make up his own tapes for the Mellotron.
Yeah, but
So he would,
Tamita
so
is
if you
also
if you record the Moog onto tape and then put it onto the Mellotron, and that's how he could get the polyphonic sounds,
Wild.
oh.
and stuff like that. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, the
That's pretty
crafting
clever.
some of those albums is like
Yeah.
holy crap. A lot of work going into them.
Yeah, but Tamita was also a big fan of the DV800, as you like to know it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he did an album with James Galway.
Whoa.
Yeah. How's that
What
for?
album is that?
I don't know. I just know he
Oh
did.
well,
one.
then you're just lying.
Yeah,
Actually.
it's clearly alternative facts.
Was it kind of like that? Was it kind
Tell
of
you
like
what,
the
I'll write it on the side of a bus for you. There you go.
Well,
was
is it Kellyanne Conway? Are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Was it like the Tangerine Dream album where the guy plays flute, the Cyclone album?
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, man. Andy almost made me die.
I hate that album.
Yeah, me too. No shit.
It's like Fiona was talking the other day about because she's into her musicals. She was talking about Jesus Christ Superstar, and so she made me watch it again last night. Hence, what's the buzz? Tell us what's happening. Title on the show. Because she had me singing that all fucking yesterday. And she's going, yeah, Tim Rice, Andrew Lloyd Webber, they were the bollocks and everything like that. But when you look, a lot of the songs, along with the nice ones, is done by Andre Previn.
Wow.
And some chappie he did lyrics and stuff like that. And said, well, hang on a minute, I don't remember him getting mentioned.
Is this before or after Mia Farrow?
Pass. El Paso. I really don't know. So, yeah.
Not a big Andrew fan.
Hmm?
Not a big Andrew fan.
Well, politically or musically?
Musically.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about his politics. But I think it's a remarkable thing that he's become. He had the success he had. A really remarkable thing, because I just don't think that much of him as a composer, but a lot of other people do. So what do I know?
His involvement in the Variations album. Okay, cool. Because I love the Variations album anyway. Oh, come on. This is some good tracks, man. Come on. Gary Moore, man, and Rod Argent. You know what I mean?
And wanking all at the same time. It's not bad, and actually I like it probably better than most of the rest of his stuff, to tarnish it, to give it the real backhand.
Yeah. The plastic show stuff I was never particularly into at all.
Are you saying he's a CWO, a chief wanking officer?
Well, there was a very unpopular law up for review here, and Andrew Lloyd Webber flew Concorde from New York special to come and vote, because he was a lord, or I don't know, he had influence, and voted for it, and it was this really unpopular. I think it might have been the spare bedroom tax. So if you had a spare bedroom, you had to pay extra council tax. Yeah.
I heard about this,
And he voted and went, yeah, absolutely, I'm up for that, with his fucking 400-bedroom house, but in America. And I think the European Union ruled it as illegal, so it didn't go through. And so if you want to know why we left Europe, there's your answer.
So after seeing Phantom of the Opera, I came to work the next day, and Niall asked me how it was. And I said, Andrew Lloyd Webber likes to use the whole tone scale.
Yeah, there are some similarities that pop up as well. So yeah. No, I'm not a massive fan, but I did like the Variations album. But I think he's only associated with that a little.
You know what I found appalling was this.
Yes.
I was like, really, dude? That's scary music in your house? Like that's the shit that makes you go, I don't care what kind of pipe organ you play that shit on, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, if you're 4 years old in the 1850s, it might have sort of like ooh. But
because if you're going to be corny about it, you got to be much cornier than that. That's striding the line of trying to be, the opening of Beethoven's Fifth, and it just doesn't work. That I had to do. This never appeared in the movie, but we were working on this movie, Beverly Hills Cop 3, and the thing ends in a ride where there's dinosaurs and there's supposed to be scary music. And I did this thing that I remembered from like early Hollywood movies where it went. And that to me is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Because it's not even trying to be serious. It's just silly.
It's just the irony of you playing Phantom of the Opera on a Phantom.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. It's you're going to break the universe. Stop it. All right.
It's hadn't even occurred to me.
Too funny.
Yeah. Next week, dun 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 dun.
Yeah, I never got the whole Andrew Lloyd Webber thing, to be honest. So
he likes to use the whole tone scale.
Yeah, you should have listened to I don't know, Tangerine Dream's electronic meditation. Now that's scary shit.
Okay, not familiar.
It's rough, actually. It's not. It's one of my least favorites. It's interesting as an experimental thing, but it's hard to.
Oh, I listen to that and I go, I feel for fear.
Like, it's creepy. I mean, it's like noise music, basically.
Fuck yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, you know when they got into trouble is when they started trying to actually write music. In other words, you listen to albums like Phaedra and Rubicon.
Yeah.
They didn't write anything. They set up and it was like a Miles Davis session. Except three guys with synthesizers. You roll tape and you do shit until something cool comes out, and then you use that. But once they started trying to write things, I know they had a bit of a successful movie soundtrack career. And
other stuff like Poland was very good, and that was written.
I was actually
Poland is the best. Yeah, fuck yeah.
I was actually happy for them, but for the most part, I much prefer the highest points of their improvisational output. And that tour I saw that they had the live album from, it was awesome. And Peter
Which
Bauer,
one?
Incredible. Well, there was a live album that looked like sort of an American flag. I can't remember what it was.
Encore,
called.
I think.
Encore. Yeah.
It was really. It was a great tour. I saw the tour.
Yeah.
And we sat right in front of Peter Bauman with our jaws on the floor because he had such a great way of generating rhythmic bases for these things that they were doing, and it was really amazing.
Oh, wait, Rich, you sat right next to Bauman.
In front of to watch
All right.
on stage.
Yeah, that's cool. I never got to see him in concert, so that's
Me
great.
neither. So I mean, yeah.
I was blown away. And as a trio, they actually did a thing that was greater than the sum of the parts, and the parts were pretty substantial.
Fuck yeah.
But when I heard them writing, it always felt less compelling to me than that.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's bad or anything.
No.
It's not.
Yeah.
It just didn't get me like when they would have real high moments of improvisation across those instruments.
Yeah, it's less visceral, right?
Nobody had heard those instruments used in an improvisatory context before. When you were impressed with it the first time, it was when Keith Emerson went wee wee at the beginning of Tarkus, and or whenever maybe you noticed it on "Here Comes the Sun" by the Beatles or whatever. I mean, the first time you heard it, it was used in a very, very traditional kind of music.
Maxwell Silverhammer.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So to hear it used in that sort of three-way improvisational context got my heart racing.
Oh yeah. No. Encore and Poland. Like Poland for me is the best.
Okay.
Yeah. But Encore is fantastic as well.
And as soon as Bauman left, everything changed. Now, I'm not saying they weren't good, but everything changed because Bauman was a tremendous influence on that trio presentation.
It really lost it when Franke left. They had some okay stuff after that, but he really was the glue for a lot of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really strong trio when it was the three of with Frank, Bauman, and Froese.
And Froese, yeah. But Chris Frank also made the soundtrack of the TV show. What was it?
Babylon 5 is an excellent show.
Yes.
Soundtrack.
Yeah.
And also, is it off? I can't remember.
Well, there was a cheesy one called The Celestine Prophecy, but
yeah, no, it's something else. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, and yeah. Anyway, yeah, that the best trio of all: Bauman, Franke, and Froese. Yeah.
Most of their soundtrack stuff is that Peter Haslinger, who was he was more of a classically trained guy, so he brought a little melodic stuff to it.
Yeah.
And he has a whole career of his own now doing soundtracks, but
he did a very fantastic solo album as well. Yeah. The first one he released was great. One part was from the Cologne concert from. Oh, sorry.
Some right there.
There we go.
Berlin School.
Okay, I'll shut up. Thanks, Ken.
I'm just occurred to me.
Fuck, man, keep playing.
No.
Karma craziness. Yeah.
I've had this machine 20 years, and it just occurred to me this is the one keyboard that I've owned longer than any other keyboard I've ever owned.
Wow.
It's 20 years old, man.
Okay, I had my JD 800 for longer than that, but anyway, keep going.
Okay.
My SK1's
No,
older
no,
than
no,
that.
no, no. I had my harp Rhapsody for longer than that.
Really?
1984. So you do the math. I can't count.
I think Rich had a CP60 that had even longer than that.
I had a CP60. I'm still rueing the fact that I didn't think to tape the pedal down when my son pushed it off of the ledge at the dump, so that when it hit, it went kabong. I'm still pissed off that I didn't think of that.
How long was it in the garage though?
Well, since from the time I moved here, which was 21 years ago, and 3 or 4 years ago, and before that, it was set up in my house. I mean, I used to use it.
Yeah,
I had bought it for $100 off of the sales floor at Sam Ash.
100.
$100.
Yeah.
Okay.
CP60 with MIDI.
Yeah.
With MIDI.
Yeah.
With MIDI.
Okay.
It's a terrible fucking MIDI controller.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let me introduce you to the MIDI that they fitted to the GS1. Bad. Oh, bad.
Oh yeah.
So bad.
Well, but
60, it wasn't that there was anything wrong with the electronic part of it. It's just mechanically a horrible way to trigger MIDI notes.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like something you want to play to trigger MIDI.
Yeah.
I'm talking about it's horrible.
Well, the MIDI that they fit to the GS1, if you try to play a module from the GS1 with the GS1's MIDI, the MIDI message is sent by post.
Post?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
It's
arrives on Thursday.
Ding!
It arrives on Thursday.
Yeah.
That's what you mean.
I mean, even early MIDI stuff, like the Koei SX240 is node on, node off, and pitch bend and mod.
Yeah.
Nothing else. Patches are done with audio inputs.
Yeah.
I know. I
So
had.
it's a terrible MIDI controller, but it sounds awesome. Great.
I had a Poly 800, which was like second or third keyboard with MIDI.
Yeah.
I paid for 25 years for that.
Yeah.
And then, that was shit though. I had nothing else to trigger with.
It can sound good though. I mean, just not a good controller.
I love it. I love it as a keyboard. But I had a DV 800. I had ARP Rhapsody, which I still have, and nothing else. So no good it did me to have a MIDI keyboard.
In the beginning of MIDI, everybody's MIDI device had a different amount of delay on the input and incoming MIDI note, so that if you tried to do timed music and sequence it,
you
were going to find that everything played in a different place in the pocket, that nothing lined up.
Yeah.
And so what we did in the beginning was my first pass. You'd print the FSK tone that was going to be the basis for your rhythm. That was going to be the stability. And then the FSK tone comes back through 100 millisecond digital delay, and the drums go down. And then for the rest of the project, you have 100 milliseconds to play with in terms of what the MIDI delay of the device you're about to record is going to do. So in the case of, say, an Emulator 2, you could be 60 milliseconds behind. So you would have to adjust the FSK delay so that everything moves forward 60 milliseconds so the thing lines up with the drums you already printed.
Yeah.
And then you would do a DX7 and it's only 10 milliseconds or something. And you would be able to adjust this way for every subsequent overdub because all of the instruments responded differently to timing.
Ouch.
It worked.
Yeah.
It worked. This is the music that got me my job that I still have.
Yeah. It's like back in the day. I think it had just come out. A friend of mine had just bought a DX7, and I had a Chase Bit 99. And these were the first two machines we'd ever really come across that had MIDI ports on. We've got to try this out. And we connected them up. And that's when I found out eventually that the Chase Bit 99's operating system didn't have a MIDI message for note off. Yeah.
That's convenient. Yeah.
There was eventually an EPROM upgrade for it that you could put in, so it would turn the fuck off after you've let go of the note.
It's like modular without a gate. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So you go dink like that on the DX, and the other one goes bing. You go, well, yeah. Now turn off. No, please, no. Push another key. It goes just changes pitch. And go,
Oh yeah, of course they were.
Wow.
They're very popular in India.
Yeah.
It's like a Stroopy box. It's just a tone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It provides the drone. It's a drone box. It's all
Man.
Today you could sell that thing for $1,200. You bake it in wood with a few funny looking buttons on it.
Yeah.
It's off for $1,200.
Sorted. Absolutely sorted, mate. Yeah.
Oh fuck! Can't you have anyone in the garage or something like that?
There is one. There is a Chase Bit.
$1,200 sold.
Yeah, my one, because it went out there. I was like, I fucking had enough of this. It used to wobble, squeak, and that was the oscillators.
Don't you guys have food called Wobble and Squeak?
Oh, Bubble and Squeak, yeah, which is cabbage and something fried. Not a fan.
I know it.
Fried cabbage.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
I just had to say.
Yeah.
I've heard the name. I don't know what it is. But...
Yeah, because Fiona asked me if I wanted some of that. And she goes, "What? You like vegetables? You don't like vegetables?" Yeah, I said, "Well, no. It's when you got to the fried part." I sort of like, no.
You get a special plate of Bubble and Squeak, Toad in the Hole, and a Chip Buddy.
Yeah. Pass me that heart monitor.
All of Britain's finest in one meal.
Yeah.
I want some fried Mars bars
Maybe a little black pudding
for dessert.
Yeah, but they do because up in Glasgow now they also do the deep fried cabbage cream egg.
Oh my god!
Well, it's Easter. Deep fried cabbage cream egg.
Oh,
those Cadbury. Things.
Oh yeah, Cadbury. Yeah.
Okay.
They advertised me with the rabbit doing the.
Yeah,
but it's fried now.
Yeah, it's a chocolate TARDIS. There's actually more sugar in it than the size of the egg.
Well, no shit. Yeah, I can't have
teeth.
that.
As soon as it touches your teeth go ah.
Yeah,
and my diabetes goes to hospital.
Mate,
yeah,
no,
okay.
mate, you're in hospital if you try to open the wrapper. Just by
Contact
getting
high.
osmosis through the fingers, man.
Yeah.
It's just just touch the thing. You go, yeah, there's so much sugar in a Cadbury's cream egg. It bends light. It bends light.
It's like they had the Duncan Heinz frosting tubs here for frosting a cake. When you bite into the frosting, you feel the granules of sugar. It's like,
oh, really?
And your teeth hurt immediately. You know.
I can't even walk into a store now.
Yeah.
Anyway, so my ARP didn't work with my ARP Rhapsody. Didn't work with my JD8. No, not JD, but the Poly 800. So anyway, yeah, we're talking about sugar to MIDI.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't, because it doesn't the Poly 800 use negative voltage gate as opposed to positive?
Yeah,
How the fuck did I know? It's like 1982 when it came out.
Yeah, it was very early. I think the first product they had that had a MIDI port on it was the Poly 61, and then they did.
No. Sorry, Rich. There was a second one.
Oh, okay.
First one, Poly 800. Second, Poly
that
61.
came before the 61. Okay.
Yep. Because it was 8 voice.
The 800 didn't sound bad. It sounded pretty good.
I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. It was not a bad early digital synth. I think it was, wasn't it?
And it was analog. Actually, it was analog.
Ah.
Yeah. But anyway. It's like 40 cents ago. So
I mean, even Casio had some stuff with analog filters in it. So
well, this was early attempts at budget level synthesizers, and when I mean budget, I mean less than $3,000. You know.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And this the CZ5000 is still a good synth today.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same engine as the CZ101. They're all the same, really. The CZs.
Yeah.
They just come wrapped in different size packages.
The one is the best because it has velocity and aftertouch. 5000 has the sequencer.
I see.
Yes.
But the one's the flagship.
It's funny how that's CZs. Because here there's CZs.
Yes.
Well, exactly.
You know.
Yes.
No, here it's CZ as well.
Yeah. And CZ sounds better.
No.
We don't say Zed here because Zed's actually a name. It's like a southern guy. Like, hey, Zed.
Yeah.
Yeah, as in the movie from Tarantino, but anyway, different story.
But CZ101, it sounds better than CZ101. Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
Okay.
It does actually. You're right, Kent.
Yeah,
You're
it
right.
does
Kind of
sound better.
refer to the fact
does.
that we're the only ones who say Z, and the rest of you all say Z.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but it still sounds better though because of it.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I've been using it all my life.
I mean, the CZ series was cool, but the VZ was essentially like a DX7 sound. They sounded great. A lot of complex harmonics in there and stuff.
I had a VZ1.
Yeah, I have a 1 and a 10. They're really nice.
Maybe I had a VZ10. No, the 10 was the rack. I had a VZ.
10M was the rack, yeah.
Yeah, I had a keyboard, and the
PG380 guitar has a VZ 10 brain inside of it, which is awesome.
Yeah. I know. We had one of those too.
Oh, they're great.
We had a Casio endorsement at the time, and I had a VZ1, and I just really couldn't figure out what the hell it was doing, and I begged them.
It's funky.
Yeah, and after about a year of asking, they sent me a page full of math. There was a page full of calculations.
Well, there you go. That's what you wanted.
Like
you wanted to know.
handwritten, no less.
Oh wow!
I mean, like I couldn't really. I almost wasn't sure that they weren't just fucking with me for being annoying.
Well, Japanese can be very clever that way.
Well, I don't think I was actually dealing with Japanese people in this particular communication, though. No doubt the question had to be originated from there, and maybe that's where this would have been a serious response. All right, if he really wants to know, here's the math. But because it didn't even like at least the DX7, you can understand what an operator stack looked like and how one was acting on another, and you could adjust a value that would show you the result of that interaction, and you could start to make some degree of sense out of it. The VZ one, I never got to make any sense out of it. Really,
it's tricky. Yeah, I fiddle a lot. It's not sensible necessarily, but it sounds good though.
No, and you can get it does have a good sound, and if you like just twisting and listening, you can find some interesting shit in there.
But sending you the math is like top level trolling. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I guess it was like because it was Nile Rodgers' guy who wanted to know, so it was important to them to like make us happy. I wasn't just a consumer on the street at that moment for them.
I have to go. 5% batteries on my tablet.
Yeah. I was just going to say, now that it's nearly a 9-hour show.
Yeah.
and it's coming up to 4:00 in the morning for me.
Yeah.
I think might have to wind it up.
Still not a record, but a good long show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I totally enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too.
It still amazes me how I can talk for like it's essentially a working day every week and talk just complete bollocks.
Well, I did
for 8 hours a day without any problem. It's quite.
I did that Report Collective show yesterday, and I was at the show ended. I was talking with Marshall for like an hour and a half just on StreamYard behind the scenes. So.
Yeah, yeah, but do you notice, Andy, that sometimes the most interesting conversations happened after the show's finished?
Yes.
And that's what this is, technically. Yeah. This is the after show that runs for like 8 hours.
That's true.
Yeah. Because we've been talking for like 3 hours nonstop. Just of us. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Love you all.
Back at you, bro.
Good stuff.
Good talking to you guys.
All right. Kent, see you tomorrow on the show.
Indeed.
All right.
I should be there, bleary-eyed.
All right. Me too. I'll be working. I have no choice.
Yeah. Oh, God. All right. I've just remembered I got a load of keyboards turning up tomorrow as well. Well, I say tomorrow. I mean, shortly.
Yeah, soon. Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. Okay. Well, look.
All right.
I will see you, beautiful gentlemen, later.
All right.
Take care. Look after yourselves.
Yep. You too. Bye.
Thanks,
man.
All right.
Bye-bye.